operators. Welcome aboard your direct flight to sunny Urzikstan. Please adjust your seat to the upright position and ensure your loadouts are securely stowed in the overhead compartments.
Dude, get off.
If needed, gas masks will drop from the compartment overhead, ensuring your safety throughout the war zone. If you are teaming with someone who needs help, assist them only after placing on your mask first.
I'm scared.
Ensuring headset devices are fully operational for crispy comms. Because nobody likes a silent teammate. In the unlikely event that you land in the gulag, please refer to the safety card in the seat pocket in front of you. This is a battle royale specifically for trios. Call of Duty Warzone Matchpoint will be introduced for the first time, and Solo YOLO will make an appearance. Expansion regions are back, and that means once we land, everyone will be competing for a piece of the massive $1 million prize pool. Thank you for flying Urzikstan Airlines. We know you don't have a choice when flying, but we appreciate you choosing to hot drop with us today. Good luck and may the best squad win.
The World Series of Warzone is back.
Shortly pushes the fight. No!
The best Warzone players from around the world dropping in for a chance to prove their region reigns supreme. And you have a front row seat to all the action, all the hype, all for the glory.
People are your champions.
The biggest Warzone competition on the planet just got bigger, bolder, and badder than ever.
Let's go, baby!
This is the World Series of Warzone. And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty World Series of Warzone North American Last Chance Qualifier, the final chance for North American teams to punch their ticket to the global finals. Only 5 will move forward today, a tall task as, well, many want to be up there in the upper echelon of Warzone competitors. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, your host, joined by Dream Crazy and Dandro. Dream, great to see you again. How you feeling?
Feeling a little nervous today, you guys. As you mentioned, the last chance qualifier. 10 more spots, 5 today, 5 tomorrow. Some teams, too, that you wouldn't even expect to be here, you guys. So yeah. I'm ready to get into it, you guys, and I can't wait for that wildcard map, too.
Oh, wild card's going to be nutty. We're going to be calling the, well, at least, of course, Spider Tiffin goes just in a little bit, calling the action all day. Dandro, nervous is the right word, though, right? I mean, we're sending so many teams home. Their hopes and dreams of making it to global finals, well, will end today.
Yeah, some of these teams, this is your last opportunity to really show out. Some of them, they played through the NA finals. Others, they kind of are barely here from that lower round 2. This is do or die for a lot of our teams. But as much as I'm excited about seeing who our top 4 squads are, I'm right there with Dream, man. We had some of the best Warzone clips ever come out of that wildcard map from NA last year. Gooey guy with the 6-piece PA. I don't know, man. We got a whole brand new map, whole brand new arsenal. We could see something absolutely crazy, and I'm locked in for it, baby.
I'm getting flashbacks of that PA, and I'm sure PTSD for some of the competitors who got struck down by that PA. Let's talk about North American finals, though, and go a little bit back in time. It was a good time, to say the least. We saw, again, some teams move forward, some incredible teams, one of them being SSD Dream. It seems like they continue to dominate no matter where they go on the global stage. They're going to be playing at global finals. This was their route to get there.
Yeah, and I mean, in a dominant fashion, too. I mean, but of course, some teams didn't make it easy for them as, again, we had some unexpected teams not make it as well.
Yeah, it is. And some unexpected teams indeed. Obviously, Team Almond, I know we'll be covering them in just a little bit. They didn't make it, but they did show live, Dandro, towards the end in map number 6.
Yeah, map number 6, they kind of come online. Finally, they play like the team we've been waiting for, but it's just a little bit too late. They look a little dejected even after that win. I know that they're on the regain, though, and I gotta imagine today will be a different story. I'm also looking at teams like Tommy and also Team Rated. Those are 2 absolute heavy hitter squads that I think we're all a little bit surprised to see here in the LCQ. So a lot of teams here today looking to maybe put a little bit of respect back on their names.
Yeah, I think it was called by Goj, you know, change changing of the guard potentially, right? The old guard might be, you know, starting to exit, the new guard starting to come in and take their place. After all, when we talk about the global stage of Warzone in general, the competition is heated up and everybody's been getting better and better. But I did like Huskers. We saw him just a bit ago. He's on that redemption arc and he's going to be at global finals. He's looking to go all the way this time, become a champion. $1 million guaranteed for 2024. First place, $300,000. Literally life-changing money. Sheesh indeed. Top 20 get paid out. Hey, it makes it's a big deal to make it to that global stage. Not only for the prizing, but also for the glory of becoming world champion. But how did we get here? It's been a long and arduous journey. Started off in the in-game open. You had a chance to watch lower round 2, where we saw not only EMEA, but also North America. And that's led us to the last chance qualifier. Last chance qualifier, right? Top 4 teams. They will move forward from the first 5 maps. And then we've got that one wild card map. Now, thing to take note of, there will be 40 teams competing today, but this wild card thing that we have to talk about, right? We know how it goes with the top 4 map, or the top 5 maps, I should say. But talk to me about map number 6 today, Dream. We're talking about wild card, right? It's insane.
Yes, wild card, winner takes all. It does not matter how many eliminations you have, who goes down, as long as one member stays alive. The last remaining person is alive. And I mean, my goodness, how crazy was it last year, right? We saw replays, right? The world champ, like him go, who doesn't even play Warzone. And I mean, as you'd mentioned, that crazy ending water play with that 6-piece PA was insane.
It was insane indeed. Crowder, Nico, Dez, they made it through. That was a massive surprise for us. I was happy to see them actually compete. Dandro, hang it out in the water. Sometimes that's what you got to do, rat it up.
I mean, hey, that kind of was the start of my tagline, a shiver of sharks, right?
Yes,
They're in the water, hunting for blood. They're able to clutch it on up. It was a really cool play, right? I think that's kind of always the thing I take away from that map. It was never just a cheese moment. It was they really had to play their life, and hey, they win. They made it to land, and maybe it wasn't the best performance on land like they like, but I like the storyline, and that's what matters.
You know, the big thing is making it there, right? That's an accomplishment of its own, and making it now today is imperative for, well, all 40 teams competing. Dandro, there's a lot of teams to be watching out for. Let's move into Dandro's deep dive. Who are you looking out for?
Well, in today's deep dive, Taylor, we are kind of taking a look at some of our teams that made some shifts, right? It was basically roster mania coming in here into the LCQ, because as a reminder to our viewers, some of our teams, you had the opportunity to swap out one singular player coming into today. So I think with some of those shifts, some of these squads here could be causing some chaos on the map for some of our stalwart teams. The first team I want to talk about, it is Team Green Does. They take out Yeeboy, and they're bringing in a player known as Stable J. Now, if you've been watching Warzone this week, you know this name now. Stable J just recently went to the Esports World Cup alongside his brother, Team Destroy, just to kind of be there for his team. But guess what? Destroy gets sick on the way over. Day 1, Stable J has to sub on in. The team's looking at him like, hey, dude, just get as many points as you can, right? I know you weren't expecting to be here. Well, Jay does one even better. He takes a win on map number 2, showcasing he has what it takes to fry out in a lobby of the best of the best. So some of these teams, they're looking at saying, hey, we need potentially a new third for LCQ. Why not bring in somebody who performed on LAN? Why not bring in somebody who is just kind of coming off this wave of confidence? And I think that this is a squad that maybe could find a lot of success. I got a chance to hang out with Jay, and he's just a ball of energy, just like his brother, okay? I think that he could really infuse this team. But that's not the only squad that I think made some changes here today that absolutely could make their way to the top of our leaderboard. The next one, Team Picnic. Yeah, Picnic and Oak Boy, originally playing with Scripta. It kind of didn't really work out. I know that Pick and Oak, there's this long-time duo, but it's so hard to find a third that can slot in with your team. Well, when you find Ryda's a free agent, you bring him on in, and it has just been an absolute surge of energy for this team. Even recently in scrims, you might have seen it on the timeline, Ryda's 1v3ing big dog teams like Fnatic, okay? So feeling himself, you pair him up, of course, with this duo. I think that this could be a team that really comes online here today. A lot of different substitutions predictions though here, Dream and Taylor, and I think that a couple of these teams can make some surprises happen.
Picnic, a name that was said consistently last year throughout the qualifiers, and then also Stable J. Love that you brought him to the conversation. Seeing Destroyed genuinely be so happy for his brother getting that solo win on day one of the Esports World Cup was incredible. Memories he's going to have forever. And his interviewing, by the way, shout out to him. He's a natural on camera. I would love to see him on the global stage, but he's got to make it through today. Let's take a look at the first list of teams 1 through 20. A lot of great names here. Dream, for you, who are you watching out for?
I mean, we had kind of talked about, instantly, of course, to go to Rated Squad, Prospect and Mayapo, who, again, just missed that by a margin just to qualify. It was like 0.2, but a quick shout on that because Rated was even saying all of their games, I think, stressed across. It was like 23 points in one, so kind of disappointment there from him, but that was a squad that I was like, man, you see Rated like in always qualifying, so it'd be devastating if he doesn't.
Looking at Believe, Intex, and Mutex. Want to see them go all the way. A scary trio, to say the least, here in the LCQ run. Dandra, I go to you. Who are you watching out for?
Well, it's got to be that squad number 3, Vombot, Devo, and Shiro. This is a very interesting team because last year this team actually played on land, Devo and Shiro, with Pyro Jackal. Hey, it's only, I think, an hour or two before the open started, and they actually dropped Jackal. They pick up Vombot. Jackal goes and joins Huskers and Brolic, and well, they're finding some success. Seems like this team change, though, maybe hasn't found its mark for this squad. They bring in Vombot, and okay, yeah, they're first in that lower round 2, but they come in 15th in those finals, just barely not making it to land. So I know that here as a team, they've taken the break. I hope they've been able to kind of mesh a little bit, work out some of the kinks as a team, because you are going to need it in a lobby like here today to be one of our top teams qualifying to those global finals.
Hey, scary trio. I think all of them, right? All of them really wanted their chance at glory, and I hope they get that opportunity. Unfortunately, for 35 rosters, they're not going to have the chance to make it to the global stage. But who is the top dog today? Well, Dream, I pass this over to you to talk about your dream team, because I got to know who we really should be watching out for.
Well, listen, as I was kind of saying, I would have been stupid if I didn't pick this squad in Skullface, Almond, and Noobs. Of course, I mean, a team that you wouldn't even expect to be here today. A lot of speculation since, the pickup of Skullface, it's the swap out of Tommy, as we've always seen TBE in the past. They got 24th in finals, not the best placing, but they really started to pick it up, as we mentioned earlier, in that game number 6. So for Skullface, we've seen him in the past play with Hisoka Mayapo, always sit in that second place spot, but also too for TBE, they did place 3rd last year in that global final. So for these guys, they are champions in their own right. They just needed some synergy to put it all together, because a lot of what we were seeing in finals is they weren't winning their fights, their team fights. They were looking pretty ass, as we were kind of saying behind the scenes. They just not like themselves, but really got to give credits to Almond, who really was able to step it up that IGL role for the squad, making those calls, and also being under Fnatic too. Being in that boot camp has really been able to elevate their game, give them that extra buff, and they are looking good. They were able to win a 2nd place at EWC, recently just 1st place in WTF tournament, and also that solo YOLO champion in Skullface in his own right. He's got that energy behind him. Very easily one of the best players in the game too, as well. One of the smartest. And man, when you look at all 3 of these players, you guys, it's almost devastating for them to even be here today, but just some time, some synergy to put it all together, and they have been looking phenomenal lately. So I would expect them to maybe even win the whole entire thing. I mean, we did predict that with SST. That wasn't hard, right? But for these guys, they've got what it takes. They will definitely qualify.
Yeah, they woke up in map number 6 in the NA finals. They get 2nd place when it comes to the Esports World Cup. They're truly coming into full form. If they do not make it to global finals, I would be absolutely shocked. Today, I would put them up at number 1. I think they are the number 1 team. And Dream, I'm with you. I think that is the dream team to go all the way today when it comes to the LCQ. After all, they want to go against SSD again, right? And they want to get revenge from the Esports World Cup 2nd place. Let's take a look at our final list of teams competing today. Obviously, a lot stand out here. You got Tommy there, you got Colony, Waldo, Nicole as well. Another talented trio. Dandra, what about you?
I mean, it's got to be Team 21 for me. Falnets, Nico, and Swish. This is a team that over the course of the World Series of Warzone, we've seen some real improvement kind of stage over stage over stage. Swish, I know, is a very fierce competitor. Back against the wall, I think that she's about to come online here today. Not only just to kind of prove her worth as a competitor, but also being one of the only women competing here today. Last year, it was Smixy kind of carrying that burden. This year, it looks like it's all eyes on Swish. We also have T here as well, looking to kind of do something similar. So I think that that team, if they can manage to kind of bring it together, have taken a little bit of this off time to kind of wrap it on up, they could be a formidable foe.
Big fan of Swish. Always got to pump her up when she's out there. T as well. We'll see if they can join the likes of Smixy right on the global stage. Dream, what about you? Who are you looking out for?
Instantly, my eyes go to Team 27, Reed Boy, OP Martin, Shaded Step, and kind of as we were looking at this squad too, in that lower bracket round 2, they were second place, putting up 63 eliminations, but had a little bit of a drop off during that regional final, getting 39th. But for these guys, they've been playing together for quite some time. They have the experience, and you always find them in those end game moments. But you know what was really kind of the struggle, it seems like, in the regional finals were their placements. That map number 2, they were able to take 6 with 8, I believe a score of 8. But with that, you know, it just got to place that consistency, setting the bar high right away.
A lot of eliminations, though, when I look at these stats down low, right? And also they're hitting the snipes, which is pivotal in a lot of end zones that relatively are open, which we see quite from time to time, Dandro. And not to mention the city plays too. I know the car had a little bit of a nerf, but it still hits right. I think it's going to be useful today. So when I think about this trio, I think snipes, I think great open engagements, I think wonderful teamwork, I think a team that can go all the way.
Yeah, I mean, they are able to kind of play at the top of their level. We saw in the lower round 2, but finals, when the competition rises, they did struggle a little bit. That's the only thing that has me worried with that team. We're coming in here into the LCQ. We know the strength of this lobby. Can they match up to their competition, or will they falter again? And I think you brought it up. That Car 98, the little bit of a touch up, right? It's a difference in aim assist. It's a different in sort of your damage range that's there. We know how formidable all 3 of these players are with a sniper, but have they been able to adjust, especially in an environment like this? So a big question mark for me on that squad, but I think they have what it takes to maybe put up some numbers, potentially even take a game here today.
Absolutely. Well, chat, let us know who you're watching out for. Plenty of trios, 40, in fact, to choose from. Who will be the top 5 moving forward today? And maybe have a fun prediction. Who wins map number 6, right? When it comes to the wild card, who will be the last one standing? And will we have, again, another shiver of sharks, as Dandro likes to say? Game should be right around the corner. We're getting loaded up. But for you out there, hey, the Out of This World pack is available now. This bundle includes the Spaced Out Operator skin, Rocket Weapon Blueprint, Decorated Emblem, and more. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. It's available in-store now using Call of Duty points. Today's a big day. We've been talking about it and how important it is for 5 of these rosters to move forward. This is North America's final chance, and the final chance to see some of these teams. There will be dreams ended today, at least the dreams of going to the global finals, their dreams of making it through all the way, becoming champions of the World Series of Warzone. But that's the way it goes when you are competing at the highest level. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, drop number 1 coming your way. Ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty World Series of Warzone North American Last Chance Qualifier, the final chance to punch your ticket to the global finals. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections, and we're joined by Dream Crazy and Dandro. Like I said, game number 1 is getting loaded up. It's right around the corner. 5 games of regular big map action that you know and love. One map, though, is going to be played for the final spot, the 5th and final spot, which is in that wild card map. Let's talk about it, right? Because that's a big deal here and plenty of ways to win when it comes to the wild card situation. Do you want to camp it out? Do you want to be a rat? You know, I will say, though, watching wild cards, watching solo YOLOs in the past, like, Dream, it always amazes me. Like, you would think camping and playing slow is the way to go, but there are some teams that just cannot flip that switch. They can't turn it off. All they know how to do is fly and fry. When the whole point is to be the last one standing, they're challenging everyone, Dream.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of like the confidence you need to have, though, because you will catch those players off guard that are playing passive, that are playing scared, right? Like, you don't expect someone flying at you, or even two people flying at you, right? And this such a crucial moment. But how important it was, at least in these end game moments, to pick up the pace, and we saw some people do that. You know, but of course it was the water, at least here for Blast Cities, that was just not in their favor. As you see, kind of just staying alive was key, and no matter the situation.
Yep, staying alive is key. And again, whether it's water, whether you're corner camping, doesn't matter. The point is you want to be the people going to global finals, be that trio. So again, to reiterate, we have 5 big maps, okay? Only 4 teams will move forward today to the global finals. For everyone else, well, now they have another chance, right? So it'd be what, 36 teams now will be dropping in for that wild card map. The last one standing, whether it's a full trio or whether it's you as an individual, you are the one who are going to then bring your team to global finals. The last one standing after all. So it's not necessarily, it's not, you could have 50 eliminations. You could set a world record when it comes to elims. Doesn't matter. If you're not the last one standing, second place, hey, close but no cigar. You do not have a chance to go to global finals. So that's what map number 6 is going to bring. Dandro, the nerves hopefully are out of the way. We covered some teams in the top of show who played very well during like lower round 2, right? Or maybe lower round 1, I should say, but didn't have the best success whenever it came to finals. Nervous energy needs to be gone. This is the time to solidify your spot at the global finals. We've talked about some teams we were looking out for. Was there any more that was on your radar from those lists that we didn't shout out yet?
God, I mean, that's such a good question, Taylor. I think when I look across, I'm looking at a team potentially like Sly, B-Mark, and J-Tech. I think that this is a team that's gone a little bit under the radar for a lot of people. And when I kind of look at Scrim's performance, it kind of tells the tale to me, right? Because some people haven't really been kind of trying to hone their craft. They haven't been trying to be able to be better. This is one of those teams that literally since day 1, the World Series of Warzone was announced, they've been every single day trying to get better. It's no surprise that we see this team sometimes be in that top 5, you know, top 8 scenario and kind of causing a lot of chaos for some of our other teams. So I'm kind of looking at a squad like them to potentially, you know, kind of come online. But I love that you bring up nerves, because I think that's sort of my thing that I want to look at. For some of these teams, this is the most competitive lobby they have ever played in. And while that's great, cool, guess what? It only gets harder from here when you get to that global finals. So I feel like the teams who are looking at this lobby and are feeling confident, they might start running this lobby here, Taylor. We've seen teams like SSD just be dominant. There's potential for some squads here today to have a Team Falcons, a Team SSD like performance in this lobby. Fnatic, we talked about the top of show. They've been really frying out. They've been hitting those top placements with 20+ eliminations that we've seen from our top squads. I think they might be in their lips looking at this lobby saying there's a lot of blood here. There's a lot of free points on the map. And when that happens, you kind of suck up all the points underneath one team, and the rest of the squads, you're kind of looking and you're like, oh, we're making a top 5 with like 8 eliminations. I am not finding anyone. Well, it's hard to do when you got Fnatic dropping double digits every single map.
Yeah, Fnatic. So who are we talking about? Almond, Skullface, Noobs. A trio that is just so powerful, and I'm a big fan of them, really. And my prediction, actually, to win the Esports World Cup, my prediction to win today, obviously Dreams as well, right? Being her dream team. They're just a trio that plays so well. It took a little bit of adjusting, but I think they realized, Dream, for that roster, Team Fnatic, they realized, like, man, we get through when it came to the finals. This is quite literally our last chance. They understand that the pressure but also for their fan base, right? There's a lot of fans that want this Fnatic roster to move forward. They've got to be able to handle that pressure and do it well. And I think they can, because the thing about this Fnatic roster, Dream, is they played on the biggest stages in the world. In fact, they just did it at the Esports World Cup. So they're coming into this, and I think can handle the pressure a lot better than those who are a little bit newer, or those who haven't been on the big stage, those who haven't qualified for the global finals in the past.
Oh yeah, no, that's a good shout. And I mean, you know, we're kind of just looking at some teams, as Dandra was talking. Another team I'm looking at is Rob, right? You talk about coming off of Esports World Cup. They have Teenix now, who just maybe can provide more confidence to their squad. Also with Lawlet too, being like a young gun. You'd mentioned kind of like those players that maybe might catch a top team off guard, right? I'm instantly looking at players like that because they will play confident in these moments. You've seen, you know, some of these young guns play super confident against some of these top squads, but as for today, obviously it being the last chance, you have to bring that confidence into your A game, into your game here today, because yeah, all hands on deck, like all types of confidence is needed here, you guys, moving forward. But for some of these squads, I think that we're gonna actually be caught off guard, especially Dandro. We were on the same synergy page with Greendoze, right? Picking up Stable J. So you have two rosters that are just picking up two players that just came off of land. You know that they have to bring some type of energy to those squads.
Yeah, Stable J, again, a big addition to that team. And I can't wait to see what he's going to do. His energy's palpable, much like his brother of Destroy. He's going to be bringing his A game today. But Dandra, what about Believe, Intex, and Mutex? A team that, again, I expected them to move forward in the finals. They were close, but not close enough, right? They compete today. How well do you think they're going to do?
I actually think that this is yet again, I can't keep picking squads and saying they're going to start surprising people because I feel like I'm doing that. But yet again, would not be surprised to see this team really come online, okay? Because when we look at, you know, a past performance recently with the Esports World Cup, they performed really, really good. Right. So obviously, you know, they're playing with Mutex and Adongi today, but this team's played really well when it comes to closing out games. I think they have a lot of confidence. I think they're going to be moving around the map very quickly. I think that they might be able to put up some top points today, potentially be one of our top 4 teams moving on.
Mutex, big shoes to fill, though, but he can fill them. Z-Dog, he was on fire during the Esports World Cup. Let's bring in our casters. It's time to get drop number 1 underway and start the LCQ for North America. Of course, I'm talking about Spider Tiff and Ghosh. How you both feeling? Spider Tiff, you look great.
Hey, thank you guys. I'm feeling good. I'm gonna also go with what Dream said earlier. I'm feeling a bit nervous, right? If we're down to the final 5 slots for North America, Ghosh, it's going to be tough, especially when you get less maps on the top side to do it, and then you never know what to expect on the wild card at the end.
I think that's a great shout, Tiff. And I got to say, Taylor didn't even tell me I looked good. I don't know what's going on over the desk, all right? I need to lock in. But I'm really excited about this as well. Tiff, to go back to your point, this is super important. 5 maps instead of 6. Every team that is here because they struggled in finals or in their lower brackets or wherever they came from. That means they had 2, maybe 3 chalked games. You cannot afford that when you're playing less maps. You need maybe 1 chalked game. Everything else is all about consistency and execution. You've got to be top 4. That is a crazy stat line.
It really is. When you start thinking of the average points per game that you're going to need to carry through this series to be able to find yourself in that top 4, I'm looking at north of 20 and even 25 that could come through this. And even then, that might not even be enough, because you think of what we've been witnessing throughout scrims, throughout other tournaments over the past couple of weeks. And well, the Falcons, where they sit is usually around that 33 to 35. And if you want to be able to compete with them on the global LAN, but first you got to worry about getting there. So we need to see some stats similar to that.
Yeah, I think it's a good shout. I think at the end of the day, nobody wants to be the 4th team. They don't want the nerves that happen with that. You want to win it all. But map number 1 for LCQs, it's here. It's time to drop in to Urzikstan.
You know, Ghosh, there's something so crazy about seeing every one of those screens of players looking to drop it into Urzikstan. Then you start wondering, what's that plane line look like? Where is that circle headed to? Well, guys, hear me out. We're going to bring it back because you got to hear everything on the desk about who they're looking for, but what we didn't get to do was we didn't get our chance to talk to you about it, okay?
Sure.
All right, Coach, so let's have that moment.
Hey, yeah, we just get more airtime, which I love. No, we're going to reset that lobby, get back into the map as fast as humanly possible. It does give us a second to talk about some tangible math, Tiff. I love that you called out 20-plus points. That's really what you're looking for, especially if you want to win today. I heard Dandro talk about this as well, about some of those teams near the top that could be a point sink or a point sponge or whatever you want to call it. If there is a team that runs away with this competition, it lowers the threshold for how many points you need to get fourth place. An example of that, let's look back at North American Finals. 90.4, that's the amount of points that fourth place scored in the North American Finals. In the lower bracket round 2, fourth place was 99.8. So that's nearly a 10-point spread on where fourth place will be. I am thinking we're going to be closer to 90 points, closer to that North American Finals score, because a Fnatic, a Team Rated, or whoever is going to run away with the competition.
You know, you've definitely hit the nail on the head right there. I think we're definitely going to see that. And in terms of our teams that are going to be at the top of the leaderboard after those 5 matches, I do believe that we're going to see triple digits come through, because you're really going to want to kind of front load your series if you can, right? Go hyper aggressive, but kind of thread the needle on being in that right position towards that end game. Because when you start to think about the math, and you're so good at that, right? Not necessarily me, but the average multiplier or kill that's worth at that point, 1.8 is what you want. You want that top 5 every single game if you can manage that. Yeah,
and I want to go back to what we're talking about with some of the math, because I think it's so interesting. Again, that 90.4 metric, that's actually 6 games. So since we're playing 5, you do the math on that, you're looking at somewhere around 15 points per game to get fourth today. That means you need to score around 75 points. There's your math. That's what we're looking for. Threshold is around 75 to 80 points is likely going to be our cutoff. But Tiff, we had so much fun casting the wildcard game last year in both EU and in North America. I'm so excited we brought that back this time around, because I think last year one of the big notes about that wildcard match was Taylor talked about kills, talked about rotations. Let's show that moment again. I think, frankly, the most exciting part of this was just we had no idea who would win until the final fight. And when we thought it was going to go towards a team like a GUI guy or like, a team Huskers or whoever it was that was last alive on that dock, we look back on it and it's just so much chaos that one PA could change the entire atmosphere of this final circle. Because this is the squad. Squad 45 was the team I thought would win it based on positioning.
Oh, same. But do you remember, even just before this, we were sitting north of like 20 teams left in this lobby, Husker squad had to rotate from the complete other side. But it was the squads that were lurking in the water. And even though Blast is putting up like double-digit eliminations, just trying to live here on the docks, but because he couldn't get this angle onto Nico, Crowder, and Desmond, they will actually go on to win the game. Clay, like a 1v3, not a chance, but to win the wild card, to take it all, and then to go to the global finals, Nico, Des, they're back today.
Can know. There's a lot of people that were in LCQs that made waves in LCQs that are back today. Of course, you've got Nico and Des, different teams, could win the wild card map. Frankly, neither want to have to play it. A reminder, you get top 4, you're not playing our wild card map. So they don't want to have to do that again, but they are back trying to make waves. Speaking of making waves, believe Intex, the duo last year, different teammate this time with Mutex, they won LCQs last year and they did it in stride. So watch out for that team near the top of the leaderboard as well. But again, Des talked about it. I think every single person, their mother, their dog, and everything in between all think that this Fnatic squad and this Rated squad are going to run away with this competition. And the problem with that is when the onus of responsibility is entirely on your shoulders, and there is basically just it's really a lose-lose for both of those teams. If they don't make global finals, it will be the biggest day in Warzone history. If they do make global finals, it's like, oh, well, we expected that. You know what I mean? So it's a tough position to be in. However, we've seen teams be in that position before with that SSD or Falcon squad, with Shifty's team, and, well, they did it, and it was exciting. So who knows? I don't know. I'm really pumped to get into the games. There's so much we could yap about, and this first game's right around the corner.
It really is. Can we just take a step back? Because I also want to talk about how we've seen an influx of organizations kind of get that interest into Warzone, given all the things that have been happening this year. But when you think of that team, on the Fnatic's roster, is it contingent on them making the global LAN? Will they keep on extending that? And then I feel like you have that added pressure going into the last chance qualifiers to say, okay, well, not only do I want to make LAN, not only do I want a chance to play against the Falcons and potentially take them down, but I want to make sure that I'm keeping it with Fnatic, you know, Gosh?
Yeah, no, it's really fun to talk. Like, it's fun to say Fnatic instead of just saying Almond, Noobs, Skullface. Quick look at this squad. Again, kind of top dogs today, but only because of what we've seen them do in competition since the finals. Let's be very clear. They got 24th in the finals. They weren't close.
Yeah.
It frankly wasn't even kind of close. We knew they weren't qualing even down to the final moments when they were one of the last teams alive because they needed a monster effort. Things have not been going their way, but they get picked up by Fnatic. They head all the way over to London and do a week-long boot camp and come out looking like totally different players. And so I'm so excited that an org has taken interest in a team like this and then help them get to where we knew they could be. They still have to prove it here in LCQs if they want to make grand finals, but I think they certainly will. But this team, a dynamic trio, all individually super skilled, some of the top earners in Warzone history. They just haven't been able to piece it together until very, very recently.
Well, here's the thing, Goj, and as you see this like lower third here, average place of 20.7, average of limbs 5.3. You cannot have that level of performance, which granted, I don't think is going to happen. But Dandro and I were having a conversation this week, more in particular surrounding this squad because of the roster mania that occurred, right? Almond and Noobs historically from that TBE roster played alongside Tommy. We all know that, right? But when you kind of look for a new third and you bring in Skullface, and when you compare Skullface and Tommy, their playstyles, in my opinion, are so starkly different that it's wild, right? Skull is used to playing with Hisoka, who kind of, in a sense, flies and fries at absolutely everything. It's very vocal and can get hyper aggro. But when you throw him in a team and you want him to kind of play that role of Tommy, it's like, no, you can't do that. So I think maybe on those initial moments when they were kind of trying to iron out that team chemistry, maybe they were getting a couple of hiccups there, and they've solved those. And now coming into last chance qualifiers, they know their roles, they know how they want to operate, and I think it's only a matter of time before they lock in their ticket to the global LAN. And if I'm wrong, well, I'll deal with that later.
Everyone wants to make it, and they've got to prove it today. Speaking of roster manias, Dandro broke it down in his deep dive. There were a lot of subs going into LCQs. The only place you could make subs, by the way. There was roster switches, people traded teammates. It was chaos. But I have the big question today is who's going to be the X factor for those teams? For instance, Dez subbing in with Grev and Sin, subbing in for Kruger. Is that going to be a difference maker to a point where it's going to be an X factor where you make top 4? Or frankly, Ave, Vexo, Rabizi. They got 14th in the upper bracket, into finals rather. They really did pretty well and missed out on global LAN by 2 points or something like that. And they're subbing in Rabizi even though they're right there. So I don't know what's going to happen. These subs have to be an X factor if you miss out on grand finals when maybe you on paper were going to make or going to be close to making, but you made a sub anyways. Swapping out some chemistry for maybe this big X factor player. I'm just excited to see these subs prove that they are supposed to be here.
Yeah, we need some super sub action today. Let me just tell you, we want to see you kind of lock it in for the team because honestly, when you think about knowing what that first map is going to look like, and you and I, we both talk about it where I was like, this is the litmus test. What is the quality of this lobby going to look like? What are these rotations going to be, right? Especially when you already have those teams that have qualified from North America out of the lobby, it frees up a lot of POIs such as pop-off power.
Yeah, I think that's a great call out. The other question is, hey, if you're maybe that OP Mark squad, I think they're a great example of this. Some teams just thrive in lower quality lobbies. OP Mark's team, they were second in that lower bracket and then get into grand finals, get absolutely slammed. So I don't know what's going to happen to them today. Yes, it's a lower quality lobby, but it's not low quality. We've got some heavy hitting teams here today, and I think you made a perfect call out. Who are going to be contested off drop? Who have free drop spots because some of the top teams that were contesting them in their finals or lower brackets are out of here, already made it to grand finals. There's a lot of question marks, and maybe, just maybe, even with the subs, teams have completely swapped their strategy and are gonna go for broke here with a high risk, high reward, play edge of zone, and fly and fry. Tiff, any final words before we hop into the very first map? It's finally time for the first game.
Nothing is given and everything must be taken. So drop it into map number 1 and fully send it.
I like it. Map 1, it's here. We're ready to drop into Urzikstan. The last chance to make grand finals, folks. Here we go. All of our players flying into the map. Well, it looks like, Tiff, you and I are going to be dropping in as we are resetting the lobby one more time. Folks at home, thanks for staying patient with us. We're getting everything rocking and rolling, making sure all of our players get in correctly. There is very, very little room for error, Tiff, so we got to make sure it is perfect. Going to be dropping right back into the map here as fast as humanly possible. But excited about this one, Tiff. Excited to get into the first map. We are going to take a very quick break here in the booth. When we come back, drop one should be right around the corner. Don't go anywhere.
time. Welcome back to the Call of Duty World Series of Warzone North America Last Chance Qualifiers. Now, we baited you a few times, but don't you worry, we're about to get underway. And I couldn't be more excited, Ghost, to kind of get back in. Look, we got some, I thought we were leaking some operator skins there for a second. Good thing. Good thing we're not.
No, they're getting into the lobby. We had to show you. Don't worry, they're getting into the lobby as fast as humanly possible. We're going to get this map ready to rock and roll. You know how it is. Sometimes it just takes us a little bit. So, Tiff, we got a chance to talk about a little bit more. Talk about LCQs in an entirety. Again, top 4 making it through 5 maps, and then our wild card map. Everybody wants to make top 4. No one wants to have to play wild card, but when we get there, people are going to get real scrappy and real ratty. I think last time around, we had somewhere around like 40 teams alive going into the 6th, 7th circles. So I'm sure it's going to be a lot of the same. I want to talk a little bit about pacing today, Tiff, because I think LCQs is where things get a bit interesting with the speed of play that is necessary to make global finals. Let's talk about it. You got to get top 4. The score metric is high. You only have 5 games. Do you expect to see the pace of play, the style of play to be high risk, high reward, people just going for gold because frankly you have to?
I think we'll see it in the earlier maps, obviously 1 and 2, right? Because we have 5. So I think you can afford to maybe drop your map early on if lo and behold you do. So I would full send, or maybe kind of try to gear what that quality of the lobby is going to look like on map number 1, and then maybe go hyper aggro on map number 2. That gives you kind of one in pocket just to make sure something, if it does go wrong, we can correct that. Now, granted, you cannot afford to fall early. And a lot of the things that we were chatting about were like, okay, cool, when you've already sent teams on to LAN, what POIs are opening. We know Falcons, they love pop-off power. Well, this week, you know, Rated typically goes Manor, right? Well, they kind of moved into that pop-off power industrial area, and we're really focusing on rotations out from the northwestern side of Urzikstan. And I was like, if you're going to bring that here to the Last Chance Qualifiers, it'll be quite interesting to see how that pans out for them.
Yeah, I think, frankly, a lot of these teams think they're the best here, shouldn't be here, or what have you, and so they're going to ego everything. And so I think that's a great call. I think that Fnatic squad is definitely in this category. Rated's team definitely in this category. If we know anything about that squad, they like to yap and they have a bit of an ego in a good way. All very talented players. I think they're going to fly at everything and dominate this lobby. However, if they go for gold and they miss, they are going to be way out of contention because frankly, you're right. You really only have maybe 1 chalked map. Otherwise, it is so difficult to make top 4 without it. Now, we saw plenty of teams win maps and not qualify, and that was when we had 12 spots. Now we have 4. If you win a map, you have to make it count. You have to find a ton of eliminations. I love a lot of our teams. You just can't win with 8 kills. It's not going to do anything for you. It's not going to be enough. And that's probably the one. Maybe you'll get 2 if you're really, really lucky or very skillful, but you probably only have 1 2x multiplier to play with if you win a map today. Winning 2 maps out of 5 is going to be very difficult in a quality lobby like this. You've got to make it count. I mean, we're talking, we need like a 30, 40 point game. That's got to be way above your average to drag your points up in terms of raw score. Top 4 is going to be super difficult. I expect the metric today, Tiff, and you can mark my words on this. I think the metric between 4th and 5th is likely going to be less than a point. Between 12th and 13th, it was 1.2 points. And so I can only expect to get even more razor thin at the top.
It's true. I mean, I'm just looking at the events that I was a part of recently, right? And I was working, like not working, I was working it obviously, but so was the Fnatic playing in it. Now, they were kind of talking about their averages, and we were looking at games that were north of 30 points at the end of the day, and those were not wins. That was them just focusing on getting those eliminations, getting the points on the board, and the outliers were double-digit games. They were just in the teens, so it was very different, but it helped get them to their points that they needed to. So they're no stranger to racking up as many high point games as possible. And honestly, I just want to see someone that we least expect kind of throw it down here today, Ghost, because we talk about all the subs that came in. Maybe they're going to be super subs. Maybe someone's going to take this day by storm. Only time will tell.
Yeah, on paper, if things repeat themselves from North American Finals, it's going to be Rated, Vexo, Devo, and Sitrep. That's a lot of names that are maybe newer to the competitive scene, and a lot of names you expect to be there may not be. A lot on the line, folks. We're going to redrop into map number 1. Let's get this thing underway.
moments we were just waiting for the most perfect circle that we could possibly get for map number 1 of our North American last chance qualifier. So when we get to see where that plane line starts to head, I'll kind of give you the details. But for now, I was kind of perusing the timeline today, looking at everyone's predictions, because everyone loves predictions. And Super Evan, already locked in for the global LAN, said his top 4 was Fnatic, Rated, Z-Colors, and Tekka with the wild card of Nickel.
Okay, I like those predictions, and it looks like so far so good, folks. Players dropping in. If you want to know where the circle is, the line, where the teams are at, you can go check it out on YouTube. Call of Duty YouTube channels got our always on map feed that then turns to the leaderboard. Super valuable to have this stream up and that stream up. But here's a quick look at that map if you haven't been able to tap into it yet, and look what is wide open. Pop-Off, Power, and Tip, you called it. It's like you know your stuff. Raiders team all alone. Pop-Off with no SSD to contest. They're gonna be feeling good.
They just woke up this morning like, fine, I'll do it myself. I'll be the one that claims Pop-Off Power. And if you've got the majority of that map by yourself up on that northern side, especially with where the plane line was headed, think of all the teams that are going to be rotating on in. Not that many, but for now, the one that's on everyone's mind is the Fnatic roster, kind of separated out by this Opal Palace area. And this is a very typical location for them to drop in.
Yeah, this Opal Palace area is wide open as well for this squad. Nobody even very close at all. So 2 of our top teams, at least in a lot of people's minds, are at the top. So they are wide open, and as we head over to what would be some early contention, it looks like Mop getting mopped up as the seaside area is wide open now for the taking for DSAB. And speaking of DSAB, that's a fun team to watch out for. Talk about a true underdog story. Make it in, because a couple teams drop out going into LCQs, and so we open up one more spot when in theory leaving their last round they thought they were done for.
And that's exactly where this roster steps in, right? Psych, you got Crisscrossed and Tommy. They were a squad that likely wouldn't have gotten to play in the last chance qualifier, but because of all the subs and everyone kind of moving around, they crew into that very final spot. And what a story this would be if Tommy decides to kind of lock it in here today and find themselves in that top 4 or even the wild card. But when you've got that iron sight right there connecting onto Omega, you love to see it, but not necessarily going to push the issue. You got Scythe and Big Man kind of locking down across the way.
Look, if there's anything I know about Warzone, there's always an underdog story. There's always something that surprises everybody. It's not going to go according to paper. There's going to be a team that makes global finals today, mark my words, that we did not expect. There's going to be some of the top Warzone competition out there that will not make. But a fight finally on our hands, slowly but surely trying to find an opening knock, and there it is. Cross goes down. We'll have to trade. They're going to trade at least one out, but I don't know if Sight can clean it up. This is going to be a full loss on the side of Squad 40. He's get out of dodge as fast as humanly possible. May try to make the hero play because, well, it's LCQs. Why not? Goes for the nade, push. Nope, not going to have a chance for it. It goes down.
Yo, there were so many things that went wrong right there, but I almost thought for a second when we kind of slid around and turned, I thought we might have been able to pull that together, even with the shoulder peaks, but we'll check in with them later because Joe Gang on the screen already put in one elimination and just kind of trying to find the angles, the pathways across. Finesse, though, opening things up with that knock onto Oakboy, but Ryder coming back with the trades.
Yeah, talk about a true underdog story. Winning this encounter is a massive boon for this team. Seeded 39th going into this. They were 36th in lower bracket round 2. They sub out one of their teammates and pick up Joe Gang, who was dropped going into this, would have been seeded 2nd with that Vexo team, but was dropped by his team, so he gets picked up by this squad. This squad is one to keep our eyes out for if they start slaying out, because that is a crazy story to go from way down to the bottom of the leaderboard in lower bracket round 2 all the way to potentially making global finals. Watch out. Could be a crazy moment for the history books. But speaking of the history books, looks like we already got a couple teams fully wiped, and I'm looking at OP marked out of here. Looks like Quay out of here. 2 teams out, at least out of the lobby for now, if they can't get back from the gulag.
Well, those gulags are going to be pretty hot this early on, but I love that we kind of had already seen a team clear out Rostava's shots, right? There's just not that many teams that have found themselves up to that northwestern side of things. Another squad that did is maybe that team Mutex landing all the way up in Kotovo blocks have already started to carve their way back in for Sitrep, Exact, Sneely. Teams like this have to kind of navigate through that center of Urzikstan, and depending on where that circle starts to pull in production, I love it with that mini map right there. You can see they've got the majority of that northern side of Old Town to themselves. The teams that are going to be still in Pop-Av rated. Yes, you get that POI to yourself, but what you're not getting are these early game eliminations that maybe you get scrappy with some ground loot and you feel confident with the SMG or the AR that you pick up and you're like, all right, cool, let's throw down. You're not going to get that opportunity.
Yeah, this Team 4, frankly, I think it's bad news that they're so alone. They need kills, and they know it. So that's why they're hopping to the vehicle to rotate. They're going to try to get to a better spot across the river here up towards Pop-Av is where we expect this circle to go. And as we continue to swing around to different teams, Team 5 on your screen. This is Tommy, the now second highest earner in Warzone history, now falling behind Biffle after his success recently at EWC. Needs to make a move to global finals with this kind of new squad. And well, he sends out the 2 young guns from Australia playing in North America this time around, as all of a sudden we swap back over to Joe Gang, and well, our underdog story being cut short quickly by one of our top dogs, Intex Mutex, cut down that Alexander team.
Yeah, they rotate all the way down from that northwestern side, but let's see here about Joe Gang in the Gulag, and then I'll kind of chat about their rotation. You got Sin, BKF on the opposing side. Joe takes some nice, good shots, but unfortunately cannot get the job done. Gets a little windy there in the Gulag. Not sure who let the draft in, but we'll see if Finesse can make their way out.
Yeah, 2 players in the Gulag here. They're going to be hanging out for a little while. Off screen, several fights happening as Old Town is slowly but surely getting more and more contested. You got several teams up in military trying to make their way potentially towards Pop-Up. You never know with these circles. It could pull to the far eastern side, up towards the main, as it were, of Urzikstan, way up there where Dandro lives. But continue with our action as our players rotate heavily across this map, way on the outside. This is south of military. This is Tommy, about to run into this J-Tech team. Seemingly have their sights locked onto him, like via UAV in the air. Spotted 1, no connection yet.
Not sure if I'm excited about this rotation where you're trying to kind of clear out this side. Obs is doing a great job of holding this area because you're going to have that high ground onto that B-Mark roster. Now, you did see just before coming on over here that they were throwing down mortars over towards that team's Stemper to kind of just say, do not push over here. We're kind of preoccupied with this opposing squad. So that gives them a little more uncontested time. Now, granted, as soon as they get into that engagement, there's a likelihood of that third party. So you have to start thinking about your fight timings. For this squad, 10 Lawlet, Super Rob, kind of on that southern side of the zone where the majority of our squads are going to be rotating in. It's the same thing for them. That timing is of the essence, and they've lost the high ground there for Clutch Belkin. Now, how do you navigate around that?
Another X Factor, omit Tenix, a sub onto this squad. A long-standing trio actually subs out one of the players for Tenix, trying to make a move. Unfortunately, a couple C4s do not land where they should. Tenix falls as well. It's all up to Lawlet to run away. This is one of our very, very few console players still in this competition. Readboy, the other, and I think the only other still in this competition, both trying to make global finals. I don't know what are they gonna do if they make land? Are they gonna play on PC or like bring a console or something? I don't know what's gonna happen. Maybe they'll feel like they get buffed if they make globals.
You know, I didn't even think about that. And Tommy here on your screen, the trophy system goes down, but not before that thermite does a little bit of work. The self-res comes in, but now we've got to worry about how do we reset? How do we approach this? Because it's very typical of how Tommy likes to organize his plays, right? Strategic, cerebral, teeny, Obs, Tommy looking for the entryways, and we just get onto the catwalk. Goodbye, accept, and there's a squad wipe.
There they are. They're looking a little bit more in final form right now. I like it. A big take, by the way, on the edge of zone. The problem is they got a lot of work still to ahead of them. Look at all the teams that are having to rotate around this military base area, and this Tommy team is the furthest team on the outside of the eastern side of the map. So they got 1, 2, 3, 4 teams ahead of them, likely able to hold them as the new zone will come in shortly. Watch out, that Tommy squad definitely not out of hot water yet, but that's exactly where they want to be. They want kills. And speaking of kills, this team on your screen, I think they're on like 7, 8 something in total. Looking pretty strong so far.
I see at least 6, and they've got that Stable J Green Doze roster in their sights on that rotation. Well, let's see how it goes. Got to get Almond back on in the fray. And you can see that kind of on the bottom right-hand side and on main of what occurred there. For now, Noob Skullface looking for a reset. They've got plenty of cash, and as they kind of work up that way towards the eastern side of Lowtown, they're getting mirrored. And that's what's scary as that circle keeps pulling on north, and you're trying to hit a reset. How do you do it without forcing yourself into a potential 2v3?
Yeah, what we didn't see here is that Tommy's team rotated way out on the outskirts of the zone all the way to the north side of the military base. So they were south, now they're up north. The problem is still not out of hot water, still along sightline, still a team ahead of them holding. And now that we lose one, here comes the onslaught. Rob, IQ, solidified, pushing the equation, trying to make a move. Teeny on the hold here. They've got a nice perspective looking over. They have to get a knock and a cleanup to make this a free and clear victory to rotate into new. Still getting held. Off screen, what you didn't see, that Fnatic team, Team 12, the team that we expected to be at the top. Sure, 7 eliminations. Unfortunately, they fell in 33rd. They are out of this lobby. Almond in the lobby waiting for the next map.
See, that's what I was telling you. They were getting mirrored on that rotation up, looking for the regain, and you find yourself in a 2v3, that squad mirroring them, Team Z colors. That's the one that Super Ed was like, this is going to be an integral squad to the LCQs, but Teeny falls, Obs back in it alongside Tommy, but we're stacking this staircase, and it's getting a little too mixy for our liking. Obs cannot withhold and suppress while Tommy finishes that plates. C4 is gonna have to do the brunt of the work there, but you don't see a hit marker. Now Tommy, not necessarily in shambles, but this is what makes a good player great. It's these moments where you have to really ice it up in a fight and find that cash to get your squad back.
Frankly, about a step and a half away from winning this full team fight and wiping that number 9 squad there in the salmon color. That's Omega running away. A sub for that team as well. Another X Factor looking to make some waves here today after getting dropped by his team. But Tommy on 3, this team looking fairly strong. The problem is now got to get to a buy station and doesn't have enough cash to get a teammate back. So a long road ahead of Tommy to get back into this map with still 32 teams remaining. We're not even into the first multiplier yet. 1.2x doesn't start till 30th. Long way to go.
Oh, and then you see that prospect knock occurring, right? They just got into some of their first fights over in Pop-Off Power, but DSAV, Collat, CK, they're a squad that's going to be making their way on in. And if you notice, there was one player floating across their mini-map. That's the last member of that team rated squad. A lot of our teams here in shambles early on.
Yeah, we're seeing Lollet get fully eliminated there as well. So a squad, again, we had just shouted out, not going their way here as we near this fourth circle. No. Now 30 teams. We're into the first multiplier, but look at this circle, Tiff. Top left-hand corner of our screen. It is all pop-off all day, and who's been here the whole time? It's been this rated squad. The problem is there are a ton of teams here, and Rated's team gets pushed out and fully eliminated. Just getting here first doesn't mean you're going to be the last team here.
Yeah, when you get your numbers kind of dwindled by the rosters that are rotating in that have already been fighting in this lobby, DSAV, they make a great team call out there to just kind of push that last remaining player. So not only do we have the Fnatic roster down and out, but hopefully Rated squad survives gulags, or maybe they're okay. We'll get confirmation of whether they're full out or not. But you made a comm earlier before this map, right? It's talking about maybe the lower threshold of the lobby because we've already kind of locked in our best teams to land, right? Well, something that you have to think about when it comes to, you know, lower, I hate calling it lower quality, it's just not, but you never know what's going to happen. These teams have everything to gain and nothing to lose. So they're going to be chowing everything. They're going to be making these plays that you just wouldn't expect in a normal tournament, right? Because they have nothing to lose.
Yeah, nothing to lose, everything to gain. Got to make a move and got to make a move now. Some of our top teams fully out. Now, again, go check out that map view over on YouTube here on the Call of Duty channel. I got to say, some of our top teams fully eliminated, Rated, fully out of this lobby. Vexo, Abe, they were second seed. They're seeded second into this competition. That's that number 2. They're out of here as well. Fnatic, gone. We've got Team Grev with Desmond, gone. There's a lot of big teams. We expected to do big things. Not doing it in the very first map. Still 4 more to go after this. We'll see who takes the top spot after map number 1. Several teams in the area. Who's going to strike first?
Well, for now, Sunny, except Rudy, the squad number 6, they're kind of in that lower side of Pop-Off Power, kind of neighboring that coast on the right. Now, the big issue about that right-hand side is you've got that bridge in play, and there is a squad on that bridge, and that's going to be Team Z Colors, the one that's already taken down Fnatic. And if you take down Fnatic in a lobby, you're like, all right, this is my game. And as you can see, the biggest course of action for some of our teams that are working on that rotate on out, I'm talking about Team Tommy from Military Base. You've got to get over here towards the Pop-Off Power side. but it's looking scary because a lot of the prime buildings that I would want to play from have been taken.
Yeah, quick look on the edge of zone here. Still Tommy deep into the zone, being held by a full team. Again, a very long road ahead of Tommy. Not sure he's gonna be able to do hardly anything for it. Does apparently get Oz back, who immediately gets eliminated as well. So Tommy's just gonna hang out here for a very long time, trying to play with a PDS to make a rotation. And now that it looks like Team Impurity has somebody else in their sights, maybe he can make a wrap here. Doesn't have a gas mask. He's gonna come in right behind this team. Should be able to just barely sneak in for now. But frankly, I don't even know if this matters. I don't think Tommy will ever make it to a top 10 situation. However, there is a classic saying, at this point, it's gotta be a proverb of Call of Duty. You never count out Tommy, ever. So we'll check back with him later to see if he can make it. Never count out that man. He always makes it work eventually.
Ooh, and then we get a full north pull here. So squad number 6 on your screen is going to have a massive rotation. You have Team Z colors on that bridge, but something that Team Tommy did, kind of once he got Obs back, Obs made a play to land on the other side of the water. Yes, they kind of fell there, and that's all right. They get the reset. Now Tommy's able to cross the water and hit a regain alongside him. And as soon as I say that, gets picked by Greendos and Ryder. All right, that's the last time I say anything nice.
Look, you never count out Tommy. Unfortunately, that was the rotate of death. There was just no way they were making it through that one. Several teams falling in the kill feed as well, but much except look around the corner. Where will I find my first target? A full team of 3 means all you need is a knock, and then you full send these teams. You need kills, not just placement, and this team certainly knows it. Coming in seeded 6th, an opportunity to make well, frankly, make some waves on the timeline. I think a lot of folks not looking for this team to do a ton today. Certainly could be a team that could win it all if they can piece it all together in the very first map. Put some points on the board early, but here we go. Valid hands, ST on the rotate. Valid, a sub for their team, looking to be an X Factor, unfortunately cut down immediately. Sir Taylor in trouble, likely fully eliminated. See ya, IQ on the other side. One of these squads, I think a lot of folks call them the Underhorse, bringing in to solidify. They could make waves, but they are a very hot or a very cold team. They're either going to dominate or they are going to immensely struggle. Watch out for that trio.
Yeah, and we're still just trying to get in on the northern side of things. You got the remnants of Team Big Man just on the opposite side of the bridge here. For Crafty and Zen, I think they're going to have no problem to kind of wrap up this roster. A lot of damage there, but all right, we'll see if we can connect it. Gotta throw the munitions box down and resupply up on the lethals. But on the other side of things, we sit on accept for so long, but they're finally starting to get into that action gauge. They've got the gas at their backs, nowhere else to go but forward. And that Devo roster out towards their left could throw a wrench into their rotation plan. Wait, actually, we're collapsing on the left side. Go, Sonny.
Yeah, this is a big rotation. This is going to make or break their first map. They're able to get loadout, get resources, get locked and loaded, but there are so many teams in their way, and we continue to pull north. Quick look at the map there. It is all the way at the very top of Urzikstan. I'm talking almost out of pop-off power, even touching the out-of-bounds zone, all right? So we are way up. Everybody's got to rotate up and through. The only teams there, Team 31, Team 4, those are going to be your top 2 teams already in position. That sit rep already there with Exact and Sneely. They went very, very early. And then Team 31, that's going to be Rumble, as you see several teams falling in the kill feed.
Now, there's a really good reason why they went to the north early, that Team Exact. But for now, let's worry about Team JTech. JTech on 4 eliminations, Slide on 3. We're sitting at north of 7, and we finally found ourselves into that 1.4x multiplier. So make it all count, but we still have to move. 1 PDS down being used here. We have a heck of a rotation just ahead of us to that north. And yes, you get to zone early, but what can you do when you have to hold it? You're likely going to have to coexist in some of these buildings in the north.
Yeah, this rotation, they likely go out left and north here to the western side of the zone, and they're going to run into likely that Believe Mutex squad that is slaying out in the kill feed. That is Team 11 in the kind of deep orange. They're in trouble on edge. They're going to run right in and likely third party that team if they can make this rotation. They're going to make it as slow as they can, though, with the PDS, because every place will matter. We're looking at top 10. That's our next multiplier. That's 1.6. It's a big one for a lot of these teams that have a ton of points on the leaderboard already, looking to maximize their kills. You see Team 14, Riaz fully eliminated. Another top team out before the big multipliers, likely not near the top of the leaderboard, going into map number 2. Still a lot of ground to make up, still a lot of work to do, and this B-Mark team going to do everything they can after they lose 1, though. Who is there on the other side, Tiff? It's Exact, already in position, holding that spot. Will he be able to hold on with the high ground?
And they need to. Slide B Mark just trying to delay the inevitable. They're going to have to go for a full wrap, but have not been able to get there just yet. At the very least, make it into that top 10. Get the 1.6x multiplier and let your kills do the work. Unfortunately, you go down just before it. We run out of resources, nothing's left, but look at that Clutch Belk Assault Lovey roster. They start chaining those smokes together to kind of make a Hail Mary run towards the north, and now they're effectively gatekeeping that Sneely roster.
Here we go, squad 26, Stable J destroys brother, made waves on land, trying to make waves here in the final zone. 9 teams remaining. We're in the 1.6 multiplier. Stable J, no kills to his name, but the team has several downs, but not a single elimination. I don't think they're gonna have enough kills to really make a difference on this leaderboard, but they would love to win map 1 to make a statement that they're here to play and here to compete. There are several teams now going to rotate to them. Look at this next zone. It rotates all the way back down into Popov, right on top of that Future Has Game team. Baba Huff is in the perfect position to win it all. We got vehicles roaming the edge of zone looking for any kill we can get our hand on. This Stable J team has a long way to run and a lot of teams in the way, but it's Future Has Game that I've got my eyes on, and they are in trouble because Clutch Belk and Exact both want that high ground position on the other side of the zone.
And here comes that full push by Sitrep and Exact, and they just trying to hold down. Now, you mentioned it, right? Stable J can clutch up on land. Can he clutch up here? Can he pick up some more eliminations, knowing that there's only a potential for 6 more?
Wow.
Also, what is this car's KD? What is this LTV doing here? We are taking it around the building, hitting that final wrap as Exact makes that control of the mobile buy station. They've got all 3 members upstanding. This could be theirs to win.
It's Exact's to win and theirs to lose. They have player advantage, they have position. It's a 3v1 v2, an easy win for them. Make that actually a 3v1 v1. This is theirs in a body bag. They're gonna walk home with a victory. The big question in my mind is how many eliminations do they have? I think they only have like 7. Again, you gotta make your 2x multipliers count. They need both of these kills and the win to make this a decent game, barely above average what we expect the threshold to be. But here we go. C4 is the push coming out. Gonna play trades here. They should win this no problem as long as they don't sell. A couple people floating down below. Now reminder, top 5s are all the same multipliers, so second, third doesn't matter. Looking for the kills here, Tiff.
Starting from the high ground, we're just kind of peeking over the edge, but not for too long to find that information. You wrap up CK, and now it's a 3v1. So here we go, straight onto Oreo season. Regardless, that 1.8x multiplier, and hey, you're almost thanking them for hitting that res to give you those more eliminations, because that's a nice solid 2-point right for you. And even if Get Picked goes out into the gas to try and throw it away, we still claim that elimination. A beautiful map 1 victory there for Sitrep squad.
I gave them a task, Tiff. I said get all the kills and the win, and they got all the kills +1 with the buyback there. That's a total of 10 kills and a victory. Folks, that's a 20-point game. We take those. They're excited, I'm sure, and I think a 20-point game is about minimum what you needed with a win here. Should put them near the top of the leaderboard, if not at the top. And again, they were 4th seed coming in, Tiff, and they don't want to be 4th at the end of this. That is just way too close for comfort. This team wants to win it all.
Yeah, and this was just such a brilliant way to open things up, and I'd love to go ahead and kind of look back at this last stand, kind of bring it on out. You can see Loner, Clown, chowing Oreo season for that high ground. Oreo season wraps that one up, takes that win, gets more eliminations, and a squad wipe there. CK just kind of on that low ground. There's really not much CK can do here, right? Especially when you've got a trio and a solo left, and they know that. They're doing the math at all times. So what you would want in this opportunity here is to look for an easy third party where someone's already done the brunt of the damage, and you can kind of just go in and try to take angles and clean things up. But just by being patient, and even Oreo season, like, what realistically can you do? Do you call in streaks? Do you just kind of try to shake things up? We got smokes in play. But at the end of the day, you know that powerhouse, that player advantage squad is just going to kind of clean it up.
Yeah, you know this Exact team. Their comms were just no scam, no scam, no scam, no scam. Like, let's just play together as a team, spot them out, gets one. They know it's a 3v1. Now here, a lot of players during our other stages of the competition would run out into the gas and not give away points. But at this level of the stage where you got to get top 4, you need every single kill. So even on the off chance that Get Picked could pick off 1 and get the kill, that 1.8x multiplier could be all the difference. Here's a quick look at the victory moment.
Yeah, last one's under. 3v1. I'm laying out waiting. We just hold it. Just literally hold it. On the right. He went left. On me. I'm looking up. Nice. Right, try to shoot this kid. So we get it. Broken. Let's fucking go, baby.
Fucking shit.
Come on.
That's a job well
Good shit,
done.
baby. I know the kills weren't there, you know what I'm saying? But like, we'll take it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
We'll take it, bro.
20 points. Let's go.
Yep.
Well, you heard it. You know, I know the kills weren't there, but we'll take it. And you want to know the exact moment they won that game? Besides the very end, obviously. So they were in pop-off power at one point, and they were one of the first teams that rated squad ran into, Goj. And what does SitRep's team do? Instead of kind of dealing with that entire roster after they maybe got an elimination or two, they kind of went up to the north. They go up to Industrial, and that's where they make their stand for. And then all of the COD gods, RNG blessings, the circle just keeps on pulling to them, and they just stay in control the entire time. And it was just wild to think that them going north kind of saved them.
Yeah, it saved them. And when the one time they didn't get the zone pull, they had a car and nobody's going to shoot at them. So they just roamed around. Let's take a look at what the desk has to say. Taylor Reflections Noble, take it away, my friend, because a big win, but not the biggest.
Not the biggest, right, but it is a win, and it's a great way, I think, to start LCQ. After all, there were a lot of teams, top teams, in fact, who didn't have a good game one. So I'd rather be in the position of getting the 2x multiplier right, getting 10 eliminations, taking the victory, and starting off strong, as opposed to, well, starting off weak, and now you only have 4 games left outside of the wild card map. Dream, an exciting game one, though, and I think a wake-up call for all the rosters, right, getting in there, just wanting to start slaying out. And some slaying out did happen, and off the rip, right, Dream, we took a look at Fnatic, and Fnatic was a roster we hyped up, and rightly so, but they burned out so early.
Yeah, and we were talking about some of these rosters. I mean, we had Raided's team who landed pop-off powder and powder. Power got wiped out early, but Fnatic too, right? We kind of look at that regain scenario and how far they had to push, but that's where the gulags are super important. Sure. And I believe Noobs was the only one to win the gulag. They did recover or try to at Hadipwa Farms, but then that rotation pulling all the way far north, that was troublesome. And also coming in contact with Z Colors as well, that seems to be their team kryptonite. Dandro is, well, that rotation is extremely hard when you have that team on your back.
Yeah, I mean, when you're having to go through that wide open area, kind of pulling up to pop off, it is so tough. I mean, if you are one of those teams who was, like you mentioned, playing the sort of military side, or even down towards Old Town, you have to cross this water, and you have this just like big open gap of wide open space that you have to figure out how you want to play through if you're going to try and get in here to this sort of end zone. So I think we saw a lot of teams get caught because they made their way across the water. That was great, but they didn't want to commit to moving into pop-off. And then you had just some of these teams that were really able to gatekeep kind of there at the end. And that even kind of leans into this, right, Taylor, where like you get to this point where we're even seeing right now where like Stable J is live. This end zone is just wide open. So just so much space between some of these rotations and the end game that really kind of didn't allow players to just hunker down and play their position.
Yeah, they tried to hug those hardcover POIs as long as they possibly could. Obviously, you had one here in the end zone, but for a large portion of the final zones, the moving zone specifically, it was just wide open. Stable J was forced to, take recovery just behind the boulder that was out there. Unfortunately, he doesn't finish off the strongest, I believe, 1 elimination, but it shows that they can last a long time. The only thing for Green Nose, his roster, it was Stable J and Co. I want to see them get a little bit more eliminations, but it seems across the board, nobody really stood out when it came to 20, 30 eliminations that we saw in the finals. So a great game. Still, I stand by it from Exec, SitRep, as well as Sneely. They take game number 1, puts them that much closer, and a team that did not, relatively new, right, when it comes to coming together, Dandro, a team that is looking to make it to global finals, and all 3 of them would be the first time at global finals. So this is a great start as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it. Not a lot of kills, but I look at a lot of intangibles, right? And when you're able to take game number 1, it kind of gives you a real solid confidence boost. You even kind of heard them in a little bit of the comms right after they won. They said, yo, we know this wasn't the most kills, but that's exactly how you want to go ahead and play that game. And I think for them, that was what the important part was. Let's do a little bit of a flashback to lower round 2 for this team. It took them a couple maps to heat up. They kind of were dropping stinker after stinker. And it wasn't until map number 3 that we really saw them come online with that win that let them them kind of coast through it and then try and, you know, be able to get there. So the fact that they're kicking off the day with a win, with not maybe as many kills as they would like, still kind of lets me know that's where their brain is at. It's in that mindset of how do we kind of navigate these end games, because that's where you want your head to be in a lobby like this.
So, Dream, just real quick before we go to break, I wanted to ask you about the Kryptonite once again. You mentioned Z Colors being the Kryptonite of Team Fnatic, you know, Skullface, Almond Noobs. What's going on there? Is there like a deep story? Is it just happening now, or has it been happening consistently throughout the qualifiers?
I mean, at least in that last game, it seemed like it happened twice. But I mean, I'm sorry, I was still actually stuck on the fact that when Dandro said stinker twice, I don't know, did your guys' room just start smelling out of nowhere?
I got a candle lit, Dream, so it's nice in here.
Listen, for some of these teams, though, speaking of stinker, I was just going to point out and highlight Almighty's team, Baba Hoff and Future, with how crazy that zone pulls. Right, that was such a wide open area, but for Pop Off Power, right, they were set up, one of the teams to be set up in that final zone. You almost have to wonder, like, kind of what happened for some of these teams. Regain, recovery, it seems to be hard in those moments. But yeah, no, stinker plays cannot be happening here today, you guys. We only have 4 more maps to go.
4 more maps when it comes to the regular big map play. Of course, the wild card to follow right after that in game number 6. But you're right, not that many opportunities left. You've got to take the bull by the horns and be willing to commit everything and, well, not have any poor games. That's game number 1 done. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll continue with game number 2. And welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty World Series of Warzone North American Last Chance Qualifiers. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Dream Crazy and Dandro. Game 2 is around the corner, but first we have to figure out how Game 1 ended up unfolding. Let's take a look at our standings and see who ends up on top. And was it enough for the crew of Sneely, Sitrep, and Exact to lock in first place, right? And it actually wasn't, so this is cool. Whoa. Dream, I'm gonna pass this talking point to you. Number 1, who are we looking at?
Yo, I shouted them out. It's DSAV, CK, and Colats, the Regimen boys, because that was the other team that we had shouted out, right? That's your team, Quay and them. Yep. But for being number 1, being able to tally up those eliminations, but also getting, you know, a little bit of the placement with it, that's amazing for first.
Yeah, amazing for first indeed. I know Regiment's gonna be proud of that one without question. Dandro, 3rd place IQ and co. You know, a big name, obviously looking to make it to global finals. A chance to do it. 3rd place, they'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, they swap out Dez for Solidify, and obviously whatever they did, it's feeling great. I'm a little bit surprised, though. We got to talk about this. We have our map 1 winners. We're like, all right, hey, pretty solid. You get 10 eliminations. You win the game, 20 points. And they got 3 teams ahead of them. I think that just goes to show how, much sometimes these multipliers can't come into effect where, we're seeing 13 and 14 eliminations, and it even allows you to kind of leapfrog some of these other squads. So that's something we have to keep our eye on as we go through the day. But as I look at this, hey, 7th place, we got Believe, Intex, and Mutex 16.8. A very solid day to have them start, right? We're always kind of talking about consistency when it comes to these teams, and I love that a really decent game number 1 is how they started off.
So obviously Green Does, they made it far when it came to game number 1, but they didn't have the eliminations, only 4, and that's a cause to pause. You need to be top 5, right? Game 1, still very early, 4 more games to go for Big Map, but I am going to be looking at them to step up their slaying out game. Vonbot, Devo Shero sitting in 13th, another heavy hitter that we're watching before. Now, I do notice Colony in 11th there, Dream. Colony, Waldo, Nickel, a trio that could go very far. Pick up 10 eliminations. That's a pretty solid game 1 from them.
Yeah, just need the placement there from them.
Right.
Another shout out too that I wanted to give to T as well, being in 16th place. And I know Danjo had highlighted Swisham earlier. Gotta give some love to T being hopefully one of the only
Yeah.
That's
well. And I look at names that aren't here, right? Well, actually, let's go to them, right? Let's talk about Team Tommy, which don't see Tommy here at all, which is definitely a bit of a concern. Obviously, Danjo, we look at 21, right? Skullface, Noobs, Almonds, only 7 eliminations, which was great because they started off as one of our top elimination leaders, but fizzled out too early.
Yeah, 7 eliminations. You love to have it. I was looking at our map feed and I was like, yo, these boys are cooking really early on. 7 eliminations. That's exactly how you want to see it. I would have been curious, could they have been one of those teams that could have really kind of run the map if they were to make it on through? But Dream kind of made a really great point that it's just a couple of late rotations. It's just tough for them to make it on out. So I love the speed that they're starting the game with. I'd like to see them keep the momentum here in the next map.
Talking about momentum, let's bring in one of our game 1 winners, and let's talk to Exact, who start off very strong, currently 4th place. A big game, 10 eliminations. You did say it at the end. Hey, 10 elims. We weren't there in the slaying category, but we're looking to step it up. But either way, Exact, you're looking good. This is the LCQs. Talk to me what it would mean for you personally to make it to the global stage for the first time.
Yeah, I think it would be huge for all 3 of us. Obviously, me and both of my teammates have never been. We're going to have to do better than map 1. We'll take it. It was nice to get a little bit momentum, I guess. But obviously, like you guys were talking about, we want to up our slaying, and I think we'll do that.
So your roster, you 3 come together. What's the history between you 3, and what was the ideology, right, in forming as this trio?
So we came together, no chemistry. This is my first time playing with both of these guys. So, and for all of us. So it was kind of a last minute throw together. So I think we're all pretty happy with how we've been doing.
Well, with that being said, I mean, kind of with that end game moments, you guys obviously were able to put it together. Walk us through kind of like the comms, like what was it like? Because you saw, I think it was sit rep driving around, like, the zone was pulling so far south. Like, walk us through those final moments.
Yeah, honestly, I think we all took turns like on the wheel right there. It just kind of got a little chaotic, but as you saw, somehow we pulled it through.
I mean, in one last little quick here, my guy, obviously it took a little bit for you guys to heat up in lower round 2, winning game number 1. That's a great way to do it. What was different between then and now to kind of prep for the day?
Honestly, I think we just been focusing heavily on our rotations. Like for that zone specifically, we had to rotate across the entire map. And so that's why the kills didn't really get to come for us, because we were trying to heavy prioritize just making it there and setting up for giving ourselves a good chance. So that's why, again, like it was a super low kill game, but I don't really expect that to happen for every single map,
Fair enough. Exact. I wish you the best of luck. I believe you're getting ready for game number 2. You've got 3 more maps, or 4 more maps, I should say, excuse me, to secure top 4. I wish you the best of luck, brother.
Yep. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it.
Of course, exact. There it is. No chemistry coming into it. They formed relatively quickly, but man, they're making it look good. They just got to pick up those eliminations. Let's bring in our casters for game number 2. Keep the ball rolling. Spider, Tiff, Goj, I'm ready to see who's going to finish at the top after game 2. So I'll have you all tell the story.
All right, well, let's do it. I mean, Goj, bring it in, right? Hopefully a little, we can just kind of see it. But to be fair, it was really good hearing from Exact there. And honestly, very humble. And you can tell he is just locked in, right? Especially after that match win and finding themselves in 4th place. We were talking about averages just before map number 1. And that's very on par with what we were assuming.
Yeah, frankly, they were the benchmark. They were 4th coming into this from a seeding standpoint. And they are 4th after game 1 with a victory. They know what they need to how to score more points, and I can only expect that they do that here in the next couple maps. They were the benchmark before, now, and maybe forevermore. Who knows? Maybe they end up in 4th at the end of the day, Tiff, but I am excited to get into map number 2, and I think there was something extremely important in what he said. Because of the rotation we had to take, there weren't a ton of kills for us to find until the final moments. That is going to be the story of a lot of these teams. A lot of these teams that are avoiding a lot of fights in the mid game are going to come up short when it comes to points. You need a lot of points to make top 4. You see it, 20 points gets you 4th right now. Maybe that'll drop a little bit, but I'm just excited to see maybe, just maybe, some surprises happen in making global finals.
That's true, but honestly, the team with the highest eliminations there, Goj, only had 14. A couple with 13, but that team almighty TJ, like 14 eliminations, they had 7. That's the current top player with the most individual kills. But only 4 more maps to seal our top 4.
Well, if map 1 was the litmus test, it came off extremely acidic, Tiff. I'm talking like a 1. It is getting wild. Not a single favorite is at the top of the leaderboard. Let's hop into map number 2.
Your favorite is not in the top 4. I need y'all to sound off in chat. Give them all of the energy that you can possibly muster, because while we're centering up that first circle over Urzikstan, our plane line going from that farthest southwest up towards ending in military base, and let's see if we witness any changes. We talk about those rotations, but a lot of same that we've been witnessing, right? That rated roster that started in Power is gonna lock it in there, but for your team that won map number 1, Team Sitrep on the screen, locking it into Riverside. This just goes to show you where they start versus where they ended up by Industrial.
Yeah, it's such a great shot. He said they had to move the entirety of the map, and it certainly is close, right? Up here on the kind of north side of City, had to make a wide, long rotation all the way up to Pop-Off, so it looks like they're fairly uncontested now, which doesn't bode well for some of those early kills they want. So it seems like there's several pieces of action on screen. And Alexander squad, pretty solid, strong map 1, not too bad, and seems like they are only contested right now by that Ryda team, who we are expecting big things from. Ryda, a little bit of a chance for redemption, being able to play in LCQs.
I do love a good redemption, but for now, turn your attention back up towards that military base side of things, that roster. Now, we saw this occur, a lot of early action for Tommy Syke and Crisscross, but we're looking for angles there onto the roster just on the other side of them. It's going to be, let's see, Erase, Solidify, IQ. A scary, formidable team to go up against. So you're going to have to figure out a way to rip one off an angle and skew that number into your favor.
Yeah, I don't know that they're going to find it without loadout as well. So the long angle held by a Bruin with a couple attachments. Seems like the first shots have gone out. Both teams aware of each other's presence, but who will strike first? Could be here for a while. Tommy not wanting to show first blood. Again, this is kind of where you set the tone for your map. If you lose 1 here, lose 2, maybe all 3 go to the Gulag. Stabilization blender all map long. And you got Crisscross. Is certainly not breaking any ankles right now, just holding some of these long angles. Bruin in hand, connects for a few. And right now, here comes the push. Top of the building. Eyes set by their long anchor. Finds one down below. Crack shields both ways. Tommy falls. Not the way you wanted this encounter to go. Not the way you would like to take this fight as Syke. You lose your anchor as the team swings back onto your solo. They read this team like a book.
Yeah, my only qualm here is that I feel like Sight could have hopped this res immediately, right? No one's got angles on them. They're on the low ground. IQ is trying to parkour back up, and yes, we're baiting it. But it's like, okay, cool. Someone's gonna have to full send this ladder, but not before the timing is of the essence. We drop one, and we get the shields cracked on another, but we still end up in the gulag.
Flawless. I don't know if Dez sub out was the right move or not, but I gotta say, with solidifying this roster, they look like a totally different team. Something is working, and maybe it's just reps and time in at this point. That was a perfect execution. They broke down that team limb from limb and sold them for parts to some droid army. I don't know what they're doing, but right now it is working. Top 4 as we swing over to a team. A lot of folks expected to be there, but not quite. Just outside of the top 5, inside of top 10. This team dropped very early.
They did, and when you think about it, that map number 1, they had 12 eliminations, but to fall this early, Tommy just kind of separated back, trying to hold that anchor. It's going to cost a lot of time to try and get that res off, and unfortunately does not come through, finding themselves in the gulag, and now, well, actually, wait.
Right back.
Okay.
That was a quick right back into the lobby. Not sure what happened to the Gooch or what have you, but Tommy right back into the mix. Might have already been to the gulag, so as he fell, they immediately bought him back without even a second for time, because they cannot risk being pushed. But as we swing over to another fight, back into the mix, we've got T, a sub for this team. Swapping teams. There are all types of roster mania. We broke down the top of show. Go back and watch it during a break. Icy Scopes, a sub for this mop squad. The battle of the X Factors, who will get the better of each other.
All right, so here we go, just kind of working on up, and yeah, we do get that gulag down on that bottom right-hand side, and he was just like, see ya, sure. I'm going back to Urzikstan. You can stay down there and try to whatever you gotta do. That explains the quickness. Yeah. That explains it all.
Doesn't even waste a single bullet, just sprints for the zip and gets out of there. That's funny, but yeah, this fight is a weird layer cake where you got a couple different angles you have to fight from. Does make a push and opens up the window, but unfortunately almost gets cut down. Very well executed to get out over this wall so they don't lose their life. And now they're going to sprint out of here. I think this is the right call. If this Isoscopes team can full wrap out of here, this fight's going to take like 5 minutes, Tiff, if they would have stuck on top of that building. They know they got work to do, and right now they're just wasting time. You need a ton of eliminations. Right now, the metric per game is 20 points as we see several teams being eliminated, several fights happening, and here's one of them. Grev in trouble, goes down as you see that Sway team push forward.
And it might keep skewing more northbound. Grab Dez in the gulag. Sin trying to make that last stand, but can't do it. Sunny, Rudy, except on your screen. Now, this was one of those squads that was finding themselves in a lot of power positions in that first map, but was really not getting into the engagement. So to already kick things off, and you can see that Fnatic roster on the opposing side. Skullface to the gulag.
Yeah, that is brutal. Now, we didn't see the total team tally tick down, which means we know they're in the gulag. They are not fully eliminated. If you're a big fan of the Fnatic team, here they are. Here's the gulag look. Couple players in the gulag, a couple players getting back. News wins that without even hardly losing a single iota of health. Right back in. They're fine, but a frustrating start for a couple other teams. You see that Super Rob team get fully eliminated as well. Fnatic back into the stabilization blender. This is much more reminiscent of NA finals than it is EWC.
All right, well, rated first time on main here. Over in power, they've got that colony. Watch Waldo, Nickel squad on the other side, and just trying to find that angle, right? Playing along these fence lines, and when you start throwing in these smokes and these mortars, things get very hectic, but you just have to find that information and do what you can, because it's still very open. You're on that inside of the ring here, and sure, people are going to want to push this area, but for now, this is very isolated.
Woo! Nice shots from Colony. Does get traded out from Mayapo, one of the top slayers in the game. When things are going their way, this team is one to watch out for. A lot of folks' favorites. They should win this fight, but not without losing a bit of blood. Rated, fully eliminated, which means Mayapo, Prospect have to make a play here on Waldo, and Nick Cool still lurking around the far right-hand side. Nick Cool is their IGL. He's got to be yelling at Waldo to back up and get back to him. It's a true 2v2, and this might be a massive breakdown from that rated squad against Nick Cool and Waldo. A great IGL call means Prospect is in trouble here, Tiff.
Yeah, with Nick Cool on the high ground like that, just taking those angles, it really breaks down a lot of that. So Prospect kind of deciding to disengage and try to pull it back to a more favorable position. And that is going to provide a lot of room for pursuit. Rated, though, still up and at it. We're just waiting to see, can Mayapo come back from the gulag? And then we have the utter breakdown. Rated fully eliminated. Mayapo and Prospect on must-win gulags.
Yeah, this is brutal for a lot of teams. You can already notice 3 squads fully eliminated out of that lobby. The question is who? Team Grev, Desmond, Grev, Sin out of this lobby. 0 points to their name besides maybe a single elimination. But Mayapo is trying to make sure that they're not the next team. As you see, Finesse's squad fully eliminated out of this lobby. 36 teams remaining. Things are starting to heat up, and Mayapo makes it look easy. Right back into the map he goes.
All right, well, if Prospect wins here, it makes things so much easier. I mean, he's got a ton of cash for the regain. Just need to kind of deal the finishing blow here to Rob Easy, but we're focusing on that reload. Get all the bullets you can. Slide, keep those concrete barriers, but the prone and the dead center, the smokes, this is just a legendary breakdown. We're talking the squad that came in first seed, just barely hanging alive.
1.2 points away from already having a ticket to global finals. Now struggling here in our LCQ. Still a lot of ground that they can run, but it's slowly getting smaller and smaller. The runway is, well, not very long in LCQ. It's only 5 games total. And the first map wasn't great. And game 2 certainly not looking great either. Collapse squad, DSAV, again, on paper, shouldn't be here. A spot opened up, they got in, and they're at the top of the leaderboard. Talk about Warzone craziness. This is what always happens in Warzone competition. There's always an underdog, and apparently this DSAV team is an underdog for the beginning of the tournament, but not for now, as we swing back to some more action.
Oh, Sir Taylor here in the building, trying to take angles, but you've got Leonard, Clown, Little Mario looking for a play. They know someone is here, but they just have to lay eyes on him, and immediately throwing that trophy system down before the push, and well, not much you can do there for Sir Taylor.
Okay, Little Mario, I see you. Edge of zone, though, still a lot of ground to run here as we make this big rotation. You can see they are way over by Outpost, way over by Cargo. They're gonna have to run through Cargo, nearly isolated on that far western side of the map as we swing over to a couple more teams deeper inside the zone. We are headed to Old Town, Low Town area. The question is, where will the final couple circles be? Everybody having to cross the outskirts of the rivers that surround these 2 POIs, coming from City, coming from Cargo, coming from Popov. His Vonbot team is spread thin. Maybe just Vonbot alive. Taking a look at the map view here, it looks like maybe... Yeah, it looks like Devo, the only other player, and likely floating or somewhere else on the map. Vonbot in deep trouble. Dominated in lower bracket round 2 and said, I want scrims. This wasn't even a competition. And then really struggled in the finals and seemingly struggling here today again.
Yeah, I love that we were preemptively throwing those smokes to try and cover our angles, but by that time, the likelihood of you've already been live pinged and just kind of continuously tracking through that, it's really unfortunate. You do still have 1 member of your team up, but we do see that full reset in the background there of that team rated squad. Before we get there, though, turning tides back to Bizarre. That Team Tommy squad on the opposing side. Reed Boy gets cut down from the high ground. Tommy trying to crawl back to Teeny, but not before Obs puts the finishing touch. OP Mark squad, man. It's so tough.
See you later, OP Marks. They thrived against lower quality lobbies. Apparently this one not lower quality enough. Goes down early. I think 33rd. I think they're fully eliminated. I'll get a fact check on that as soon as I can. But Tommy's team wiping up the edges of the lobby and slowly making their way in here over by Bizarre. Now there's only 1 team over here in Farms. That's Team 14. That's the only squad that can contest them here in the next minute or 2. That's Attract, Colors, and Riaz. And they're just now buying back their teammates. So this Team Tommy has a nice position to wipe up Farms and maybe cross a bridge straight into Team 7, which will be that Team B Mark team that's going to be lurking and waiting for the rotation. So yet again, Team Tommy hunting edge of zone, working their way in and have to fight through some of the teams that are going to try to hold them.
It's gonna be a really tough, right? When you've got B-Mark in 9th place, you've got Z-Colors in 10th, and Tommy in 13th, all coming in from that right-hand side of things. Now, when you do have that squad that's on that inside of the circle, you have the mobile buy station there to kind of protect. And a lot of teams in that area could look to rotate and make a play for that, but not before it's defended. We do see that regain occur over on that northwestern side of Old Town. That's gonna be team rated. And even then, we see Mutex, Intex, Believe kind of in this big fight on that northern side, the top of Old Town. Now, they've been landing on that northwestern side and kind of continuing this rotation in. With the Mutex on 2, I would love to see them get some more because they're just on that outskirts of top 4.
Just on the outskirts of top 4, you saw that green 5 on that map view. That's that Tommy team that had to either rotate up north or south to rotate to the west into our POIs of choice, which is Low Town and Old Town right now. This Believe squad, again, a top contender, a team that a lot of folks have on the prediction list. A lot of folks assume to be maybe third, fourth in this competition. Still got a lot of ground to make up, but seemingly things are going their way this time around. About 7 eliminations between the 3 of them as they address this Fnatic team that has barely been able to restabilize and find their footing in this map. Fnatic only on 4. This is a battle of some of Warzone's finest. Here over by Fire. This could be a big one, especially where they're located on the map, Tiff. Up by Opal, here on the north side of our zone. This is going to open up a window of opportunity to make it to end the game. There is a gigantic runway all the way to what would be the final circle if they can take out their opposition. It's a question of who moves first.
It's true, and a lot of the circles that we see in this area do tend to pull toward the northern side. Should it be that, this is going to be such a priority rotation for them, because just south of these buildings that they're controlling, there's still a zip in play. So it's going to be dangerous to try and make a move for that, but you could also decide to kind of just axe it down, deny other teams, because these fights that we typically see between Fire and this culmination of buildings over here, they get drawn out. But what Fnatic is doing is they're starting to close the gap. They want to get that distance and take control of this Team Mutex roster. And with Almond grabbing that knock on to Believe, that's kind of the opening war cry for that Fnatic roster.
Signal flare in the air. Are you going to full 3 push in and risk the 2v3? I certainly would. The problem is we've got Skullface way on the other side of the building, likely covering the retreat maybe from this Mutex team. Here they go, trying to make a wrap here with some smokes. To readdress this fight from another angle or maybe push the anchor. Skullface is lying in wait but can't quite get shots down on this duo. They're able to make it into this next building. They've completely avoided the gaze of the Fnatic team. Fnatic's more worried about attracting colors rotate again. Finally, Skullface spots him out, but it's too late. Mutex team out of here. They're going to take the zip and leave likely, or head underground to rotate out. A missed opportunity for a full team wipe as they lie in wait for a potential another.
And there's only going to be so many opportunities to be able to hit that buy station back unless you have a mobile that you can throw. Now, granted, that's going to take time, and teams are going to want to shoot that out. So we consider that a victory there for that Fnatic roster. The issue with that is they were only able to grab 1 elimination before that team runs away. I do see an opening knock on to attract. The full doesn't come through, and it does decide to center on up Overload Town. Now, chat, if you guys want layer cake end game action, we're about to be in for a treat.
Yeah, this is a quick aerial view of that Old Town side. All of these teams having to rotate into Low Town. All of these teams likely going to fight each other as they rotate in, and only a couple teams smart enough to rotate very early. It's Rated already out of Dodge and into the new, coming in from Old Town. The first team there, which means they likely will be able to hold a lot of these squads. This aerial cam is showing us where all of these teams are located. You see Schween way on the right-hand side, lurking and waiting, doesn't have a team to really fight with, as the full team of 3 solidify IQ and Arrays. Really the only team that can make waves on this side of the map, trying to find a couple eliminations, and they're able to do it at least on 1, picking up Magoo. That is a full team wipe, by the way, on that Magoo team. Future has game out of here as well. We're into the 5th circle. Our Gulag long gone, and only 24 teams remaining. All of these kills certainly going to pay off, as you see Mutex getting right back into the mix, even with 2 finding a couple eliminations.
Ooh, we'll check it in here with that Oreo season roster. Did see them into the end game of map number 1. So we know they're relatively consistent there, but currently sitting on 6th place overall in the leaderboard with 15 eliminations. We'll check back in with them later, because Lowtown, it's about to get mixy, and J-Tech, B-Mark, Sly. We knew they were into the top 10, but you're going to have to stay alive for just a little bit longer and look for some more squad wipes. And speaking of squad wipes, did you check that kill feed there, Ghosh? Did you see what I see? Team Tommy down and out.
A lot of top value teams getting fully eliminated, and it's all about the top 4. This Dame Different squad, we're in trouble for a moment here. You see that Mutex team, by the way, with the duo. They found some early engagement. They found kills, but unfortunately can't find the placement. They've fallen 21st out of the lobby as well. Some of our top teams fully eliminated before any sizable multipliers. We're just now into the 1.4x. That Mutex team didn't even get 1.4. They got a 1.2. We are in trouble if we're dropping 2 maps out of 5.
we're in shambles. And, you know, a lot of that started when they hit that disengage from the Fnatic roster. Fnatic ends up running into them again. They get all those eliminations, but then you kind of see in some utter breakdowns of a lot of our top teams as they're working their way into Lowtown. And this squad, yes, we still have to figure out how we're going to cross that waterway, because everyone is going to be looking at you. And do you PDS play it? Do you try to stock up 7 smokes? Like, what are we going to do to cross this water, because everyone is moving ahead of you?
By the way, exact sit rep Sneely fully eliminated as well at about 19th place. So maybe they found more kills than they did last time, but certainly not a better placement or even rivaling their first map win. We will see a new winner in map number 2, and I don't know it's going to be this squad. Way out on the edge of zone, a full team of 3 pushing them. Here comes Rob, here comes IQ. Watch out, Colony 2K in trouble here with Waldo. Going to be pushed by a full team of 3. What can they do with the PDS? Not a ton of resources, not a ton of plates. Frankly, not a single plate to the side of Watch Waldo. In trouble in the gas and gets eliminated with a nasty wipe and a wrap from Solidify. I'm telling you, this IQ Arrays Solidify team is looking strong, but they still have a lot of ground to wrap here. Look at the rotation they have to make. They lose 1 in process. They got to go over the water or over the bridge. It looks like they're going to do a little bit of both.
Look, as soon as we get over this, because you think about it, they're already into the top 4 here. You can see it on the right. They're in 2nd place with 28 points. Now, with 16 squads remaining, even if we can just make it into that top 10, can we secure a 1.6x multiplier? They've been in fights since the very beginning, kicking things off over in sub base, and now we're looking to kind of see if we can gatekeep that little Mario roster, but we have to worry about our flank now, because here comes all the incoming lethals and utility from this squad, and we don't have a lot of angles to work with.
Big push from Clown. Mario pushed the equation when you have the advantage. Very well executed to grab another team wipe and a couple more kills to boot. Here's a quick overhead look at our new zone. We head deeper into Lowtown. Everything on land, no more water to play with, as this Fanatics team is just holding on by the skin of their teeth. They have been just waffling about this map. We're going to take a quick listen into this duo and see what they're able to pull out here in the final moments of map 2.
Oh, I need a corner bottom, just in a fucking corner bottom.
Inside.
One. That kid's a solo, okay?
You're 12th right now. He's getting held, that solo.
Yeah. He went back outer.
You. Yeah.
Above you.
Behind you.
Yeah, you need tents if you can get it somehow. Come on. Oh, bro, that one's just ratting for the placement.
Dude.
Skull just play down next time. He didn't.
Holy gosh. We need 10th, and they're the 11th squad to falter. For now, let's keep our eyes on kind of what's occurring here in Lowtown. You've got Twitty with that ultimate high ground. That Green Nose Freddy, Stable J roster is still reaping benefits, but Clown, Little Mario, we already saw them kind of eliminate 1 squad. Clown's on 5. Could be the big game that they need to take over the top of the leaderboard if we can stabilize. That circle pull not in their favor at all.
Yeah, they're just so deep inside of gas. I mean, there's a lot of PDSs being burned here before we even make it to our new zone, and the only team inside that new zone is Squad 7. You see B-Mark, J-Tech lighting up the kill feed right now, holding down that edge of new. You see Fade's team fully eliminated. B-Mark squad is hanging out in the gas, way out on the other side, and they've got 1 roamer up into the mix, but this is the fight at hand, way deep in the gas, fighting for not only position, multipliers. They need a kill here. They need a full wipe. We're looking for top 5 for the 1.8x. They got a ton of kills to boot, and they're going to hang on to it. There it is. They've secured it. We lose Icy-Scopes, which means we get top 5. Now Low Mario and Clown just have the rest of this map to play around with. Get as many kills as you can. You're not going to win, but with like a couple more, and it's not like you're going to get any.
Not the swing into a full squad Ryda and Picnic on that opposing side. We do have selfs, but we do not get them to come through. Down to the final 3. That Dame different roster we were hanging in with, Stable J and Freddy, and Slide and B-Mark have to come off that high ground. We jump on down. You see that 1v1 with Freddy. Freddy takes it. Slide now down and out, and Freddy and Stable J have reunited on up. The 2v3v1.
Dame different cleans up the bottom squad and doesn't lose a player for it. They've got player advantage. They've got an opportunity to win it all. Dame gets 1. Dame looking for the 2nd. They get Stable J and they win it all. They get 21st in lower bracket round 1. Sneak into the next competition because a team drops out and then they win map 2. Right now, LCQ is the story of the underdogs. A massive victory for the Devious Gaming squad. Very well done by this trio.
Look, that has got to feel so solid. My only concern is how many eliminations did we pull through that? Because we sat on this roster for quite some time right before a lot of those final rotations come through. So let's go ahead and kind of zoom on out, because they are coming from that opposing side where 3 teams are just toppled on over there. You have Little Mario Cloud, you have Oak Boy and Picnic. So these rosters that are kind of trying to finesse their way through the gas, they pick up a couple of those eliminations. And then we see that big jump down by Slide to get an earlier read. Had Slide won that initial 1v1 onto Freddy, this could have been just a bit different.
Yeah, and frankly, I think this B mark, maybe if he would have saved on some PDS, he rotated so early to this new zone, it was out of resources in the final fight. If you could have saved 1, B mark probably picks up 1 or maybe 2 there in the final moments, and we know the difference. 3.6 points, if you can get 2, can change the tide of battle when you're looking just for top 4. But the final kill and a final victory, Dame Different has got to be feeling different after map number 2. Again, an underdog of all underdogs, barely made it into lower bracket round 2, and then barely made it to this stage, but is here and is going to be near the top of the leaderboard after that one. The question in my mind, how many kills, how much was it multiplied by, and where is everyone else? Where is Fnatic? Dropping 11th is a huge frustration. Top 10 is a 1.6x multiplier. Could have been the difference for them to make global finals. This Fnatic squad's got to show up in these final 3 maps.
A lot of squads that we had in our predictions or that we thought would be in our top 4 just not seemingly being able to find their flow just yet. And we had already talked about it, Goj. You cannot afford to drop any map.
Yeah.
So let's get our desk back in, because I'd love to hear their thoughts on what's been occurring.
Yeah, love the quote, by the way, Goj. You know, when it comes to LCQ, a story of the underdogs, right? This is the final chance to make it happen. I think for a lot of teams, the old guard, as you called it during, I believe, NA finals or EMEA finals, was, you know, the old guard is moving out, the new guard is moving in. Warzone has never been this competitive as it currently is, right? So you've got to be on the lookout for each and every team, even if you've not heard about them in the past. Let's take a look at our highlights, and we start to paint a picture of some teams that, well, started off a little bit slow, but also some decent performances. Dream, we go to you first. Rated Prospect Meapo, how did they look?
Yeah, I mean, they had a great recovery just from those opening engagements, as we saw kind of at pop-off. It was Nick Cool and co, right, who took them down. And even right here, as we saw kind of like the repositioning from those IGL plays from Nick, it was right here where Prospect got dinked. And yeah, they fell kind of early, but the regain in those moments, you guys, are super crucial. And that's what makes them a great team to even still be able to carry on in those final moments.
Yeah, going against Nicole Waldo in that moment, forced to back away. But you, like you said, right, the regain is incredibly critical, especially when, Dandra, you go to zones such as Old and Lowtown, right? A zone that we haven't seen, at least to my knowledge, purely on those 2 locations when it comes to the World Series of Warzone broadcast for this year.
Yeah, it's a really weird zone, Taylor. I mean, when you kind of think about it, if you're one of those teams in the center, you're feeling good, you're feeling great, right? But if you're any of these teams that's kind of pop off power into the west, it can feel really awkward. You have to make that push in from cargo, over the water, through ruins to kind of even just try and make it to land. We even saw Fnatic was one of those teams that was trying to be able to do that. But what happens is it forces like so much of the lobby to kind of play this northwest side of zone. I'm sitting here looking at our map view and I'm like, southeast is wide open. There's like one team here. Everybody was playing the northwest, and that's why when you're kind of looking here through some of our highlights, why it was just fight after fight after fight, and teams were just going to kind of get picked off left and right.
Picked off left and right is what happened, especially towards the end. This trio, famous Dame Souls, who ended up taking the victory. Again, the underdog stream looking to make good on their performance here during the LCQ. The question is, though, obviously, that we all have is like, how many eliminations did they get? Because first place doesn't guarantee you the top of the leaderboard. That was represented by Sneely, Sitrep and Exact just a little bit ago, but finishing in 4th place with 10 eliminations. So Dream, great victory, shows good promise about what this trio could do, but if they don't have the eliminations, it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, got to carry some type of consistency. But I mean, even being a trio that, you know, you didn't necessarily qualify, you get that opportunity to make it in. Anything can happen, even just playing spoil alert. So to being able to take a win, you got to be proud of yourself. Hopefully carry that momentum into the next game. But that's the name of the game here. Consistency is key. And you guys, I mean, we're already what, halfway? Well, we're pretty much almost there, right? We only got a few more drops left. And oh my gosh, you can't fall behind on the leaderboards now.
Yeah, I was tuning in the repolls just a little bit ago, obviously doing the watch party. A lot of watch parties. Shout out to everyone who's, you know, supporting the stream and supporting really the scene. Love the watch parties and the insight that they give. Each and every one of you is very unique in that regard. But, you know, he was saying, man, I wish there was more games. The fact that we only have 5 games for Big Map, right, for the LCQ, and then 1 wild card is just crazy because... Dandro, 40 teams enter, 5 teams, right? Only 5 get a chance to go to global finals from the stage, but they knew their position when they didn't make it through the NA finals. It's just the way that it goes when it comes to competition. One team, though, Dandro, that I do want to talk about that has been playing very well. It is at the upper echelon of the leaderboard, and that's Clown and the crew. I believe Loner being the sub, correct, coming in for this roster?
Yeah, Loner comes in for this roster, and it's kind of a last-minute sub. And, you know, Loner's been around in the Warzone community for a while, okay? So I'm excited to see this sort of sub come in. It's one of those that maybe it'll work. You bring out Fried, you pull in Loner, and, well, I was actually, to be honest with you, this is when I was looking at the list, I was like, I don't know how I feel about this team. That game just kind of gave me a lot of confidence for them. Their positioning was really good, but it was kind of the thing to me. We kind of saw that fight that happened over towards that dock side where they just push on through and just absolutely slam that team. Playing with confidence like that and having just that gun skill in your back pocket feels really good. They were putting up some solid eliminations. They made it deep into that lobby. That's kind of one of those games that, like, yeah, you didn't win it. That's A-okay. But to have the eliminations you had and then make it deep into that multiplier, you're feeling good. That's one of those games that's going to help you really jump up the leaderboard and really put yourself into contention when we get ready to go into game number 3.
Well, jump up the leaderboard. Let's find out if Cloud and his crew with the eliminations did jump up, in fact. And yes, they're going to be in first place and by a decent margin, right? Just under 10 points that over IQ, who we had a discussion about when we looked at the standings after game number 1. Big talking point as well. The underdogs who take game 2, Team Dame different, right? Famous, different, Zols, end up in 3rd place. From what I'm hearing, they got 13 eliminations. So only 4 games, or only 4 when it comes to game number 1, but 13 in game number 2, plus the 2x multiplier puts them up in 3rd place. Good on them for doing so. Drew, we go down the list. Who else do we notice?
Yeah, and I was gonna say for them, for Dame Different, like that's crazy because they had 25th on that game 1 and then taking that win and able to solidify a 3rd place is crazy from that jump up. But Team Green Does, right? 5th place.
Yes.
We had to give him a shout out from that swap with Stable J, you know, for Yeeboy. But in those final game moments, we did find them in, you know, placing in really well in that top 5. So for them, that's pretty good. Also, Team Mutex too as well, being in that 9th place spot, keeping that consistency too. And Beat Mark, Dandro, you shouted out them too as well. They've always been in those final end game moments.
Yeah, really solid kind of performance of them so far, but looking down through kind of into this lower sort of page on some of the teams that maybe we would expect to be towards the top are Exact, Sitrep, and Sneely. They had a great map number 1, only 2 eliminations in that game, going down very, very early. Picnic Basket, Oak, and Rida, only 13 eliminations across these first 2 maps. Has me a little bit confused, but 18th, guys.
Yes.
Fnatic,
jumping up.
Skullface, Noobs, and Almond. You only got 5 maps here. This is not a team that wants to rely on getting that wild card. This is the make or break moment.
It is, and they did jump up because I believe they were on this page just a little bit before, which we will notice. Rated Prospect Mayapa are there. They were a talking point. I think they were on the last page going into it, but jumping up to 18th for Team Fnatic, a big gap, 20 plus points to get up there in the top 4, and that's just even if the other teams aren't even getting any more. But you know, I really do hope they make it through today. But obviously frustrations during that listen-in, right? They were kind of saying, man, everybody's just ratting up, going for placements, and well, you could tell their mindset is, yeah, placements are there, but they also want to get in your face and slay out. Maybe there needs to be an adjustment. There's only 3 more games to get it done. A lot can change without question. Let's talk to one of our game winners, though. Game 2 winner, I should say. Dame Different, bringing him in. Great to talk to you, man.
Sir.
So, game 2 winner, 13 eliminations. I believe 3rd place, if I'm not mistaken, 3rd or 4th place. That's got to feel good. Tell me about your story when it comes to Warzone.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we're basically DVS. We started like a gaming team back in Verdansk, like a bunch of group of close friends and everything. We started competing, running 2v2s, and we was like, you know, why not? Let's go for a World Series this year. We haven't played in we basically didn't play Caldera really, so we like, let's come back, make a run, let's see what we can do. And we're here, baby. We're here.
Hey, you're here. More than here. Actually, you dominated game number 2. Congratulations on that. You got 3 more games to obviously solidify your top 4 placement so you can move forward to global finals. What would global finals mean to you? We called you the underdogs, right? Because we're always talking about Fnatic and other big name rosters. What does it mean to you to be the underdogs that potentially could be the big dogs on the global stage?
You know, we love being underdogs. That's, you know, that means you just got to come here and prove everybody wrong, you know, showcase your worth, let them know, you know, you're here to play, you know, we're not here to come just lay down, and we're here to win. We're here to win. We came to win. Most importantly, we came to have fun, but we're here to win, though. We're here to win.
You gotta have fun when you're competing, right? Always keeping that energy up and the vibes up. Speaking of which, just from that game number 1, you guys were in you guys got 25th. Obviously, not the best performance, but going into that game 2, able to take that. What did you guys change? Like, what was the comms the communication? Like, what did you guys need to do in that game number 2 where you're like, yeah, we're winning this?
To be honest, our whole problem, the whole World Series, was just having comms, being talkative, just talking. So the last game, we were really just being patient. Like, let's get to zone. We already know most of the kills coming in game. We don't have to force anything early in the game like we were usually doing. Just keep the comms and energy high. Energy is everything when it comes to this. So in game was just all energy, vibes, screaming. 1 down, let's slide, let's push, let's go. It's just energy, comms, and vibes. But yeah, as long as energy up, we here.
Dude, I love the energy. I mean, I'm even right through here. I'm loving it, dude. Talk to me about your 2 teams.
Come on.
I'm turned up, but you got me turned up, man.
Right? There we go.
Right there with you.
Ready.
Okay.
Hey.
I want to talk a little bit though about your 2 teammates, right? Because you're kind of hyping them up, right? This is a team game. You guys are having to gel. Talk to me a little about the roles, your 2 teammates. What are they bringing to this squad that kind of lets you be in these high intensity situations? You guys are like, yo, we're bringing the energy and we're clutching up.
Yeah, it's really, with us, it's really come down to all just trust. Like, we play with each other all the time and play with each other for years. It's just trust. Chemo was like, me and Chemo are usually like split IGL, so we both make the comms. We just got to agree with it, but we also got to make the decision pretty fast. And Zul's literally got the best gunny in the game. I promise. Zul's is the gunny. He's like the shooter. Like, Zul's has the best gunny in the game, 100%. Me and Chemo, we basically making the comms. We make the rotations, and then from there, we just play as a team after everything.
Man, dude, your energy is great, man. I feel pumped up. I'm energetic already going into the next 3 games. I would love to see you on the global stage because I want you to be bringing that energy in front of the audience. It's something you just have to experience. Obviously, you have to earn it, though, and earn it you're looking to do. Anything you want to shout out to your fans out there and maybe, you know, solidify a name, right, as one of the best players out there?
Yes, sir, for sure. Shout out DVS. That's our gaming team. Shout out everybody in DVS. They supporting us the whole way through the tourney. They support us in the chat, in our group chat, everything. Shout out DVS. Shout out everybody that's got us as the underdog. You know, we love that. We're here to prove people wrong, and we just here to get to the big stage. We just want to travel, get to the big stage, have fun, y'all. That's all we're here to do. We're here to have fun.
Very simple, right? Travel, go to the big stage, and just have fun. Dame Different, I appreciate the interview, man, and I wish you the best of luck going forward for your next 3 games.
I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you.
Good luck.
Absolutely. God, energy was just, you know, that honestly, that was probably the most energetic interview I've had throughout all of the World Series of Warzone. You could tell that he's just excited to play. And at the end of the day, you know, World Series of Warzone, it's a lot of competition, right? And it's the biggest stage in the world. But you know, he accepts the fact that, you know, you're also just playing a game and you're having fun. And when you're having fun, you're playing well. So the vibes on that team must be at an all-time high, Dream.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I mean, I was getting energy too, I'm telling you. But carrying that momentum, that's going to be key. But for those guys, yes, you have to be feeling good after that, especially again, coming from a 25th placement to a win. But yeah, kind of leading. What I'm curious though, one thing that he said, you guys, that I was like, ooh, in those end game moments that will be really tricky is having those split IGLs. They have to agree almost on everything. And in those chaotic moments, to be able to do that is, you know, you got to give him a pat on the back. It's very hard to do. But that's carrying like moving forward. That's what's going to be key, is just, you know, agreeing and being on the same page, because you guys know how hard it is. If you're chaotic and you're like, okay, let's push this way. Let's push this way. No, I don't agree with you. You know how hard it is, especially Taylor, man. I know he's reeling them in when you're playing ranked play, right? You're better than me in the intro.
Look, I'm a demon on the battlefield, all right? And I got to take you up on the gameplay because people I'm playing with right now can't keep up. Big Rig, I'm looking at you, man. You're too slow for me, all right? He thinks he's incredible. Big, you are. But man, I need some Dandrone Dream in my life. Okay, so we're gonna push it up. I'm looking for Iridescent. I'm looking to go all the way. All right, maybe we can make that point because Diamond 2 is where I'm at, and I want a little bit more. But I'll never be Dame different. That's the reality of it. Okay, game 2, 13 eliminations is pretty great. 3 games left, right? And I keep saying 3 games. There's 4 games left of the day, but 3 games for regular play for the first 5 maps in terms of qualifying the 4 teams moving to global finals, and then we have that wild card map, which will be the last game of the day, and that's just a one and done. Think of it like a solo YOLO in a way, right? The winning team or the winning player will qualify their team for the global finals, and it could be anyone. Once the 4 teams have already qualified, 36 enter onto that final map, and it's going to be spicy. And let's keep that spicy level elevating. Let's hop into game number 3. Bring in Spider, Tiff, and Goj. I want to see how much further we can go with these underdogs because I'm loving the underdog story that you 2 have set up. So Spider, Tiff, Goj, take it away.
Hey, let's do it. Honestly, I am officially a Dame Different fan.
Yeah.
I was sitting there watching that interview and I was like, my God, he's got that energy. And they said a lot of different things that made very much sense when we were seeing their gameplay on screen, right? You think back to that kind of mid-map center of things. They were patient, let those eliminations come, and they hailed from that side where everyone was kind of collapsing and just trying to get out of the gas. And they were like, all right, well, that's 1 elimination here, 2, 3, and let's see if we can keep it up and grab some more.
Yeah, look, that win jumped them all the way up to 3rd place, by the way. And I want to be very clear on this storyline. A crazy stat to say you just barely missed the mark in lower bracket round 1 to make it to lower bracket round 2. A team couldn't play, so you were 21st. You make it into lower bracket round 2. You get 29th in lower bracket round 2. You barely make it to LCQs, and now they're in 3rd. The story of the underdogs continue. Who's going to come out on top? Our metric has dropped, by the way. Our threshold coming into this map, we're right around more like 15 points per game now with 29.2 as our 4th place team.
Look, and that's one of those things where a lot of our teams are so used to that, but they can just not get anything going for them here today. So if you are on the outside looking in, it is time to lock it in and let it all fly. We got drop number 3. Let's get into it.
Well, wake up, folks. You're not in a fever dream. Tommy, not even in the top 10. Fnatic, not even in the top 10. We still got 3 more games, but we are running out of runway. You better take off, and you better take off now. 3 more games to go, and you got to come out swinging. You got to get top 4. And a quick look at our map. Tip, we're headed to the west. Maybe Cargo, maybe Seaport, or maybe the north side of City.
And you've got that battle yet again over at Bazaar. Teeny, Obs, Tommy, B-Mark on that opposing side. You know, these are squads that are both kind of sitting on the outskirts of that top 4, and they just keep running into each other at Bazaar. Tommy gets all that early damage in, but when you swing a 1v3, where's your backup? Obs gets fried, and Tommy trying to hold on for dear life.
Brutal start for Tommy. No team fights this time around. You got to get out of here, Teeny. You need to run. You need to run away now. Hit a zip, whatever you need to do to get out of Dodge. Maybe the vehicle, I don't know, might just go by foot, not give away his position here. Likely we're able to sneak out of there, and we see Tommy head to the gulag immediately, fighting Lullet, console player on the other side. Very talented player. See if Tommy can get the better of this one. We'll get back into the action. Tommy finds it, gets opening shots and loses. How?
What?
Lullet snaps and hits the headies. Uh-oh. We've got trouble here on main stage. What in the world is happening to this squad 5? What is happening? Teeny all alone, and there's no help coming.
Fnatic in the gulag as well. Noobs is the one that took out Tommy's teammate, and now Skullface needs to win here against Future Has Game. There goes the smoke, and now we're dancing. Okay, frag going out. Patience is a virtue. We've essentially traded our spots. We're flipping to Scrappy Skull. Ice is up, but it was looking scary at first. Hopefully, Allman could do the same. They do. 3 for 3 on Gulags. And yeah, that's 3 eliminations, but that's not going to be enough to get you into the top 4.
Wow, that was a crazy one. Swinging to Allman's Gulag there just to see somebody swinging a left hook, then a right hook, both missing, and then Allman barrel stuffing to win. Wow,
Sure.
This is Warzone, and I am here for it because that was wild. But back to the action. We've got a full restabilization. The top teams certainly can get their feet back underneath them. 3 kills, not a bad day in the very beginning of this map, but unfortunately, you've got a lot of ground to make up on this leaderboard, way down at about 18th or so. Going into this map, as we swing over to some of our other teams that are looking for a lot of kills. City, apparently all quiet here, at least on this side of City. Again, you can look at the map view and our leaderboards over there on the Call of Duty YouTube channel. If you're hanging out here with Twitch on, keep it on. You can hang out here with the main broadcast, seeing this amazing codcaster. But YouTube, you can see the map view that we reference often. And this Team 25 on the north side of City, mostly by themselves.
Ah, Gosh. I mean, look. my hands are starting to get a little sweaty here because I'm really nervous for a lot of our competitors because I thought the last map was the wild card map, but now our entire last chance qualifier is looking like a wild card. Exact sit reps Neely. Yeah, this is the squad that won map number 1. They got 20 points and have officially fallen outside the top 4.
Yeah, and this is the problem, right? You need a lot of kills to maintain that position. Again, our metrics slowly dwindling down to about what we thought, about 15 points per game. Right now puts you in 4th place. They're at 29.2. 4th place is the threshold to make it to global finals. Need a lot more from this trio. Same kind of deal. They've got another squad, only one, kind of contesting them here in the first circle. And right now, they're just biding their time. They can't risk full sending on this team and losing their teammates. They've already lost Picnic right now, so they don't have an advantage. And with Pick losing that Gulag, they're gonna have to spend some of that early, well-earned cash to get him back. They have plenty to go around, about 10K in pocket. As Rumble tries to find an angle, it does look like we'll see some shots fall, but I think this fight's gonna take a while, Tiff, unless maybe Rumble's team just gonna sprint up the stairs. Oakboy doesn't have loadout. I don't know what they're gonna do. Are they gonna stay and just try to play this fight, or are they gonna back up? Looks like they're gonna stay. Here's the encounter. Bruin in hand, able to drop one. Should get a trade there. You can see Ryder cleaning it up. Couple more falling. Loadout guns, we don't need them. How about some ground loot right to the face? See you later.
Well, they ripped 2 of them. Rumble still not back up. The last member of Rayski is still in the stairway, but they've already set the trap. However, all this noise opening the door for rosters to hit the rotate in. This is a very normal rotation here for that squad number 11 on your mini map. That's going to be Team Mutex. They land up in Kotovo blocks, and as soon as they can, they hit that rotate down into Rastava shop. So hopefully that squad hits a reset, but a little more chaos here for Exact, Sitrep, and Sneely.
Yeah, they said they were going to try to rotate and get some more kills early. Apparently, they're trying, but it's not working. Another team struggling, by the way, this Devo team. A lot of folks expected them to at least be close. And right now, not even in the top 10. So both teams on our screen need it. One a bit more than the other. Over here in Riverside. It's the very north side of City, right on the edge of the river. You can see it on there with our beautiful free cam. Both these teams lying in wait, seeing which team will scam first. No angle there for VonBot means, well, we're just going to take our time on this fight. This could be a little while.
It could. We can just kind of pause it and maybe one will send the other, but even then, not even sure. It's like a big standoff, and as soon as I said it, Devo just hits a rotate over to the top to claim high ground. Shiro kind of on the low, looking for angles into that doorway onto Sitrep, probably giving comms out there. They know that Devo has moved on to their rooftop, but how do you kind of rip him off from there? Like, what does that look like? Because right now, we've got to wait and see. Can Exact get out of this gulag, get Crafty on the other side?
Yeah, you really need this win. Come in, give a lot of info by floating in the air. Go help your teammate, but you gotta win the gulag first. 1v1, smoke, push, here's the footsteps. He's gotta know Crafty is close. Knows Crafty's likely in mid, might go for a zip plate here, and he knows it, so he pushes the equation, shoves his barrel in the face, and this time the melee gets the better of him. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite land enough of those bullets. That is a brutal way to go down for Exact, and now you're down in player numbers. Devo gets traded, but luckily teammate's gonna come in for Devo, and now Sneely on the rotate out. This is so brutal. Even if Exact comes back there, I don't know if he gets back in time to help out this duo. Does get to a buy station though. They're still in the map, just not in the map in a good way.
Yeah, I mean, Exact just got Michael Myered, and then you start kind of falling apart. Luckily, we get the buyback, but for now, we just kind of say, all right, cool, we're gonna chill on that one later. We're gonna rotate on out, and honestly, they get a full reset. Now, VonBot has to contest over there with Clutch, Belk, Lovey, and Assault, who have moved on to hear the shots. So, good free cam, setting that up right there, and Assault, Clutch, Belk, Lovey, this is the same position that Shiro, Devo, and VonBot had found themselves in just moments ago before Devo grabbed that high ground. Lovey, though, has that Car 98 in pocket and is just probably looking for angles. If they can grab a knock, it would really change their trajectory. But there goes Sitrep, cleaning up that gulag on that pip.
Yeah, at least somebody on that team's winning one. Gonna get right back into the mix. Help out his team, hopefully. The Squad 8 team, frankly, we probably haven't chatted enough about, and I think it's because we're kind of waiting to see them prove to us that we need to talk about them. I think they got 5th in lower bracket round 1. They got 20th in finals. They've been kind of hot and cold. Another team that, like, hey, if they were on today, certainly could make global finals. Clutch Belk's been there before. High-valued player, high-valued teammate. Like, frankly, has earned a lot in Warzone. Lovey was there as well. Assault, a kind of FPS demon in a lot of different BR genres. And I don't mind this trio at all. I think they're actually a really good team. They just haven't quite been able to piece it together and seemingly not able to do it today, at least not yet. With only 3 games in total to go, including this one. Seriously running out of time, and we're gonna keep saying that over and over again because there's just no room for error. You gotta get top 4. You can see the score now. Dame Difference team, who just won a map in 4th place, 30.8 now the new metric to beat. Good luck the other teams, and good luck Validance.
Yeah, let's see that interrogation come through so you can get that information where the rest of the squad is. Colony on your screen. Now, I'm looking for if you want to change the trajectory of your success. Maybe you were on LAN last year and you want to run it back. Imagine what that's going to be like when you're sitting at home and you're on social media and you just see everyone that went to that World Series of Warzone global LAN. You're like, if only I had iced up. If only I had gotten one more elimination, because it's going to come down to that. When we're into that 5th map, someone's gonna miss out on LAN by 1 point. Don't let it be you. You can change it here and now. I want a 20-point elimination win.
Yeah, we need a big map. We haven't seen a single, even large map yet in terms of total scores.
Yeah.
I think the best score today in a map somewhere around like 26 points, which is kind of another day in the office for a lot of the teams that made grand finals already. Seemingly, this lobby playing a bit different than a lot of the teams expected. Trying to pivot and adapt on the fly. That is Warzone, that's for sure. Who can think on their feet the best? And right now, it's not going to be Waldo. Goes down early. Colony trying to play trades, has an angle, couple nades, could zone off, will still lose the teammate, and doesn't get a knock. So they're going to have to back off here. Maybe a knock there. Yeah, Nick Cool could have made a play, but right now it is a hunter versus the hunted, and the hunter's certainly this Leonard team. Is Leonard an X Factor tip? I don't know, but right now things are going that way as Clown cleans up this Nick Cool team in style. Yes, Leonard cleans it up. See ya.
Colony looked a little lost there, I'm not gonna lie. It just seemed like he could not get a grasp on where Leonard and Little Mario, they just kind of kept flying at them. And that fight is in that northern side of that Seaport district, the closest that you can get towards that upper circle. Now, there's a couple of teams that are gonna be running into each other, and that's gonna be that Team Mutex and Rated Squad. The big battle for the northern side of the open area between Cargo and Seaport, knowing that there's still not a lot of teams in that area because the majority of them are trying to come in from this lower side, such as Nico Infinite, Swish'em, and Foulnets. Now, you think back to their group stage performance, Coach, and they were phenomenal. Nico Infinite was one of those squads that did take the wild card map. So let's go ahead and jump into it and see kind of where their game plan is.
Oh, these guys are looking over, though. Something that sucks.
Okay, I have 2 breacher drones I could maybe hit in on green.
Yeah, never mind.
I'm gonna put a drone just to get... I'm gonna look ahead for the row, okay?
Okay.
Trying to find another sub right now.
They're all rowing on yellow right now. All running out.
Okay, I'm gonna get the grocery store then.
We got 2 teams on yellow.
Top blue. Yeah, I hear that. I hear you on yellow. Like, are they like on top and below?
Yeah, on top and below, and like side buildings.
Can we rotate through restaurant?
You guys look good in restaurant. Restaurant's clear.
Okay.
And even fire looks clear too.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to fly up over to Nico.
I just got sniped. I'm good. I only have. I don't have any more plates.
I have a play box. Come here.
Yep. I'm getting there.
Where?
A lot of plates in here, guys. Just pick up stuff. Like, loot around.
decent comms. Love an opportunity to listen into some strategies here as we see other teams getting wiped in the kill feed. You get a chance to hear what this team is thinking. Right now, though, they're in 33rd. Tiff. They have eight points in 2 games. You know, frankly, you know, Nico Infinite, they made land last year in the wildcard game. Right now, if they can't get anything going in this map, it might have to be the wildcard game again for this team. They are so far down the leaderboard. They need a banger, and they're just not moving fast enough right now in City because there's so many different angles you can get shot from. It's the one problem with that area. Sometimes you can get really bogged down in the swamp that is City. But back to the action we go, and it seems like they're trying to find it. So we switch back to them on the edge of some of these fights.
Well, here it is. We just need more eliminations out of them. It's going to come down to the wildcard map for a lot of our squads that were in predictions for the majority of the players on the timeline. Now, we did get a good free cam check-in after kind of what was occurring. Intech squad, they wipe raided, right? Send them all straight to the gulag. And now they've got to hit a regain. And as this circle kind of keeps pulling on back towards where that stadium is, if this squad can go third party, these 3 rosters out to the right, it looks like that's what they want to do. They're going to smoke on forward, but you've got that Z Colors roster that wants to kind of hang towards the north, knowing that if they stay here, the likelihood of them falling is going to be astronomical because it's not just 3. There's 6 rosters on that southeastern side of things.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for a lot of teams here in City. I think it's a great call out around that stadium area. A quick look at those maps, see where some of our teams are located. Nico in trouble, though. We're going to stick with this fight as UAVs does get dropped, looking for a couple trades. They're getting a lot of aggressive comms, I can only imagine, but unfortunately can't get anything going. There's just too much action to handle. Switch, the only player last alive. And here comes Quay to come clean her up. I know Switch has played with this Quay and Taj duo before. I'm sure that's got to be frustrating to lose to the hands of people that you like playing with, but unfortunately it wasn't close. A nice full team wipe and a clean wipe there from Taj, Quay, and Ludvant, who really need another big game as well down near the bottom of the leaderboard.
This is tough, right? Team Rated squad is just looking for buybacks and they get ran out of cargo, forced across the water, and then you've kind of got everyone that's already here. That Vexo, Ave, Rabizi squad is really contending here with Emrias, Z Colors, and Attract. Now, that's a squad that should, in my opinion, be one of the 4 that moves on from here. On paper, they are phenomenal. They have looked really good, but these squads that do tend to be the favorites cannot get things moving. Those underdogs, as we've stated, that we're just consistently looking over are coming out to say, no, this is why you need to notice us, because we know we deserve a spot on the global LAN, and we are going to show you why we deserve it. That Tommy and Ob's Teeny squad, whoa, I want to see it. I want to see it.
Yeah, I want to see it too. And as we swing over to our second seed here with Rob Easy up on top of this Attract team, I just saw Team Rated, I think, get full wiped, or at least close to it. Yep. Maybe just snuck back into the lobby. I'm not positive. I'm looking at our map view. I don't see them. I think Team Rated is out of here. Things completely falling apart for the Rated team. See if maybe some of our on-paper favorites, maybe some of our prediction favorites can make a move. Right now, almost none of them. I don't think a single person that anybody I've talked to is predicted to make global finals through LCQs is even inside the top 10. Maybe Mutex's team was like 9th going into this lobby. Definitely a battle of the underdogs, but still plenty of map to be played. Moving 5th into 6th circle. This is the big one. We're going to be moving right on top of that stadium, right on top of that soccer or football, depending on where you're from, pitch. That's where a lot of the action's going to be, which means a ton of teams, 1, 2, 3, maybe like 9 of these teams are going to have to rotate in from the edge of zone, some of them having to cross the water.
Yeah, do we revisit Super Evan's predictions? Top 4, Fnatic, Rated, Z Colors, Tekka, Wildcard, Nikul. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Let's see here, because none of those are there. And right now, Rabizi, Vexo, and Ave. I don't know if we take that fight. I think it's great that we kind of drop some streaks and start rotating. You can see that Dame Different squad that just won a map and had 26 points is going to be one of the squads just on the other side of this. We pop in the LTV, but we are drawing so much attention, and we're going straight on that Dame Different roster. All right, DVS boys, I need you to stand up, get loud, because Dame is going under siege, but he should thank all the squads that are going to be potentially shooting this squad in the back, because they are able to maneuver just away further.
A lot of folks want Alb in the grand finals. Won't be seeing him in the end circle of this map. That's squad 14 out of here with Colors, Guns, rounds overall and about, what, 23rd place. Still a ton of teams and a ton of multipliers to boot. Terrorize gone as well. IQ gone. That's a big team and inside the top 4. Fully eliminated. This is going to open up a window of opportunity for some more folks to make it into that top 4 threshold. You can see Mutex's team creeping up the leaderboard, likely having a good game right now, but all eyes on this Vexo squad as they try to wipe last map winners. After a great interview, can't get things going in this team fight. That might be a full wipe. There it is. See you later. Squad 27 is out of here as well. That's OP Mark fully eliminated. Everything falling apart for a lot of these squads.
Everything's falling apart for a lot of the squads, but can we talk about the macro that Stable J and Freddy have? Consistently always in the mix. We just need some eliminations for them. And speaking of elimination, Fnatic?
Yeah.
Hello? The Bridge of Death can't get control of that?
I gotta say, it's because of that Squad 17 rotating on top or underneath that Sunny team. I was gonna call out Squad 6 in the pink. They had placed perfectly in the zone pulled across the bridge, but because it didn't, they got a terrible zone, and they're having to make a rotate of death. But apparently, the death is coming at their hands instead. Crossing the bridge and taking out the teams holding them was not on my play bill for the drama we're watching right now in this incredible theater. This is unreal.
This is also unreal. We've got trophies, we've got LTVs through the water. I don't know what kind of Fast and the Furious film this is, but I'm nervous. Mutex about to emerge from the great depths beyond, wraps up some cleans up, but does fall right to the chaos. Now, believe last standing, denied, halted. You're not rotating in, and Tommy just on the outskirts of the gas, just trying to keep it together for that roster.
As 15th place or so, as Future's team betters their chances by trying to make top 10, playing edge of zone, new zone. Not a lot of cover, way out in the middle of the street. Let's see who gets in late and goes early. You can see Squad 36 making a big rotation here. Could play spoiler, could play third-party fights. Picnic picking up a couple of eliminations. Here comes Twitty back into the mix. PDS, portable buy. They've got all the resources they need and more. The problem is they got a full team of 3 staring them down, so they're going to lose one and have to rotate the other way.
Hey, they get the buyback though. There goes the PDS, but just not within the right amount of time. We do have that self-res locked in, and Fades can give comms, but I don't think he's gonna last much longer. Maybe 20 HP. We're diving, we're trying to survive, and everything is breaking out into the biggest chaos I've ever seen. Wheels, Scripto, one of the only buildings alongside Stable J and Freddy, and Tommy has to push in for a 1v2, brings in the streaks, and just trying to stay out of dodge from them. Future, Twitty. 7 squads left.
This is a big map for Future. They're looking to push up into the top 4. They were a little ways out of that. Inside top 10, I believe, going into this one, or rather that 36 squad on the far right-hand side. I think they were 6 actually going into this one as well. So both these teams need to have a big game. Stable J, though, you're right. About to make top 5 again? 3 maps in a row? Apparently the X factor when it comes to IGLing, I don't know, but job's not done. Gotta get top 5 for the 1.8x multiplier. Right now, everybody's scrambling for resources. Future goes for the zone and the zone only. Problem is not a ton of resources, maybe just one more PDS, and that's it. Thinks better of it, doubles back to his team, and it's Future has game. Now holding zone, now in the new, holding down Vonbot, not letting him get a single inch. Future goes the distance and picks up the elimination. Now the final 3 teams, Almighty TJ getting punished as Future tries to back up, get to his team, and right now with 3 teams remaining and 7 players, I think it's a 3v2v2.
Yeah, but Green Dose's squad just focuses on that wrap. You've got that duo that has already secured themselves a spot in the next zone, while the other 2 squads are just full focusing on each other. If they get so weak from this fight and delay their rotation, I would love to see Freddy and Stable J break this squad down. It's a 2v3 Goj, and here comes the equipment. Angles are being held. Freddy on 4, but not when you've got 2 looking for a wrap. Freddy opens up things with a knock, but Stable J gets shredded out. It's Freddy v2.
It's Freddy v2, and C4 certainly help, but how about a barrel stuff? Can we go 1v2? Not quite. No Cigar yet again. Stable J falls in second. Amazing consistency, but it is Future has game. Baba Huff and Almighty TJ on top with the monster effort. This is a big map for them. Future comes in as the sub for Tappa. He plays for wins, and apparently he's going to get paid for one here in the 3rd game. What a way to do this. Has some Kim with Twitty. These 2 have played together quite a bit. But unfortunately, Baba Huff, Future Has Game, Almighty, TJ, they have a great map.
They had a great map. They've been pretty consistent throughout, and you kind of see this last stand here. Stable J and Freddy, they win a 2v1 against Tommy, who was just trying to keep alive. You got Oak Boy Ryda kind of on that outer side of gas. They had continuously been fighting against Almighty, TJ, Baba Huff, and Future Has Game. One thing, though, I will say the resilience that squad has shown here with all the smokes, the PDSs, and just stabilizing on the inside of the gas against that duo. I was nervous, right? Because even if you have one or two get traded out there, Freddy and Stable J, they win this.
Yeah, I think it all came down to the perfect rotation and the perfect time to take the fight, right? I got to give Ryda some credit. We needed Ryda to be an X factor on that team. They get top 3, but once you wipe that squad, you know you have player advantage, and they push the equation. They push it fast. Stable J and Freddy could not hold off an advance of 3 players with a perfect split like this, with Future Has Game swinging around the corner and getting the wipe. They didn't even lose a player for it because it was a perfectly executed trio push against a 2. This is the classic Warzone fight we love to see. Future Has Game, big difference maker for this team. Now, not a sub, by the way. Got a little confused from before. There is a The Future in the game, and Future Has Game. This squad's been together, and finally the chemistry paying off. So congrats to this team. I believe a keyboard and mouse player as well. So hey, show off, King. All 3 alive in the final moments of that map. A big one. Certainly puts them in contention near the top 4.
You said keyboard and mouse, and I'm just like, oh, really? I do love to see a keyboard and mouse player kind of just standing out in a controller world. Let's be real. But regardless, I'm curious to see how many eliminations they had, because they had a good chunk of them before coming into map number 3. And we say map number 3, but there's only 5 maps in our series, so we got to bring our desk in because I want to see that leaderboard. I know not yet, but soon.
Yeah, leaderboard, we got to see it, right? Because at this point, as you've been saying, and I've been watching several watch parties too, they're like, dude, nobody had predicted, right? Is at the top in the top 5. It's truly the underdog story. Go set that up after game 2, and man, I gotta say, it's turning out to be true. You know, Baba Huff, Future Has Game, Almighty taking game number 3 after, you know, we watch Famous, Dame Different, and Zols take game number 2. You can tell, Dandra, how hungry these competitors are, right? To be the underdogs now, but try to be the top dogs on the global stage. This is the LCQ after all. They understand they've only got 5 games plus that additional 6 wildcard game to make some magic happen, and well, they're making it happen, Dandro.
That is the beauty of the World Series of Warzone, Taylor Reflections Noble, is that we can have these teams who maybe when people look at a roster, they look at a team list, they say, oh, there's no way this team is qualifying. Look at all these heavy hitters we have. Well, hey, you had to earn your spot to be here. And I know this is the LCQ, so earning your spot feels a little bit weird, but you've had to play through so many games of Warzone to get to this point. Yep. And to see some of these teams be able to take games and play consistently against this lobby, it's fantastic. We heard from Dame himself in that interview, like, yo, we're hungry, we want to make it to that land. And right. I know that's a sentiment a lot of these teams have, and I know Baba Huff, Future, and Enco, they're definitely on that same wavelength. I don't think anybody would have expected them to take a game, let alone be competitive in a lobby like this.
Let's start taking a look at our highlights, because game 3 was a big wake-up call for several teams out there, and the first one is right on your screen. Dream, talk to me about Tommy and their recovery.
Yeah, this was crazy here too, because being eliminated by JTech, but also losing the goo and being in that Fnatic gulag, losing to Noobs. But for Team Tommy, they were able to recover, and that's shout outs to Teeny being able to stay alive and recover for his teammates. But for some of these teams, as you guys mentioned, the underdog story, it's devastating for some of these top players, but we do have such an influx of new players shining.
That's the thing, right? And I think, again, you know, as the World Series of Warzone on the global stage has grown, the Warzone competition has really increased. You got to think about how many years now we've been doing this and how many years in general Warzone has been competitive. It's these younger players, they're hungry. They really are. And they're coming through and they're really making a name for themselves, which is great. And that's just a natural progression of, you know, a competitive game such as Warzone at this time. Swish'em not having the best of time, right, with their crew. I believe top 28, they ended up falling here. I do believe in them though in the next 2 and potentially that wildcard map, but there were other teams outside of Tommy and Co who were heating up. Dandro, who were they?
I mean, it's got to be kind of one of the squads on your screen right here as well. I love that they use this LTV to just fly on forward, and they are just moving and grooving. But obviously, we're seeing Mutex, Intex believe a little bit of sort of veteran plays coming out there to try and move on through, because we got to talk about this zone, right? So you're one of these teams. It pulls all the way to the left. You're like, okay, cool. We've kind of been able to play this before, but we saw like 5 different squads that were towards the north side of that when it pulls to this lower side, it just causes all of them to have to collapse onto each other. And it kind of just lets the teams who are already over here just really play their game. And that's exactly what happened. We're seeing Future, we see Stable J and Freddy. They kind of all just understand they can play around this sort of soccer pitch. Like he said, sorry, Enigma, we are calling it soccer here today in NA, to be able to clutch it on up at the end of the day, right? So yeah. I kind of, it's this zone that you kind of make this raid. You're playing those 50-50s. For some of these teams, the 50-50s just aren't working out for them when they're trying to make those plays. But for the others, obviously, feeling pretty good.
Feeling pretty good indeed. Good stuff coming out from Almighty and his crew. Almighty, from what I was reading, maybe $7,000 in earnings, right, when it comes to Warzone competitive, shooting for a guaranteed $1 million tournament, right? $300,000 from first. That would be a big increase when it comes to your earnings as a whole. So obviously that's the main goal. Still a lot of work to get to that point. Dream Crazy Von Bot & Co, though, also had a decent game in terms of eliminations, a team that we've been looking out for. T as well. A lot of big names, you know, starting to come alive a bit, right? 2 more games still to go. A lot can change in those 2 games, Dream.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I mean, Dandra talking about the zone was perfect, too, for a lot of those eliminations. You got to talk about Lil Mario and Clown, right? Just picking up a lot of those first engagements at City, too, as well. Being able to keep up that consistency, though, that's going to be the name of the game for some of these guys. But, you know, even though we have a couple left, you guys, I have a feeling someone's gonna there's got to be one of these teams that's gonna have a crazy pop-off game. Like something insane is gonna happen in this next one, right?
Dream, you feeling it? All right, I might be feeling it too. 2 games to go. The pressure's on. Are they going to be able to handle it? We're going to find out. Let's take a look at our standings. And, well, Dandra, you mentioned Lil Mario, right? Lil Mario up at the top. Clown and them have been so crazy consistent. Have they got a win? Well, no, not yet. But they don't need that because they're slaying out, sitting at 33 eliminations, Dandro.
That's got to be the story for today. We've seen this time and time again where it's not always the team that's getting dubs, but if you can place well with eliminations, you will find yourself at the top of the leaderboard. I think Baba Huff, Future House Game, and Almighty TJ, they're another great example of that. Sitting at 32, right? Look down this eliminations column here. There's a pretty big gap between some of our top teams and some of the other squads that we're starting to see sort of where these points are lying. So that's what I'm going to kind of be looking at when it comes to these last 2 games here, folks. It's just like, who is who is finding those eliminations? Because when we look at the second page here, we're seeing some people maybe are struggling a little bit in that department.
Yeah, Dame Different, excuse me. We just heard from him. Love the energy, but they need a bit more energy if they want to rise up to the occasion. Now, I do want to point out, Dream, and this is a big thing to point out, right? Well, let's go down to 11th place, 39 points. In order to break in the top 4, they only need to reach 42.2 points. So from 11th place all the way up to, let's say, 3rd place, that point gap is literally 3-4 points. That's it.
Yeah, and if you think about that again, like you want to hope that some of these teams fall early, but I mean, taking a look at even 18th for Team Alban, right, for Fnatic, like they still kind of sitting in that 18th spot, but for some of these teams, I mean, at least for T, being able to jump up to that 7th place was amazing. Right. But as we kind of trickle on down, another team that's catching me again off surprise, being first at one point, or excuse me, on the cutoff 15th. And that the global regional finals, 24th rated, right? Wow. Would not expect them to be in that 24th spot, but being in pop-off power is where we had seen some of these teams kind of not taking those engagements, you guys. It's going to be the struggle to find those eliminations early game.
Yeah, it's getting to a do or die point, right? I mean, we have 2 more games to go for the regular big map games, and then you have the wild card. I'm going to keep reiterating that just in case some new viewers are coming through and you really understand what's at play here, right? Only 5 teams move forward today from the LCQ, from the NA side of things over towards global finals. There's only 2 maps to earn your top 4 position and be done with the day, right? And understand that now you're going to global finals. Your work is still ahead of you, but at least right now you could rest easy. you don't want to risk it all in the wild card game, right? Because there's so many random factors there. But Danjo, the reality is some of our biggest names in Warzone history could very well be playing for an RNG spot, right? For that wild card map. We're talking about Fnatic with Almond and crew. We're talking about Rated, right? We're talking about who knows, even because the points are so close from 11th place all the way up to 3rd. We could be looking at Exact, Vonbot, Picnic, like all these rosters could very well be putting their tournament lives on the line, rather, in one wildcard map.
Yeah, I'm going to be a little bit optimistic here, if I'm being honest with you, Taylor. So when we take a look at that leaderboard, it's easy to kind of look through some of these teams that are on another page, right? And be like, wow, look, they're so far down. They're not going to make it, right? But that's what scares me. Some of these teams that have been here before, back against the wall, it would not be surprising to see like a Fnatic, to see Team Rated drop like a 20 or 30 point win, right? To see them, just see them have this insane monster game that puts them right into the conversation. So we still have 2 maps to go. I definitely think it's still possible for one of these teams to really just light it up on one of these maps and maybe just have a solid map number 5 to make sure they are not trying to vie for one of those final few spots.
And again, that's that pressure handling it. Look, from 11th up to 3rd, we could even put 18th place with Fnatic. The point spread isn't that large. One good game puts them back up in the top 4. Anything is possible. Keep the dream alive. Well, let's talk about a team that's looking to progress their dream forward to the global stage. Let's bring in Almighty TJ. Big W after game number 3. Hey, man, good stuff for first and foremost, Almighty. Another a guy who's looking to prove himself as one of the best Warzone players out there. What does that win mean to you?
I mean, for us, man, it just lights the field. You know what I mean? You know, it's a lot of grinding we got to do. You know what I mean? Ain't shit over yet. So, you know, it feels nice, but, you know, we still got more work to do.
More work to do. Well, tell me a little bit about you and your story when it comes to Warzone competitive. You're one of the underdog teams looking to be the top dogs. What does Warzone mean to you, and where did you get started?
Where I got started, bro, I started playing, I would say like CMG wagers back in the day, bro, you know, console. You know, all the top dogs, bro, they know who I am. You know what I mean? So I've been around the scene for a minute, putting on for, you know, the brothers and this shit. You know, the sisters, you know what I mean? So I've been putting on for a minute, bro. So, I mean, that's just where I started. It's my humble beginnings, you know what I mean? A lot of people, they start around the same place, you know, and, you know, there's a lot of them that blown up. You know, Breadman's one of them, one of my homeboys, you know, Shifty. You know, if you ask the top dog, Soka, they know who I am, bro. So, you know, I'm an underdog in this, but, you know, they know my body.
Love that.
Yeah, and you know, you have been competing for a while, Almighty TJ, you know, Almighty. I'm gonna ask a kind of a fun question, just because I know Dandra will get a little bit more technical. What was your pregame, you specifically? Because I'm hearing you guys were like top 10 in the eliminations, 2 of your teammates, 2 of you guys. What was your pregame ritual today to get prepared for the tournament?
My pregame ritual, get ready for the tournament. You know, I got a newborn son. He's about to be a year old next month. So, you know, I have to make sure little bro is situated, you know, drop him off where he needs to be, you know, kissed him, everything like that. And I look to him, that's my motivation. You know what I mean? So that's my pregame ritual. You know what I mean? I don't need nothing else. So.
Love that.
I definitely love that. Dream kind of team me up. Yeah, let's get a little technical here. When it came to kind of looking at that zone in that last game, we were talking about it. It's like you're either kind of playing a 50-50 that it pulls up towards the seaport, or you're kind of where it did end up really down towards soccer field. Kind of what were some of the comms amongst you and the boys when it was getting down to that final sort of zone of where you wanted to play, how you wanted to play that end game? Walk me through some of the strategy that kind of led to you guys being able to win and take that map.
So me, I'm the IGO of the team, right? But it's a lot more than just being, you know, the shot caller. You know what I mean? You got to have mini map awareness. You got to know where your teammates are looking. You got to know what's the power position to hold in that situation. In which that situation, it was the soccer field. You know, once we jumped over the wall, you got the knocks, you got our entries. We got in there through smokes and, you know, just handle business from there on out. You know what I mean? So it's a lot of just filling it out. You know, it's a lot more than just someone making the right call. You know, there really is no right call. You know what I mean? Unless you're Shifty, Ahsoka, and Biffle. You know what I mean? So a lot of it is just, you know, just filling it out, man, and seeing where, you know, the game takes you.
Almighty TJ, a father, right? A new father, a chance really to change not only your life, but also your son's life. $1 million guaranteed, $300,000 for first place on the global stage. You're looking to reach that point, and I wish you all the best. Look, that dad buff, it's a real thing, brother, and clearly it worked out in game number 3. I wish you the best of luck moving forward in your LCQ run.
I appreciate you guys. Thanks for hacking me. Or thanks for having me. It's full shifty came in my chat. So he's talking about hacking, but thanks for having me. Though. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
All right, brother, we got you. Shifty making an appearance too, man. Even when he's not competing, he still has a narrative on the desk, right? That's just how good that man is. Almighty TJ, it's always powerful when you hear someone say, look, my pregame ritual, like you said, Dream, is you asked him, teed him up for that question. Like, I talk to my son, I drop him off where he needs to be, make sure he's good to go, and then I go to work and do my thing. That's a powerful thing. Being a dad, it's not an easy thing to do, especially when you're competing, balancing that time. But Almighty TJ's making it happen, and this could very well be life-changing for him and his family. Let's take a look at our top elimination leaders. Who's leading the charge? Well, no surprise, Cloud. You also throw in Lil Mario in there, right? A team that is at the top, and for good reason. You got 2 of the players sitting in the top 10 elimination leaders, Dream.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen them fry out, slay out. Dandro, that was such a good shout too, just to kind of keep an eye on that. Also to kind of, even in that last game, dropping a lot of eliminations, but also you got to give a shout out to Almighty TJ in that 9th spot with 11.
Nice stuff, man. Jesus is King also there in 5th. Devo, Future has game. Again, like a lot of the usual suspects who are at the top, Dandro, right? Slaying out, which we expect to see. But again, just to reiterate, Dandro, how close is that point gap, right? From 11th to 3rd, we're talking just, 3-4 points. Things are starting to get real in our last 2 games.
Yeah, it is starting to heat on up, and I think the gap is very close. I'm really excited to look at this leaderboard as we get through these final 2 maps. Yeah. I feel like the one thing that I want to reiterate every single time when we look at these, it's always when we have these leaderboards and the teams at the top, you have at least 2 people frying out, right? I don't care if it's Falcons, I don't care if it's Fnatic and some of the tournaments earlier this week. You always have multiple people when we look at this elimination leaderboard that are up there. So when we kind of have, of course, our team like Lil Mario, Leonard, and Cloud. Lil Mario and Cloud are frying. And I think what's scary to me, guys, is when I look at this, Leonard is not having a great day so far. This guy's eating donuts game number 1, moved over to breadsticks in game number 2. Game number 3, he finally has 2, has a number that's divisible by more than itself. So this team is at the top already with one of their players really kind of not performing well. So if Leonard has a good map, you got Lil Mario and Cloud right there as well. You could have a gap starting to separate this top team from really the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, if they have one solid game here in game number 4, right? But if they have a poor game, all of a sudden now you've got 5 teams who are passing you up. That's how close it is. It's going to be wild how this is going to finish out. Again, though, the dream is still a live dream for teams like Fnatic, right? Teams like, Rated, who's looking to be at the top. Anything is possible, especially with the 2x multiplier. But one of the things that's been hindering all those big name rosters is not necessarily eliminations. We know they can slay up, but it's just the placings, even from the listening that we had with Fnatic off of game 2, they're like, man, everybody's ratting up and playing for placings. It's hard for them to break into those zones. I wish them the best of luck, though. 2 more games to go, and let's get started for game number 4. We bring in Spider, Tiff, and Goj once again. We're getting down to the tail end. The points are close from 11th to 3rd. We'll even throw in number 1 in there, right? 4 points, 10 points separating those. Anybody has the chance. 2 games to grab it. Who will it be? Well, Tiff, Goj, let's find out.
It's going to come down to the final game. It's going to come down to the very final moment there, Goj. We have no idea what is going to happen because there are so many teams that have a fighting chance to be able to get into this. And quite frankly, I don't want to see a lot of our on paper heavy hitting rosters by the end of this just being like, look, I just couldn't clutch it up. The time came. I don't care. I don't care if I was just on land, right? Like, gotta do it again. Do you want to get back to the World Series of Warzone Global LAN? I mean, lock it in.
Yeah.
Lock it in.
Well, I think the important note here is that points are way lower than I thought. it would be. I thought there was going to be a couple teams that would run away from it. Certainly not the case. The Jets has been talking about this crazy point spread from 4th all the way down to like 11th. They're right. It is ridiculous point spread all the way through, like 2.5, 3 points for all of those spots, which means it is a wide open doorway that somebody's got to run through to make it to global finals. But even first place, Tiff, 57.6 points. We've seen many teams drop point values that high in one single map. Maybe it's this map, and it better be if you're down to the bottom of the leaderboard. Game 4 is here, folks. Time for a banger.
Few things to be said about this Goj, and when you get a good look at the leaderboard, that top Team Clown 57.6 points, and with everyone so close, it's actually a low scoring series, and no one has been able to break through and put down one of the most insane games that really says, you know what, they just sealed their ticket to land. It is not going to be determined yet, and maybe we see here in map number 4 that someone finally makes a play for it. But I wouldn't be surprised if people start making a chow in that pop-off area for squad rated. And you can see how far separated out they landed up there. But for your squad that just took that dub in map number 3 on the screen, Future as Game, Baba Huff, and Almighty TJ, who honestly, I really loved his pregame ritual. Goj, I did. I thought that was the sweetest thing ever, and now I'm rooting for a dub.
Yeah, I do it for the family, man. I love that. I think a lot of folks here are trying to do it for the family, and still got a lot of ground for a lot of teams, but this team all the way up in 2nd place now with a decent little margin, 10 points over 3rd. By the way, not shouting them out enough, Picnic Basket, Oakley Boy Rida, welcome to the party, in 3rd place right now, barely warding off their competition on the back of Rida, who was last alive, getting 3rd in that last game. It's the reason they're there, is to see if they can hold on to it. Still, I know we only have 2 games to go. It feels like so much Warzone to be played because it's truthfully anybody's game. I think this squad, one of those that there was a moment of greatness in some of our other rounds, and then in finals only a couple weeks ago, things did not go their way. Not going their way again today, as they're trying to find some early encounters, try to find some early kills, because they certainly need it.
Let's kick things off. Let's get that counter UAV ripped out of the sky. Portable radar down, and well, we'll just have to see how all that starts to go through. Early game eliminations are the way to go, but you think of that B-Mark roster who is always kind of fighting over at Bazaar. Team Tommy kind of won for that initial contest on that side of things, and I just witnessed one of JTech's roster lose the gulag. So in shambles early on, and we talk about the pace of play for maybe that map 1, map 2, but it's gonna really start ramping up here. People are gonna be in a frenzy, Goj, and I'm nervous. If you haven't kind of found yourselves in the top 5 now and you're not even safe there, what are you gonna do to hold on to this?
Yeah, and I think the pace of play certainly not being pushed in that fight. Both teams just waiting patiently, trying to figure it out as we have a fight for construction. Now, I expected Clutchbelk's team to be here as well. I don't see them currently, so I don't know if they got wiped or they changed up their drop spot. We haven't had a chance to see construction here in a long while, and apparently Teenix jumping into this team as a sub. They said this is where we need to be to find some eliminations. They've already grabbed 1 full team wipe, looking for another. This is really Teed on the other side with UAVs, Magoo. Trio's been playing together for a little while here as T is in trouble. Seems like a couple teams in this area, and so far only 2 of them gonna stay on top, and only a matter of moments before it's just 1.
Yeah, very tough. And you can see Nico Infinite Foul Nets wrapping up some eliminations there in the kill feed for them. But we just need to find that angle onto Magoo, UAVs, and Willie Teed. And I love that we're looking for these peaks that you just really can catch people off guard, because if it comes down to it, let it be cheeky. But when you have to like disengage from this fight and go for a reposition, it's not going to be too easy. You can already see Lawlet's kind of pulled off that, and Super Rob is now kind of anchoring down off these stairs. But real conservative play here.
Yeah, because they know it's make or break of their tournament, frankly. I mean, you could potentially lose this team fight. They do wipe Magoo. This could be the single flare to move. Here they go. Lawlet, off to the races we go. Takes out another one. Player advantage, keep the push. Go straight up the stairs, zone off your opponents. Willie T just trying to get on Dutch. There's no way he's going to get out. Perfect execution. It's as slow as it needs to be, as slow as it takes, as long as it takes. Every step up slowly, one by one, until finally you get the knock and then you move. It's the same thing we're going to be seeing all day today across the board. Tommy goes down, and unfortunately for the other team, looks like his teammates are there to play backup, but you got to get up, and you got to get up now. This could be a third party coming in. Colors, Riaz pushing the equation. Teeny barely gets onto his feet, immediately cut down. We are deep into the action, and Tommy, again, not getting the better end of this fight. Yet again, being cut down and sent to the gulag.
Yeah, that was just 3 squads. And when the team that gets sandwiched gets picked off right in the middle, and Emria, Z Colors, and Co, they just have to push forward knowing that they can clean up this team Tommy. And I start looking at the leaderboard. They're sitting at 14th overall, 34 points. And, 8 points away from a top 4. Every elimination matters. Yeah, you've got Nobu Spartan on the opposing side, a formidable foe, but when the molly comes through, you're down and out. Teeny gonna have to lock it in here against Mutex.
My boy D-tier Nobu Spartan. I like it. Nice win with the Molotov. Teeny, not looking good in this fight. Does back off and gonna get a little bit of some healing, but no plates to work with. This is gonna be a really tough one to win. It's gotta get first shots in. Does! Breaks him! Breaks his ankles, breaks his legs, cuts them off from beneath. Down, prone, wins the fight. What a win there to get some momentum back on their side.
Back to Bazaar, back for the regain, and Noob's over there like Jaws in the water looking for Taj. Skullface kind of on the opposing side, might be swimming to that island to pop on up and see if he can find angles, but that smoke is going to allow Taj to get away. But you can see from the bridge, we're not alone here. We have to contend with Raided. That squad, Mayapo on the right side looking for angles.
Yeah, Mayapo has got to clean up his team. I mean, they have to. They want to stay in this fight, and they want to keep Fnatic from making it to land, frankly. And they need the kills, too. Raid's not there either, so they really would have liked to push this fight, and it seems like Mayapo has decided to back off. You can see the massive spread, the distance that Skullface and Noobs are putting between them and their opponents. They didn't have the advantage, and they ran. And luckily for them, the Hunter not feeling super confident about the fight either. So gonna get out, restabilize, get back into the map again. All it takes is one. We just need one big map from any team. They could go all the way from 20th to first place easily. It's not even that much to ask, but apparently today, the kills far and few between for a lot of these teams. Can't quite piece it all together from front to the back of these maps. Some teams finding early eliminations and then can't get placement. Some teams getting placement, not finding early eliminations. It's a story of, frankly, a slower LCQ than we expected and a lot of upsets, but still a map and a half to go. Right now, your former map winners, map number 3, Almighty TJ, Baba Huff, Future, lying in wait for Mr. Nobu Spartan to potentially rotate straight to him.
Yeah, let's jump on board. We got Vombot, Chero, and Co on that military base side of things. With the way the circle has been centering up, it's going to favor that northern, but we're really going to get a lot of information once we see that second circle zone pop. For now, you can already see they're looking on that LTV rotation, but Rastava Shops is going to be a hotbed of activity. And even though Intex, Mutex, and Believe have not rotated down this way just yet, but with the majority of the squads kind of finding themselves here, you got Joe Gang, Finesse, Alexander chaining those smokes together to hit that rotation. I'm really worried about the position. You got Colony 2K in right now.
Yeah, I agree. Frankly, I think this Rayski's setup is actually a better position right now, even with high ground. They can pick off one and make a move. A couple of mortars coming in is going to push, give them room to work with. They've got audio advantage, and they win. They take out one, looking for the second. There's the angle. Rayski's trying to go big. Came in as a sub, trying to make a play. What can he do in this fight? Nothing, not yet. Where's the down player? Found him. There it is. Nick pulled down. Can we get a second? How about a 1v2 for Rayskis? We take those to save the day. Well done. One was weak. I still count that a 1v2.
Counted a 1v2. Look, you did enough, but I just saw a full wipe onto Mutex and Intex. So rough start for them. And E700 Funzy on the screen, making a move. And well, we get tapped down by Tappa. Funzy here, the only one still left in the lobby. We try to make a play, but Sway finds it and reads it so well.
Quick revive. They're back into the map. All 3 up. The question is, where do you go from here? Here's a quick replay of that double. Looks good to me. I'd count that as a 2v1. Great tracking to win that fight and use the stairs to your advantage. It's a big win there to get some points on the board early. Now we got to move. We are way outside the zone. We swap over to this Omega team. Scythe, big man, they have not had a great day today. And subbed in Omega as kind of a new player into the mix. Omega was kind of touting himself as one of the best subs out there that anybody could pick up. It's time to prove it, my man. Become that X Factor. Big map here from Squad 9.
I need to see it. So, for now, we just got to see if we can rip this squad just on the other side. You've already done enough to kind of isolate the players. Devo goes running. Vonbot gets ripped. Scythe, though, the angles. Honestly, I could just see them looking to full-on leave this area.
Yeah, you have to. When you lose a player like that, you are at a massive disadvantage. You can see Team 3 Vonbot running for their lives. Devo, Shero. Another team, frankly, that I think a lot of folks had in probably top 10, and I think probably even like top 6 or so, is kind of one of those teams that a lot of folks said, maybe. And right now, that's exactly where they sit. 5th place right now, Team Devo, just outside of the threshold to make global finals currently. Look at that. Look at the kill feed lighting up. Rated squad coming online, taking down Ryda's team, at least for a moment. Don't think it's a full wipe there, but watch out. We'll keep eyes on that, and you can keep eyes on that as well with our map view over there on the Call of Duty YouTube channel. Go check it out. We've been watching it all day today. It looks like, according to our map, we are headed to the north again. This is very similar to the beginning of this competition. We're going to be in Popov most likely here, Tiff.
So when you start thinking about similar circles, right, you start looking back towards that map number 1 of who was able to find success there. It was the Stable J in the end game. It's Exact Sitrep in the end game. But then again, you've got this team that's already found themselves on the western side of Pop-Off Power. They're at the top of the leaderboard. They're feeling confident, and they're not afraid to chow anyone at this point. They're grabbing that knock and full on to 8th, and Rayski is just trying to make it out. We saw them clutching up fights earlier, but what can you do if you're down to the last member standing and everyone's rotating into this area? No buys will be safe.
Yeah, speaking of Exact, here they are. Going into this fight for a third party, looking to clean up Rayskis for themselves. How about we steal a kill away from our opponents? Rayskis winning fights on screen. Holy, just open up the door of opportunity for the team at the top to win this fight. Now they have player advantage on the back of Rayskis. They may not make global finals, but they're setting up the team at the top to certainly do that. What a win over there with our X-ray vision. And now, because of that, Exact's team can't push the team at the top. It's a 3v2. They've got to go regain.
Ooh, regains are scary. I'm just kind of like looking at the lay of the land, like who is going to be coming in where. You still have this kind of isolated area over here where Little Mari and them have found out. And I think they're going northbound. We're looking for an industrial wrap. You think back to where it came down to the line in map number 1. It went out above industrial and then pulled kind of back towards the buildings. So this wide wrap to clear, yes, it's going to be brilliant, but this squad number 37 on your map, they're split. You got 1 member just ahead, and the remainder of this roster is inside the zone.
Tiff, I got a couple really big updates for you right now. Currently, Nick Cool's team fully eliminated. Mutex's team fully eliminated. Believe Mutex, Intex likely not making global finals without a monster effort in the final map or through the wild card. I believe we had squad 5 go down. Last remaining players into the gulag. That's Tommy's team in trouble. Maybe actually fully eliminated as well. Some of our top teams out of here. There goes Oak Boy, fully eliminated. All hell is breaking loose here on main stage. Some of our top teams on paper no longer top teams as we turn our eyes to the true top teams inside the top 10. Devo squad currently around 7th place or so, and they got to make a move with only 2 alive. They need to restabilize and get some cash in hand ASAP.
I don't know who has the script. It's not me. I don't know who this is ending or how this is ending, but someone is out there just with like a voodoo that's just like, all right, I'm gonna just kind of stab this doll. We'll see what happens. For now, Devo, Shero, holding down as a duo, trying to hit a regain out here on this eastern side, but we know what a late game rotate out of the military base side of things looks like, especially when you have that water wave, right? And you know who's got a chokehold on that? It's going to be Rated. But Cloud, Little Mario, Loner, they're from that western side, and now we've got a couple of top hitting teams here that we've got to get through.
This has been the story of this top team. 2 players inside the top individual limbs, and they're winning this one. No, they're losing it. Lana gone, Clown gone. Mario, they felt confident hunting the edge. This time finally get punished for it. And who's there to frankly save the day? It's Exact's team coming into third party, trying to clean up this Sway squad, who yet again is winning on the other side. Sway and Tappa will not fall. Finally, there's a trade-off screen, and we're getting it from little Mario's perspective. He wants a little bit of the action. Let's shoot some bullets down range. Let's maybe pick up a knock if we can. Playing edge of zone does have a bit of resources. Now thinks better of it and says, okay, all right, let me relax. I need to get to zone. I gotta stay alive. We need our multipliers. We're a top team, but the best way to prevent any team from catching you on the leaderboard is to play the best offense. Getting eliminations, I gotta stay alive.
And they said exactly like that. After their map 1 win, the biggest thing was they wanted more eliminations coming into it. It was 10 elims for a 20-point game in map number 1. Sneely has fallen. Zitrep grabs that trade, come through, and Exact in a massive clutch opportunity. Can he do it? Goes on to 5. This is what we needed when we said more eliminations.
Exact wins a 1v3 with the help of a third party from distance up on high ground, raining bullets down. Sneely needs to win this. He's got to save Exact's cash, but he doesn't. Exact has to spend his money now to get back only 1 teammate. They're going to be down in players, down in the rotation. A big wrap here to get to cover White out in the open, and he's all by his lonesome. This is going to be brutal for Exact after a monster effort with a little help from another squad. Here he goes, though. This is going to be huge for his team. If they want to make global finals, they need a good game now. The problem is there are still 26 teams remaining. We're looking for 1.4 at top 20. See ya.
Oh no, he was working for that buy station, but Dame different out here proving he's different and cleaning that one on up. And Sitrep in 5th place on that overall standings, but a squad that needed to have that banger game on your screen. We've been asking, where are they? When are they going to come online? Rated, Mayapo, Prospect have put themselves in such a power position to just reap all the eliminations, and Rated currently on 4. This is the way to go. We've got to get through this, and there goes Omega. That's another one.
Could be an X factor. Unfortunately, there's just no way you're winning a 1v3 there, and this is a perfect rotate back. You got to get back to cover. That bridge was scary. If they would have overextended there, see Team 9 looking over top with the ultimate high. They've got great cover. However, here's the problem with getting here early. They've done this before, now 2 or 3 times, and they've been pushed out early of this game. They weren't winning their ones. They're not winning their true 3v3s when they get to these power positions early. They've got to win this one, and the problem with this position is frankly the only issue with it is if you get third party. Right now, you have the best spot. You just got to cover all of your advances in. You've got to cover all your doorways. You can use these windows. Having a 2-story building like this, they are in the best spot right now, especially if the zone pulls up to the north side where they are.
Well, what you need to have happen is all the squads that have found themselves in the top 4 to fall early. You already saw that 5th place squad Sitrep go down in out, and then you need to have a 20 elimination 2x multiplier win. But for now, you've got Abe on the opposing side. You've got the cracks coming through. You're pulling everything. There's another squad wipe. So now you have to turn your attention over towards that Clutch Belk roster. Assault, Clutch Belk, Lovey do not have the best positioning in any way, shape, or form. If I'm then, I want to kind of go back into the water and maybe push behind that other squad just south of them, because we have streaks here. We are going to keep putting that pressure. They just need to isolate one.
Yeah, they listened. They're listening to the broadcast. They're going south. Look at them swim. They're going to have to go through that squad number 6 in the pink there. By the way, we got the zone pull we wanted, Rated. Congratulations. Let's see what they can do with it. This is a big map for them. We've been waiting for them to come online. They have 11 kills right now. We are in the makings of the biggest map of the day thus far. If they can at least get 1.8x and a couple more kills to boot. Right now they are isolated, and they're okay with that because they have some kills. Remember, our point spread, it is tiny. Off screen, Fnatic is falling to the hands of Riaz. Where have you been, Colors? Not here, but finally getting some eliminations. Finally wiping Fnatic. It was Fnatic trying to eat their way in with the longest rotation through the south, but they fall at the hands of Alb and Colors, a big team to watch out for. If they're having a banger map, that's Team 14 in the near maroon on the south-hand side as we watch Squad 6 hold on to their power position.
That is That is just scary. Well, there you got Clutch Belk, Assault, Lovey trying to hit that rotation towards the south and accepts the challenge here. Rudy and Sunny now still looking for angles, but guess where that pool comes through? Rated and Cope, they're gonna have to move, and they're starting to focus on that early. Just have a few more seconds left before we start really having to deal with it, but on 4 will be Accept. This could be a good game for them also.
You see that attract team again, that maroon 14. They're up on power position on high ground. The problem is they have to move, and they gotta move now. Here comes the circle. Zone begins to move. Top team's in zone, looking at team 9. That's Big Man, Sight, Omega. They did restabilize. They are still alive, and they're dead center of zone. Maybe one floating. Rated's team having to rotate in, but this squad on your screen having a little bit of a game. They've got 11 kills, PDSing in zone. They might try to make a mad rap here. They're looking for multipliers, and right now there's just not enough teams falling here, Tiff. They need top 10, and they cannot cut anybody down.
No, if they're just trying to hold on. Dame Difference squad, they've had map wins, get wrapped, and they get squad wiped here. So for Z Colors and Emrius, we need a killer rotation out of this, because you're right, no one is falling. We're still at 13 squads, and we're looking for that top 10, and even then, that's only a 1.6x multiplier.
Squad 15 out, squad 33 drifts out of here. We're into top 10. There's your multiplier. You're going to expect to see team 14 make a move. Accepting trouble, and who's it at the hands of? It looks like Rated right around the corner into new. That is team 1 in red. They are in new. They're prepared. They're in the best spot. They're going to get top 5 unless they sell. This is their game to lose right now with positioning, but they don't have player advantage. More kills falling, more teams falling. You're looking for top 5. That's your 1.8x multiplier, and we got a lot of floaters. And who's floating? It's Attract. Can we get him out of the air? We do. Mayappo's a demon. We've seen it on map before. It's time that they're showing up. Team Rated in the final hour. Make you move in this leaderboard. Flying out of the sky. Can we get a second?
Stop.
Come on, Mayappo.
This is how you change your trajectory. This is how you put down enough to get to that global land. Prospect and Mayappo just absolute gunnies, cleaning house here in map number 4. Now, granted, one squad away from that 1.8x multiplier that will do work on their numbers, but we're starting to lose out on resources here. Plenty of plates, though, but if we had a mobile buy station to be able to get Rated back, but honestly, Rated can use this time to sit here and be like, hey, guys, fly and fry, you're doing great. You got the circle pool, you've got the high ground. Your biggest threat are going to be the 2 squads underneath that are still 3 pieces, but Future has game. That squad that just won, Almaty TJ falls. Numbers are dwindling, y'all.
There it is, top 5. They've got it. They secured the 1.8x with 15 eliminations so far. Right now they need to make a play. They take out Future. There's another one. How about 16 and top 3? No more multipliers to play with unless they win, and they still have power position. The only problem is they don't have all 3 alive, whereas that Sunny squad has all 3, but they have low ground. Who's gonna win it? Only time will tell, as Colors trying to get Mixie, and does get Mixie. Gets one. Uh-oh, might have just handed the win to Mayappo, taking down one. It's a true 2v2. Mayappo puts in the equation. How about a 1? How about a 2? How about a win? Team Rated, welcome to the party. Team Rated, welcome to the top of the leaderboard.
The clutch that was needed, right? Can you imagine a land without Rated, Prospect, and Mayappo? And that was looking to be the case had they not stepped up to the mantle and just absolutely did work. And we've seen zones that have favored that pop-off power area where they've kind of switched and made it to their drop spot. Rated alone was on 6 or 7 before he fell. We've got Prospect and Mayappo. You're just combing people out of the sky. You're wrapping up from the high ground. This had to have been such a massive game, Goj. I cannot wait to see it.
I mean, they were in like the mid to low 20s in points and in the leaderboard. Ridiculous to look back on this moment and say they win this with 18 kills, a total of 36 points, as we get a look back in our last stand view from Baba Huff's perspective, making some waves down below as well, by the way, winning last map and getting top 5. So that's a great map for a team that needed to protect their position on the leaderboard. But this moment right here, it came down to resources. Look at their plates. They have literally none across the board. It makes the 1v2 so much easier, but what makes it perfect is that Colors is the one playing spoilers down below. They needed the kill, so Colors gets a 1.8x point value in the final moments and hands the win to Mayapo here, who's going to be able to clean up this 1v2. And it was just frankly because of the zone. Like, he didn't even hardly throw a couple bullets down. That Accept team was just there too early. They spent too many resources and didn't have enough to clutch it up in the final moment. Here's a victory moment from that perspective. Let's hear the caps. Tiff, it seems like no comms filtering through on this final moment, so we get a chance to talk over the reaction. Look at this. A win there, and frankly, I'd only expect the comms sound something like this. Well, it's about dang time, because they have been wanting it, they've been waiting for it, and they finally took it.
Look, he said it. Everything must be taken. Nothing's going to be given. Just because on paper, you've got the qualifications that, you believe to go to that global land. But you didn't show up, and you got to show out. So getting that map win and starting to turn that trajectory back towards where it's looking likely for them to qualify. But we already talked about where they were prior to that map. Will those points be enough? Let's go ahead and bring in the desk, because I've got to know.
Oh man, it's close, isn't it? It's a big game from Rated, a lackluster from Fnatic. A lot to break down because only one more game to go for our top 5 games, right? To solidify the 4 teams going to global finals before we have to take a look at the wild card map. So let's get into it because a lot went down.
See them, even if they're not finding eliminations, they're still just giving a lot of damage in on a lot of these squads and kind of creating a lot of space, forcing them all inside to fight each other. And at the end of the day, it's just kind of clean up on aisle pop-up for Team Rated, because all they have to do is just fly on in, find these last eliminations to be able to end the map. We were waiting for them to come online all day long. Finally here, map number 4, they do it. We can never count out Rated. That is for goddamn sure.
No, you can't, right? I mean, he's been on the biggest stages in the world. He understands what it takes to take that pressure in and then output a great performance. Rated prospect Mayapo, a tremendous game, potentially going from 21st to top 3. Just barely within that top 4 conversation, but still there at a massive jump. One of the biggest jumps we'll probably see all day today, albeit one more game left. Who knows who's going to be making the jump after this point. But another big game, too, from Big Man and that crew, right? Big Man and them 19 eliminations. They don't get the 2x multiplier for first, but they still made a deep run. Another team that could very well jump up. And Dream, let's not forget, our Game 3 winners with the top 4 performance with several eliminations themselves. Baba Huff, Future Has Game, Almighty TJ, who we just had a chance to speak to. They were in 11th place. That conversation about being 4 points away from breaking in the top 3. Well, with the top 4 performance plus the eliminations, Dream, they could also be in the running for top 4.
Yeah, of course. I mean, and that's it. Consistency is key. But for that energy just carrying off into this next game, in that next map for Almighty TJ, that was huge in those end game moments. But you guys know me configuring the numbers. I'm gonna get all burger brain. I know it's got to be close. This is the most competitive I feel like we've seen Warzone here, because I mean, for these top names, right? Rated, Tommy, Skullface, Almond and Noobs, you would not even expect them to be here today. So I mean, for some of these guys, at least for Rated, you got to be feeling good about that. I think there was a tweet actually from Rated, like from the regional finals, got all of their points in one game, 23 points in over a span of 5 games. And it's like, man, if they're embarrassed about that, doing that here today, I mean, got to clean it up a little bit, right?
Well, they're cleaning it up. 36 points is tremendous. I mean, we were talking about a 4-point spread, 36 points, surely top 3. We'll check in just a second. Dandro, another team, though, second place, who's been relatively quiet all day. Rudy, Sunny, except taking second place. Several eliminations again for them. Another team that's looking to work their way up the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to kind of be a little bit of what we're looking for. You're going to have these teams that when we get to the back half of the day that are kind of maybe finally having some things click. And that's great if you are a team like this. They were underneath that building, underneath where Rated and then we're playing, kind of trying to reap all the teams that had to push on inside. But the thing, Taylor, is it enough, right? Yeah. Kind of as we get ready to move in to that final game that we have here, at least before we get into the wild card, right? So maybe this is sort of the launch you need to maybe have you feel, okay, we did really great in this game. Let's go back to back. Let's have another great game where we have some high eliminations, at least get into that 1.8 multiplier to really jump up the leaderboard. So like you said, a slow day from them, a little bit quiet, but it has me excited when you're able to make some moves in a high pressure situation like that. You might be able to use that momentum to kind of dovetail into a fantastic final game.
Well, check it out. It is coming up to the final game. That'll be starting relatively shortly. Game number 5 to decide who our top 4 teams will be moving forward to global finals, avoiding that wild card slot. Also, to consider, right, the leaderboard. It's as tight as ever. There's a lot of jumping about. We've got to calculate those scores to make sure we're 100% correct heading into the 5th and final game. Get loud for the team that you're supporting, because they're going to need it. They got to put it all on the line. This is do or die for our top 5 games. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the 5th game coming your way. And welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty World Series of Warzone North American Last Chance Qualifiers. This is a big moment, the 5th game to solidify your top 4 spots heading into the global finals. We've been calculating the scores behind the scenes, and it's time to see who our top 4 are. Starting off, Baba Future has game Almighty TJ after their game win, game number 3, and in their beautiful top 4 performance in game 4, they hold on to first place. You got Lil Mario in second, Attract and Z Colors and his crew in third, and then Rated Prospect Mayapo, they hop from 21st all the way up to number 4. But Dream, they're just barely in the top 4. The spot isn't guaranteed yet.
Yeah, it's not guaranteed. It still can be severely changed because for at least for Almighty TJ, they have to hold that position. But I mean, what is that? 5.8 difference from first to second. I mean, that's insane. And I mean, you shouted out Big Man 2, picking up all those eliminations, taking them to 7th.
7th place. We take a look now, and this is where things start to get serious, Dandra. Okay, you've got to break in the top 4. That's where Rated currently sits at 56.6 points. We talked about that 11th to 3rd place, which was once 4 points. Now it's about 10. Big games needed for everyone on this page and down.
I think that's like the thing I really want to keep in everybody's mind here is that even when we're looking at this basically 11th through 20th, if any of these people basically have a game like Rated just had 18, to 20 eliminations and a win, you are putting yourself in contention for top 4. Okay, so that's the one thing I want to look here. So when we look at teams like Team Clutch Belt, like IQ, like Fnatic that are here in 17th, 18th, and 19th, they are all very capable of having a game like we just watched Rated have to push themselves up there. So to me, it's still anybody's game. If you're any of these top 4 squads, you're still not even guaranteed to make it as we get ready to head into the last map.
Also looking at 20th, Team Greendos and his crew is stable. Jay Destroy's younger brother, very consistent. 4th place, 2nd place, 2nd place. Game 4, they fall off a bit, but they're not getting the eliminations. If they can get eliminations on this final game plus the placings they were getting before, they can absolutely jump up the top 4. This is your final page. A lot of heavy hitters here. Team Mutex, Team Colony, Nobu Spartan, who's been a powerhouse team throughout the qualifiers, right? Team Taj, who I'm personally invested because of military, Quay and Taj, right? Big names, but can they go big, or are they going to be going home? We're talking about World Series Warzone dreams either being made here or crushed. Of course, albeit the wild card map, game number 6, the final chance to make it happen. But at least for our regular big map games, this is what it comes down to. It is do or die for all the rosters. And Dandra, I love that point that you made, right? When it comes down from the 1st, 2nd, maybe even 3rd page, takes one big pop-off game like Rated just had with 36 points, 18 eliminations to catapult your way from 20th place all the way up to top 4. Big hits, or big names, I should say. A last-ditch effort for many. Dream. This is a big moment for our heavy hitters, for those who are the underdogs, for those looking to make their dreams come true.
Yeah, I'm nervous, you guys. I am super nervous. Even just looking at another one of the squads, right, in Sway and Hunt City, who played with Invader last year at Global Finals. Another team that was sitting in that 20th spot. And I mean, goes to show, right? We had Team Greendos that had 2 second place finishes, but still in the 20th spot. So a lot of these eliminations, a lot of these teams being forced to fight and engage. I mean, it's going to be do or die here. This is the last and final map before we hit that wild card, you guys. I'm ready.
That's it. Well, for the supporters out there, by the way, Team Almonds, Fnatic, right, when they were playing in the lower round 2, they won the final game. Can they do the same here when it comes to the LCQ? We're about to find all that out and more. Let's bring in our casters for game number 5. Spider, Tiff, Ghosh, it's time to end this story. Who will be the top 4 teams? Well, Tiff, Ghosh, let's find out.
The top 4, how are we already here, Ghosh? It felt like we just dropped in and kind of kicked off our journey here for the last chance qualifiers. But if you want to avoid going into that wild card map where winner takes all, now's your chance to just kind of lay it all on the line and get into that top 4.
I gotta say, Tiff, kind of because of our point spreads, it feels like we almost have 2 wildcard games. Like, just winning this 2x multiplier, if you can find enough kills on the map, that could be enough. This game by itself could be enough to take you all the way to the global finals. You could win a ticket to LAN just with one good game, and even if it's just your last game. We just saw it from Rated. I love that breakdown. A massive leap from some odd 21st, 22nd place all the way up to 4th. They're in the running, but job's not done. And As a lot of folks say at home for a monica of different sports, the best defense is the best offense. All right, you've got to go get kills. This is not a time to sit back on your laurels and play slow. It's high risk, high reward, all day, every day. The last chance to make it into the competition and our mainstay. Here we go. Map number 5 is here.
If you haven't found yourself in the top 4, y'all, the time is now. That benchmark 56.6 currently held by your map 4 winners rated. Now, I love that Dream brought up a really solid point when the majority of their points came from 1. Look at the zone though, Ghosh, because you said it. Map number 5 is starting to feel a heck of a lot like a wild card, and if you're rated and you go pop off power and you see this play line with this zone and think you're not getting contested, joke's on you. Actually, they're free and clear for now.
This is nuts, okay? This zone, and look at Rated's drop spot, actually going for, I believe that was the most wanted they picked up off of the ground playing bridge here. They're not going to risk taking that pop-off fight. They're going to be way over on that kind of eastern side of pop-off and then rotate in with theoretical, loot instead of trying to hot drop with somebody else dropping there. But you're right, people are going to change up drop spots. This is why you scrim. This is why you practice. If you see this zone and you get worried, it's because you didn't put the time in, frankly. So a lot of these teams have swapped over to 11 Resort as their backup spot. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams in 11 Resort right now, and it's usually 1 or 2.
Oh, all right. Well, if you got there early, you better win all your gunfights and make a last stand. We know a squad that loves to land over there is going to be that Intex roster, right? Another squad still not locked into that top 4. And honestly, I was like scrolling through the leaderboard. They were starting outside the top 20. So a team that's going to need to go big is going to be, well, dude, the kill feed just went to T. What is she on right now?
Yeah, I don't know what she's on, but she's on a burner. It looks like, as you see, Fnatic in trouble yet again off screen. As we're taking a look at some of our top teams, they are slow rolling right now. Not a lot of teams contesting a couple of these top squads inside of our top 4 already. So they need to get a move on, but we got to go check out what's happening across this map. Because again, 11 Resort, hotly contested. A lot of teams. I'm looking specifically Team 14. I don't even want to swap to them because they're so far down on the south side of the map. So far. I mean, I'm talking 600-700 meters by themselves right now. That's that Colors team. They have the longest rotation in the game possible from Manor all the way up. But here's that action. We were wondering what was going on with T. It looks like fighting for construction, this time winning in construction. They need a big game to move up this leaderboard, but again, it may only take 1.
Honestly, if someone's going to pull all those eliminations, it's going to be her. But you're talking about squads that have been at the top of the leaderboard and want to try and remain there, but are currently in second. Clown, Launard, Little Mario. If they fall in early in any of these and can't get that regain, there's a good chance that they will fall outside of the top 4. So every engagement matters, and they're falling apart, Goj.
Didn't even get a single one. I think they got a knock, but unfortunately a perfect team play finally from this Vombat team. I feel like this Vombat team been in a bit of a blender, albeit inside the top 10, just not able to stabilize in a lot of these 3v3s. All 3 into the Gulag. Now, there's a moment here where you get, well, at least one of them's gotta win, but you never know. Now, Lauder's gonna try to make it look easy. No, can't quite connect. Just a hair too high. Tanix wins that fight. As much as I don't want to hang out in the Gulag, this could be make or break for this squad. Clown's gotta win here. Little Mario on another Gulag off screen. Clown wins his. Woo! Can take a breath for this team. Good grief.
Yeah, but that was a 5th place squad on the opposing side. That's a must win for them on the there. Now Collat's got to go here for Little Mario. Maybe they win 2 of the 3 and that puts them off in a better space, but Fnatic elsewhere cannot get a grasp on this reality that we've got stimming forward and hey, we're sliding around, can't get a line of sight, but finally pull it together.
Okay, we got 2 back on the map. We're moving. Now, I'm going to use the same analogy I use often, Tiff. There's a building. It's only for winners. It's only for the teams at the top. And frankly, right now, going into the last map, usually all windows are barred, doors are closed, locked, chimney chutes closed. right now it's like maybe there's a single deadbolt on the front door and all the windows are still unlocked. There is so much room to get into the winner's circle, get into that building, that right now we're going to see if some of these windows get locked down by some of our top teams. But currently it is free and clear for just about anybody to come charging through those windows and grab a win and make it to global finals. Future's going to try to do that and maintain his position at the top by just cleaning up a couple kills from distance with a sniper.
Ooh, all right, well, here's your team at the top right now. You're right. The Draz game on one, hitting for shields on another. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get that. I mean, it looks like we're putting all the work in, but this is where that Car 98K nerf is starting to show.
Swing over. Here's that gigantic rotation. Again, they started in Manor, Tiff. We are way over on the western side of the map, coming over bridge into Seaport right now. Finally interacting with a couple teams. It looks like Riaz has lost his life in the rotation, to be expected, frankly. With this many teams in the way, only lost one is a bit of a miracle, but information gathering always key. And it looks like a couple teams off in the distance they might be able to get their hands on. They don't love these fights because they're down in numbers right now, and they have to buy back Riaz, and they only have about 4K, almost 5 in pocket. So they only have enough for one buy. They can't lose their life here, but they've got to take a fight. Here's that fight. A track being called back by Colors. No, being told to run away. And I was going to say, Colors is by himself trying to 1v3. I don't care if they're in the water. That was a bad call, frankly.
He's like, I take this, Chow. I take it.
Yeah,
what do you mean?
I don't know about that one, Tim. I don't know.
I walked so you could run is what's happening. No, but for real, a team in third place right now should not be doing things like that. And quite frankly, without their comms, I'm just not going to know what the thought process was, because now you got a tracked roaming on their own, and Z Colors goes to the Gulag. Maybe it was, hey, go to the Gulag, get some cash, win that one, and we'll see. We'll talk about it when you're done.
Well, battle for Levin Resort off screen as a battle for his life. Colors wins it back into the mix. Seaport District is where we go. Several teams. This is the south side of the zone. Believe it or not, we're in our second circle. We're already like down to maybe a fourth of the map, maybe less than that, maybe a fifth of the map left, as we are way up in the northwestern side. Levin Resort is where we're going to end likely. Teams have seen this during the group stages. Tiff disagrees, but...
Okay, I'm not disagreeing. I just remember, and you said it right, we've seen this in the group stages, but we'll reconvene after this, right? I want to see a track try to hold this, right? We just need to piece them apart together. There goes one. Here comes the trade, and unfortunately, not much you can do there. Z Colors has to see what he can do for the regain post Gulag for now. At least they have one left standing. Okay, so the zone that we did have that pulled towards that northwestern side of things that looked a lot like this. Remember that it pulled out between Levin and Kotovo blocks towards that, but unfortunate for Swisham, Attract gets the better of him. Now we're still keeping 2 alive for this roster, but it was a very open end game, and it was scary. But the teams that come down from the north, if they come down and treat it like it's Winterfell, that is the way to find success.
Yeah, the Battle of the North is certainly the case right now. Several teams got there early, and it's just been a war of attrition up there near 11. See Quay drop, maybe fully eliminated. We'll try to get a read on those teams as fast as we can. I think a big hit right now, Tiff. I'm looking at our teams list. Team Accept, Sunny, Rudy, they are out of here. Fully eliminated, which means they will not be making global finals, at least not right now. Maybe wildcard, who knows? They've had a great tournament this far, just couldn't quite piece it together in the last map. We've got 5 teams fully eliminated. And that's one of the squads that I am worried about, because they were near the top, but they just couldn't piece it together.
I'm just like looking around, kind of at the lay of the land here. This is going to be a big here for Meapo, Prospect, Rated, right? You got Twitty rotating in, and you can never count Twitty out because very, very solid player. Love seeing all the different iterations. Now, granted, you can see him kind of disengaging with that smoke. You're going to get that information, but once you give Meapo an inch, she's going to take a mile and will probably try to rip you out of that. But we see that zone keep on pulling towards that northwest, and I'd be really curious to see kind of how it pays off. And I was kind of doing some comms, looking at the leaderboard, goes E700 squad in 5th place. That's going to have T on the roster. And I saw her go down in the kill feed early on, and I'm looking kind of for a regain because it looks like she wins the Gulag against B-Mark there, which is massive considering Smixy so far has been the only female to grace the World Series of Warzone stage on that global LAN. Not going to be able to run it back here, but we could see T make a play for that LAN.
Certainly could be the case, and unfortunately, unless they win wildcard, it's not looking like we're going to be seeing Mutex and Intex and Believe. They're a crazy strong squad that could not get anything going today. I believe was just fully eliminated. Off screen, more action here. Dead center of Levin Resort. Game different. They had a great map and not much else besides it. Need another big one and only a couple kills to their name as an entire team. They need to wipe some of these squads here in Levin, but it's going to be a really tough fight. When you're sandwiched dead center of a building, couple teams above, couple teams below, like it's like, where do you go from here? If you try to rotate out, you're screwed. If you stay, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah.
Brutal.
When you're 6.4 points out of 4th place, you got to figure it out. I'm calling a Hail Mary for squads that are still trying to rotate out of Levin Resort right now. The one on your screen, Clown, Little Mario, Leonard, they hit a regain, and they're still on that western side, riding that why can I not think of the coastline? Tiffany, hello. A coastline. Brains, COD has fried my brain today. This is wild.
Hey, it's all good because this coastline is going to be where likely a lot of the action is. Again, you called it. Kotovo blocks right between Kotovo, south of Kotovo, and north of Levin, right on the north side of that Levin Resort. There's a wide open space there. That's where we've seen this end zone in many times, and it is wide open, and it is all coastline all day. So we're going to be saying that word a lot more going forward as we head back to the south side of the zone, where Levin Resort, the action still ensuing. Colony 2K on top. This squad, T, they are in 5th right now on the back of T. 7 kills as a team. They have 15 already. All they need is multipliers. I don't even think they need a single kill from here on out. If they can make it to top 10, they make a play for top 4 as long as that window stays unlocked and one of the top teams in front of them goes down early. We see Exact's team fully eliminated in the kill feed by BMark off screen, by the way. I believe out of here, not making it to global finals unless you win wild card. So right now, all eyes on the squad 16 to make a huge move. T was dropped by her squad going into LCQs as their top slayer gets picked up by the Swansea E700 team, and right now they are right on the brink.
Imagine dropping T. Do you know how many tournaments T has won? She's a 2v2 Reaper, and to just be able to know that she's got that gunny and to prove it on a stage like this, wow, we'll have to check back with them later once they're done with their like boys shenanigans, looking like they're about to lay siege to some soups. But for now, Clown, Leonard, Little Mario's job's not done, still trying to hang out on this rotation. But you called it earlier, you're like that Intex roster, they got kind of wiped. Nope, they're back to a full 3 stack, and they will likely be having to deal with this squad on the screen. Tommy Obstini, though, elsewhere has fallen.
That's a great shout. Here we go. Big moments for a lot of these teams. Your back's against the wall. What are you able to do? And I did misspeak earlier. It looks like they were fully eliminated, but they just barely snuck into the gulag as it's beginning to close. This Intex squad still can't get anything going, and apparently a little bit of deja vu because Little Mario's going to try to prove what I said earlier to be correct. How about a team wipe from Mario? That's what we're looking for. This Mutex team, they would love to stabilize and drop a banger. I don't think they have very many kills. I think around 6 right now. And they're pretty far down the leaderboard. I mean, they need like a 20-point game or a 20-kill game and a win. If there's any team that can do it, that team certainly can. But you got to make a move now, and they just can't get their feet underneath them.
Ooh, those eliminations are paying off for T squad there. They've moved into 3rd on the overall standings and have evicted Team Rated from it. Now, that squad, they're up in a potentially solid spot, but we need eliminations for them. Same with Clown, Leonard, Little Mario. They're about to get really mixy here, but only like 8 points that are separating them in 5th place. So not necessarily safe. And I think I just saw a full squad wipe on Fnatic.
I'm gonna wait to confirm that, but I think you're right. Fnatic likely not making global finals. Folks at home, it's worth reminding you that there was a lot of roster mania. Team 29, Finessin, Sir Taylor, they've been pretty quiet today, and Tiff, they were the ones that dropped T. They're in last right now. Having a decent game currently, but it's too little too late if you're walking into the final map with like 10 points. Maybe if you drop a 70-pointer. We'll see. Biggest map of the entire tournament, who knows? But colors on your screen, Team 14. They did a big one as well to maintain position in the top 4. They had the biggest rotation of the day, and right now it is entirely on the back of colors to stay alive. Both teammates gone. They are in 4th right now with little to no kills in this map because of the rotation. This is really reminiscent of that exact team earlier. Such a long rotate that they can't find any kills and they can't get stabilized.
No money. Only by themselves. Everyone's here. 1 elimination. What do you do? Because you have 1.2 points that are keeping you alive in that top 4. This is just not a good look.
Not a good look indeed. Colors is extremely good at playing his life. A stalwart in the Warzone scene. Competed in every single map we've ever seen. But here comes the zone, and here goes the gulag. Well gone at this point. Get ready. It's about to get real mixy real quick. Look at all these rotations, and Tiff, you called it perfectly. Just on the north side of Levin, south side of Kotovo. Basically as far northwest as we can go without being out of bounds. Still plenty of cover to play around with, and as such, 25 teams still alive, and Funzy continues to find kills. That's team 16. All eyes on that squad coming out of nowhere with a monster effort in the final map. All they need is multipliers, and they know it. They're going dead center of zone. They've got to get some cover though, because the center of zone right now is wide open. So it's the teams on the edge looking at Kotovo blocks and looking at Future as game. Baba Huff playing for positioning. They've got high ground. This is a great spot for now. It will likely creep a bit further south than this team, so they might hop, skip, and a jump over to a couple more rooftops.
Ooh, keep your eyes. I just said Mayapo get knocked. He's having some issues there on that rotation, knowing the squad number 7 Beam Arc is out here gatekeeping, and it's working to the best of their abilities because you got other squads mirroring that rated roster for Clown, Launard, Little Mario. Look, we have been trying to get out of Levin Resort and find a solid area to play from. From there, we found multiple eliminations. We're sitting on about 7, which really is kind of solidifying our spot in the top 4. But you look at the points gap, 7 points between 2nd and 4th, and it's only a matter of time before things get crazy for the squad that is in 5th place. Missed it by 1 position in the finals to not qualify. We're calling in a Hail Mary. We make it to the mobile buy station.
Wow.
We do what we need to do, and we get out with our lives barely. Now, we do have that self-res. You're likely going to get sent here, but this is where we need to listen and give it to us.
I have 0. I was literally 0.
Where's the guy at, though?
I can drop you C4s. That's literally it.
Just hold it.
I have 1 PDS. Let me call up on these stairs.
It's solo though on us, right? Trade him out.
No, it's a duo.
He's there. I got bunker.
Just look where it's going. Look where it's going.
Yeah, it's good. We're good. We're good.
We're fine. We're fine. Yeah,
I'm good now. I'm good.
Good job. Let's go.
I have 0 plates too. That kid's there.
Already on the steps?
Yeah, on the steps. One more up though.
Okay, hit
up one more. Yeah, they're up one more.
Trade him up.
Comms clean, small talk good. They just don't have a lot of resources. Need a big one here to maintain position. We're seeing them drop out of the top 5, Tiff. They were 4th going into it, just haven't found a lot of kills. A lot of stabilization still needs to be had for that team, but a lot of teams at the top trying to hold on to position. It is anyone's ball game right now. Any team could take it here. E700, watch out for that team. They are on 18 kills. That is the most kills we've seen in a map thus far, tied for the top team, and they still have 18 teams on the map. A huge map from this squad. When we said go high risk, high reward, they took it to heart. They're moving, but they still need to lock in the multipliers. We have 18 teams. Top 10 is our 1.6. Top 5 is a 1.8. Here we go. It is about to get wild as we see our rotations. We have confirmed several teams fully eliminated. Mutex out, not going to global finals aside from wildcard. Fnatic out, not going to global finals besides wildcard. Here we go. Colors in trouble. Could join them. Colors cut down. Colors out of this lobby. Colors not in the top 4.
That is wild that with that fall, we fall out of the 4th and have to duke it out in that wild card match. And honestly, Nickel right here on the other side picks up Clown. And do we get the buyback? Do we get the res? Do we keep it together? It seems like we're going to go ahead and get those gas masks. Focus on getting those reses. Vonbot on the other side, though. Not sure what the resources on Vonbot looks like because, well, he's down and out of the lobby because this team's still reaping this side of the map.
E700 had put out a tweet about him potentially retiring, comes back into LCQs, has position, all 3 alive, the most kills on the map, dead center of zone, about to get top 10 to increase their multiplier and likely increase their standings on the leaderboard. Watch out for 4th though, that's our metric. Another big play to maintain this spot. A tough spot to be in, but they are holding it well. But here comes the onslaught, teams all over the place. And it is time, make it or break it, the final moments of the final map.
We're about to be in. We are in that 1.6x multiplier, and that's a full wipe onto Rated. They're in 5th place. There's no chance for them. Fnatic, Rated, a lot of these big names go into wild card, but this squad having a hell of a game could do enough to lock in the top 4. Yes, we lose out on T, but Funzy and E700 are having a game, and they can do it. This B-Mark squad, though, this is the squad that wiped Rated, and they're on the other side of Funzy here, and likelihood of them getting gate kept is scary. Funzy, though, just able to get it on out and can maybe turn this into their favor.
They lose T. Top Slayer, she had double digital limbs by herself, by the way. 10 kills when she fell. Now it's all in the back of the Funzy team. Now the problem is they want to hold this JTech team. JTech team's not going anywhere. They got PDSs, they've got zone. They got to watch their backs here because they're just going to get shot in the back, and they got to make a move. They know they're going to get third party if they don't. How about a couple C4s? How about a bullet to the face? No, goes down. Funzy E700 cut down in 7th. Will it be enough? We don't know. A lot of math has to exchange hands, and right now we are staying with the action. Top 5, top team still in it. We've got Future has game here trying to secure their spot. We've got Shaded Step on the other side trying to play spoiler to somebody, but right now Team 7 still alive and in zone, just waiting for their competition to catch up. Almighty on high. How about 1, 2, 3? How many can you get? How about 0? Baba Huff last alive with nothing to his name besides a couple thermites, and the problem is for Shaded Step, how about the third party? Here comes Team 7. Here comes B-Mark to play cleanup. The janitors have arrived, and it is all Baba Hef all day. Can't get it done. Slide. JTech, Team 7, they win it all, and will it be enough to carry them to the global finals? Tiff, wow, what a way to finish. Zone positioning pays off. Slide, B-Mark, JTech with a monster effort in the final map.
I have no words. I have no words. Almighty TJ the entire time had worked that Kotovo blocks area. They were there since pretty much the dawn of time. So then when we see the zone start pulling in, this squad, Slide, B-Mark, JTech, are out there holding kind of that right side of Kotovo blocks, maybe a couple buildings over. This is the squad that was really kind of throwing a wrench in Team Rated's rotation. They start breaking them down, and that forces them further south to hit that regame, and inevitably doubles down and takes them out again. But as we look back at this last stand, Funzy and E700 now, they've had one of the best games of the day already. Now, they could have totally won this, but I think that push right there to try and get ahead of the rotation where that circle was pulling to was inevitably a bit of a throw, if you ask me.
It was a throw. I think they just should have waited until top 5, then make the play, because they knew they were going to get third-partied. They knew the other teams were going to pinch, they were going to get sandwiched, and they were going to lose regardless. They had to make a move. They just went too early. They could have waited for this fight right here. The Shaded Step fight could have given them top 5. We'll see if it's an end-up throw to their tickets, throwing them out the window to make global finals. But JTech, Slide, B-Mark, they were near top 5 going into this one. They were battling and jockeying around the threshold, and they win it all. This truly felt like a wild card game. I only expect to see them in global finals. I'm not making any calls here. I don't know how math works. I'm letting other people figure that out, but it truly felt like a wild card. Here's that victory moment. Let's take a look back on
I'm dead.
comps.
You gotta res. Res him. 3v3. Take your time. We third this. You guys gotta come to me. Come on. I'm throwing nades. I got a knock. I'm throwing a trophy. Knocked another. Got the pull. It's two solos. Okay, let him fight. We need these kills, low key. We need the kills. Yeah, come on. Go. One kid. Let's fucking go! Come on! Come the fuck on! Let's fucking go!
Let's go,
yeah.
I guess. Goj, how many eliminations was that? How many eliminations? Was it enough? I don't know, bro. It is just a craziness of Call of Duty action right now with the World Series of Warzone. I'm just ready to see which 4 teams survived the gauntlet of this 5-map series and will be stamping their tickets to that World Series of Warzone Global Finals. And for those who aren't in the top 4, good luck, have fun in the wild card. We'll be there watching.
I know. One more map to go. JTech, Puerto Rican, 19th at Global Finals last year, wants to make their name again made known on the main stage. But folks, that's it for the main part of the competition. We got to bring the desk back in to break it all down, because talk about math, talk about margins. I said it was going to be less than a point margin. I think I'm right, but I'm not calling anything at this point. This is wild.
Yeah, unofficially it might be. So many teams went massive in that final game. You can tell how, I mean, really the moment they were trying to own it, right? We're tallying the scores up, but it's like, I was looking, Dandro, at constant just, 10 eliminations plus 15, right nearing 20. In fact, unofficially, I believe J-Tech and his crew secure the Map 5 win. I want to say unofficially 21 eliminations, Dandro. One of the biggest games we've seen today, one of the most important times to do it. We look at our replays. Let's talk about that game and how many teams were just going off.
I mean, it was just every POV. We could sense that everybody was trying to play their life, was trying to manage to stay alive, but also push the equation on some of these other teams and really have to get those eliminations. I think we noticed a lot of these squads realize if we want to kind of jump our way into the top, it's not just going to be with 8 eliminations and a win. You had to hit those double digits, the upper double digits at that, to be able to make it on in. Huge shout out to E700 Funzy and T, by the way, because halfway through that map, we looked over. I'm looking at average eliminations like 6 or 7, and they're on like 15. I was like, right. Huh? And I gotta believe it's that eliminations that really kind of secures them, I believe, making it into our top 4. I'll wait to see that, but oh my gosh.
It was huge, right? Jesus is King, Funzy, Omit T, right? E700, at one point, I believe, sitting at like 20 eliminations. Was it enough to break into top 4? Well, the question is like, how far down were they, Dream, when it came to the leaderboard? Because we've seen teams like Rated & Co. go up from 21st all the way up to top 4, but you just never know because, like Go said, it could come down to mere points. Here they are, E700, right, making that push, and they get finished up shortly after this because that final zone was just chaos. But another team, Almighty TJ, right, we had a chance to talk to him, Dream. They get second place in this game, but more importantly, I think they just got top 4.
Yeah, that was insane too. I mean, you want to solidify that, but in those in-game moments, I think there was a shout, like maybe they were pushed a little bit too early, but for J-Tech and Co., who, again, I believe they had, I believe the last map, kind of like some audio issues. J-Tech wasn't able to hear anything. To be able to bounce that back and have that adversity and be able to take a win, that is huge. Because, I mean, even coming into this, right, they had 33rd in the upper bracket. They had 19th in finals, which secured them the 7th seed here today. But those placements, right, that might have done the trick. I don't know. We have to do the quick maths, but you got to be feeling good about that.
It's just so many teams, right, fought tooth and nail to break into that top 4. They do not want to play in that wild card map, but it's going to come eventually. The final chance to punch your ticket to global finals. Again, we're tallying the scores for top 4. I don't know who it is just yet. I've got my reservations who I think it is going to be, but until the math is officially in, all I can do is speculate. But it would be special if E700 of T made it right to represent the women competitors out there, to follow up with Smixy, who made the global finals last year. It would be another historic moment, I think, for women competitors. And she's a grinder, right? Dropped from her team now with a new roster, looking to make history on the biggest stage, right? The global stage. Let's run through today, though. We had 5 incredible games when it came down to, obviously, the LCQ. Teams were fighting tooth and nail to try and secure the victories. We started off with map number 1, and it was the first chance we had an opportunity, right, to see Sneely, Exact, Sit Rep take the victory. They weren't happy with the amount of eliminations that they ended up getting, but it was still a great start, Dandro.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of how you want to start your day. He did taper off a little bit from here, but we kind of heard them kind of talking that, this is sort of our first time, the really team kind of coming in and playing with that. This is also where we started to see some of the other teams really kind of come online and start playing as well. Shout out Stable J, right? This was a 4th place finish for them in game number 1, but not a bad way to start the LCQ for World Series of Warzone, especially if you are Team Exact.
Yeah, not a bad way at all. Team Exact, a win, 10 eliminations. Now, the question is, did they make it top 4? I don't know if the 4 games were enough to get them to that point, but still, it was a great opportunity to talk to them. They said they were hungry. This team was brought together pretty much last second, right? Not a lot of chemistry here, but yet they're making it work and making it happen. And again, it was great to see them play. And like you said, Stable J, right, getting that 4th place was also a great opportunity to see him come back onto the main screen, come back to the main stage like he was at the Esports World Cup in solo play. Shout out to that roster. We go to drop 2, Dream, and this was that Old Town, Low Town zone, right? The first time we had really seen that zone centralized on those 2 locations when it comes to our World Series of Warzone broadcast. But it was also an opportunity to see Cloud, Lil Mario start to step it up, and this was kind of their run to the at least 1st place, but also the first opportunity to see a big underdog team, Dave Different, Famous, as well as Zols, come into 1st place.
Yeah, this is where we kind of had that question of like these teams finding the rotations but not a lot of kills, and you know, teams kind of being afraid to fight, but with that plane line kind of pulling south and that final zones you know, going towards that low town being set up exactly perfectly is exactly what Dame Different and Cove Devious Gaming in the squad. But it was insane from start to finish. You know, we saw a lot of those you know, city cargo pop off rotations, but a lot of recovery even from those top squads, as we saw like even Fnatic kind of struggling in that map.
Yeah, struggling indeed, and their struggles wouldn't end. We'll obviously be discussing that as we go forward. We do go to drop 3, though, and this is where we started to see this team come alive, the underdogs. However, Dandra Almighty TJ did let me know, look, the big dogs know who he is, right? And, well, I'm starting to believe them after their performance throughout the 5 maps. They didn't slow down at all. This was just the start of their beautiful ride.
Yeah, this team kind of really came online, but I got to imagine that this map number 3 was the kickstart of all of it for the rest of the day. They're able to kind of play this 50-50 on the zone, and we heard, you know, Almighty talking about it. He says, you know, I'm kind of the IGL, but we really co-IGL, and I got to imagine with some of these calls that they take this sort of fight here, and I love it. You're just kind of playing together. Maybe you play a little bit of trade, a little bit of a bait, but at the end of the day, it's this pincer maneuver that they're able to clean up the rest of that squad to come out on top, and I got to imagine that was the catalyst for them to feel very good going in to, of course, map number 4.
Well, the story was about all the underdogs. Well, this is not an underdog team per se, but they were an underdog when it comes to the overall standings, right? From 21st all the way up to 4th place. Dream, Meopo, Rated, Prospect have one of the biggest games we've seen today.
Yeah, one of those teams that was in the top 4 predictions, right? And I believe, you know, did not make it. But for this drop, though, this was a huge win. Being set up, too, in the God position, Meopo and Prospect just holding it down the whole entire time, being set up for success. And this engagement right here, I believe that was Future and Rios, that would really set them up, right, to be able to swoop down and be able to finish off the game with the win.
Well, let's kill the suspense. Let's go to our standings and see who the top 4 were, and it's going to be Team Cloud, Beammark, Almighty, TJ, and E700 making your top 4, punching their ticket to the global finals. Congratulations to all 4. For the others, well, your job just got a lot harder as you have one more map, the wild card map. 36 teams fighting for the opportunity to go to global finals. Shout out to T, by the way, drop from her team, picks up, or at least is picked up by Jesus is King. Funzy makes it to top 4. She will represent the females. She will represent the women competitors on the global stage. I am through the roof at these 4 teams, and the underdog story that goes set up after map number 2 was very much the case. We take a look at our elimination leaders, and, well, shout out to all the competitors, but these were your top 10. Dandro, who do we see?
I mean, you got Clown right up there at the top, absolutely frying all day. 27th, Vexo showing up for the squad, just barely don't make it in 5th, but you drop 22. But hey, look who's in 3rd and 4th, 21 each. You got E700 and T, both there, putting the team on their back, frying out specifically in that last game to help them get just barely in, less than 3 points separating them and Team Vexo to make it on through. Absolutely insane for them to be able to do it. This is the beauty of World Series of Warzone, friends. It is these moments where these teams who are fighting for their life to make it on in, and just by the skin of their teeth, back against the wall, they are able to make it happen.
It's such a big story. The storylines for Warzone continue to develop and mature over time, and it's so great to see again team make it to that stage. Now the job, obviously it gets a little bit harder, but now they can rest easy being top 4. Dream, we came into this today with the top predictions, right, from everyone was Rated, Fnatic, Intex, Colors, right? None of them making it through. All top 4. You could dare say the underdogs, the ones that needed to prove themselves. Well, Dream, they did exactly that.
Yeah, but I mean, we love a good underdog story, but I mean, you got to give that credit to T, just because, again, for so many females out there who have been dropped from their team to be able to represent and make it to the global final. I know there's a lot of women out there that are just like, hey, you got to give her kudos. So that's amazing, but devastating, right, for our top players. It's kind of weird to even say that all members of the old TBE, right, none of them going to global final. Like, you would not even think that would come out of our mouths.
Well, we don't know just yet, right? We still have the wild card map, but you're right. At least at this point, not going to global final. A scary prospect, Andrew, as we start to sober up the mood just a little bit from the celebration to top 4, and now the discussion into wild card. One map to decide it all. Only one team out of the 36 that is about to compete will punch their ticket to the global final. So many heavy hitters, Dandro, that are now just resulting to just one map. Such a heavy moment for the top hitters.
Very, very heavy. But the thing that comes down to, Taylor, is that this is where all of your preparation, all of your skill really comes online. If you want to truly try and win this map, you need to pull out every bit of game knowledge you have to try and be able to make your way towards those end game scenarios and be the last team alive. It's going to be about fighting for power positions. It's going to be about understanding where the zones pull. It's going to be understanding about where does this lobby like to play, given where the map goes, to the left and right side. This will put all of your skills to the test. So with that being said, I do put a little bit more sort of respect towards our veterans that even though they didn't make it through some of these early maps, I think they have the skill set to take home a map like this. But if there's anything like last year shows us, dude, you cannot expect that this lobby will play like you think it is. You cannot expect, last year I said at top of show, I'll say it again, a 6-person PA to rip through those final zones. Those are just the things you can't make and read. And I think that is going to be the shakeup for some of these squads that maybe they're not prepared for.
Well, chat, 5 maps down, 1 more to go. Our wild card map, winner takes all. Winner moves forward to global finals. Who would it be? Well, we're about to find all that out and more. We're going to take a quick break, but before I go, I want to let you know the Out of This World pack is available now. This bundle includes the Spaced Out Operator skin, rocket weapon blueprint, decorated emblem, and more. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in-store now using Call of Duty points. Hey, one more map to go. You do not want to miss this. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to find out our 5th and final North American team coming out of LCQ and entering the global finals. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty World Series of Warzone North American Last Chance Qualifier. I'm Taylor Reflection Snowball, joined by Dream Crazy and Dandro. We've been talking about it. The 5 maps are done. We've got 4 teams going to the global finals. We need one more from North America. The question is, who's it going to be? We've got a ton of teams to choose from. Well, let's start breaking some of those down. Now, Dream, we know T's there, representing the women from around the world at the global finals. A big opportunity for her and already a huge accomplishment. But there's another one, right, looking to make it, and Swisham, I know we're all 3 fans of Swisham, right? Hey, there's a chance she can make it there too, Dream.
Yeah, and you know, you would love to see that representation. Swisham, has the veteran experience. I mean, even in the past, at casted one of her games where she won a Twitch Rivals, like, you know, she's got that winning player mentality, and I believe with her squad, you know, they can definitely be alive and stay alive in those end game moments. But kind of like what you mentioned, though, you guys, like, this is anyone's game. A simple PA, having resources is going to be key here. I mean, in these final moments.
Real quick, Taylor.
Yes.
Got Nico. He's on that squad. Did it last year. Can he do it again? That's the only thing I want to note about this team. They did it last year. Can they do it again?
He's clearly got the strats, doesn't he? Well, before we get into that wild card map, we need to pull in our only female competitor to make it to the global stage so far. We're talking about T. What is going on? I'm so happy for you. You make it through after a tremendous game. We've been talking about how you grind the game constantly. You've been playing since the beginning. T, this is such a big moment for you to be on the global stage.
Yeah, I'm so excited. It did take a lot of work and hard work. I've been playing for a very long time just to get here.
Without a doubt, and we've been pumping you up every step of the way, T. So let's talk about it, right? You come through, talk to me about this roster that you're competing with and your journey to get to this point to qualify for global finals.
So I joined them about a week ago, and ever since we've been running customs every day. They basically came to me and said, hey, like, there's a lot of people doubting you, but like we went over your VODs, like, you're the player we want. And they put trust in me, and we've been working very well together recently. Everything we do together, like, we have working on to do, of course, but it's very good so far.
I love that, T, and of course, congratulations on making it, doing it for us. You know, just talk to me a little bit about, like, since joining this team. I mean, obviously from your last squad, you know, there has to be some like comfortability with this new team. Like, what works for you? Because I mean, you were 3rd in the elimination lobby leaderboard. Like, what worked so well?
I think it's just all of our play styles that work together, and like we talk to each other. No one disregards each other. Like we listen to each other's calls. Like if someone wants to do something, like we stick with it. And then like in our fights, like we trust each other. Everything that we do together, like it's just trust, and that's how we've gotten here, basically.
I'm going to get a little spicy here with you, T. You get dropped coming into this LCQ. Your last team ends in 37th. And going into that last game, you shoot nukes to qualify to the global finals. Talk to me what just changed going into that last map, because I know you said, hey, you know, it's our team, we're feeling comfortable. Like, specifically, what happened in that map? Because you guys were frying.
Yeah, well, we basically just did what we normally do off rip, but it was more like, I think our confidence boosted up. We were like, okay, we're down 12 points from 4th. We need kills off rip. We're a very fast-paced team. So we were just like, we killed the teams off rip, and we were just moving. And then we seen that we were on like 15 kills. We rotate, and then we just start holding it down. Then we keep rotating, trying to get that placement in to get up top. And then it just so happens that we had a buy next to us. We were farming the buy, more kills. Everything worked out in our favor that game. And I think with the kills and everything and how we were playing was just the confidence. Like we knew we could do it, and we did it.
I love that.
T, seriously, hats off to you. Right, this is a big moment, not only for yourself, but also for the women competitors out there. Smixy represented the global finals last year. Now it's your chance to carry that torch. And again, you've been grinding. You've dropping nukes, right? Yeah. As Dandro said just a little bit ago, and you definitely do that. You're about to go, obviously, to global finals. $1 million guarantee, $300,000, right, for first place. Literally life-changing money. I'm actually just going to give you the floor if you want to. Just talk to your fans and what this moment means to you, and what you're going to be doing at global finals.
Yeah, well, I basically started crying when I figured out we called. But I appreciate everyone who supported me along the way. I know I had a lot of people doubting me, but I worked hard to get here. I'm going to keep working hard. My teammates are very, very good, and I'm glad they trusted me. I appreciate them for picking me up also. And I believe that we can do well online. I really do. And we have a lot of time to fix up all of our mistakes. I think we can be a top team for sure.
Well, T, I love your energy. I love your story. And I cannot wait to see you on that main stage in front of the crowd competing for all that money, but also the glory. And like I said, representing the women out there. T, once again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Tell you what, man, gives me chills, you know, thinking about it, especially you could see the emotion on her face. She said she cried when they figured out they call. You could tell how much it meant for her to make it to the stage. And really not just T, right, but everybody else who made it in the top 4, who made it through, you know, the finals, the North American finals, right? It's just, it's such a momentum shift in your career and a chance really to be on the biggest stage. Dream, you've been a competitor before, you've won in the past, right? So I know you know what it is and what it means, right, to be on those big stages to win. So shout out to T and everybody else who made it through. Dream, this is only the start though, right? Global finals, it's about to get wild.
Yeah, global finals, and of course we know the teams that are waiting in global finals are some heavy hitters, but no, for the teams here today, you got to give them hats off, because even the performance for some of these leading slayers, you know, you got to give the credits where credits due. I cannot wait though for this wild card map, you guys.
I can't wait.
We're ready, and this is gonna get crazy. We're gonna get wild.
We're gonna get wild. Hey, well, let's take a look at the wild shenanigans that actually happened last year when it came to LCQ, specifically our wild card map. Now, we saw a little bit of everything, hiding around, camping the corners. You know, it didn't disappoint, and it's not going to disappoint here. And this is actually the team that won, Dandro.
Yeah, Crowder, Nico, and Dez. And reminder, we got both Nico and Dez here today as well. What was crazy about this team, Taylor, is that they started literally the other side of the map and somehow are able to rotate all the way through to get to this point where they are on the docks. They crowned my crowning achievement here in World Series of Warzone, becoming a shiver of sharks and just finding so many eliminations, bringing down the rest of the lobby. It was hype. It was energized and led to some of the best moments in Warzone we've ever seen.
Indeed, very much so. And you can actually hear Ghost popping off right on the mic, going nuts during this very moment, because it was crazy. It really was. And again, that story, Dream, like for Crowder to make it through, I know there was a lot of anticipation for him as a competitor, and he managed to do it. He obviously went on to Global Land. Great stuff, seriously. Dream, what would be your strat though, right? You got one map to win it all. You may have not performed too well whenever it comes to like the regular qualifiers. I'm not saying that based off your skill. I'm just saying theoretical, okay? Because I know you'd be at the top, of course. Not me though. What would you do, right? What is the winning strat?
I mean, stay alive, obviously. It's just one of those things where, you know, you have to really count on each other as a team to communicate where everyone is. But zone positionings, as mentioned, those power positions are going to be key. Knowing where to rotate, preemptively getting set up early to put yourself in the best possible position. But also, too, knowing where some of these heavy hitting teams are going to be at, right? There's going to be a little bit of RNG, of course, that plays into it, but knowing when to back down, because I mean, obviously you don't want to challenge somebody who's someone like Rated or against Skullface, but in these in-game moments, it's going to be key. You're going to have resources, because we saw a lot of streaks go down last time. We saw a lot of resources being used, and I mean, you don't want to be a team that doesn't have any plates or anything to work with in those end game moments.
That's it. Well, look, 36 teams are about to play for their final chance, the final North American spot at Global Finals. 4 tremendous teams, Rated, Fnatic, Intex, Colors, all going for it. I'm ready to get this started, so let's bring in our casters. We got Spider, Tiff, and Goj, of course, for the final map of the day. Wildcard winner takes all. Who will it be? Well, Tiff, Goj, let's find out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know, Reflections. I'm not throwing my prediction On main. I know Goj's. Goj was immediately like, let me lock it in. This is who I've got. And, well, who was it again? You gotta share it with us.
I'm going Picnic, Oakley Boy, and Ryda. Okay, that's my choice. There's no favoritism. I picked it last year. I picked the Goj last year, Crowder's team, and they did it. So maybe I go back to back, but I don't know. This one last year it felt, I just had a premonition. This year it feels like I'm just shooting in the dark because you got to remember, Fnatic still a part of the conversation here for wildcard. 3 of the best Warzone players in the game. Team Rated still in the conversation with the wildcard. One of the best trios in the game right now, or at least we thought. Apparently not right now. So I don't know. Like, my big question to you, Tiff, is less of predictions. If you don't want to go for it, mental boom. Talk to me about it. If you're one of these teams that's been struggling today, do you have the mental fortitude to win the final map?
I don't want mental fortitude at this point. I want some Kaiju number 8 level fortitude. I want to see your inner Daikaiju. I don't care what we get out of here. You just got to be the last one standing. And everyone on the desk, they were talking about it. They're like, we see streaks coming out. It's going to be bunker busters, mortar strikes, precision airstrikes. I want you to channel your inner survivor and outwit, outlast, and just outplay the competition.
Oh, that's a great reference. I didn't understand any of your references until Survivor.
I had to. I had to do it for you.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll see. Survive, outwit, outplay, outlast. Certainly the motto going into the wild card series. Only one team on top. One more team to the global finals from North America. Here we go. Time is now.
First time we might be heading to the south of Urzikstan. This plane line, though, it's pretty damn atrocious, if I do say so myself, Goj.
Okay, well, fair enough. Yeah, you can see the line. We're way out to the eastern side. Zone is favoring a hair south. Could it be a city end for the wild card map?
Please.
We already knew there was going to be like 30 of the 36 teams alive into the final couple circles, but if City is the final circle, good grief, we might see all 36. I don't know. But folks, if you've never seen a wildcard map, it's pretty simple. You heard the analysts talk about it. Stay alive. If you win this map, you make finals. Period. End of sentence. There is nothing else to talk about. So kills, they're great. Staying alive, awesome. When you're Gulag, heck yeah, you're right back into the map. It is all about surviving. So will we see slower paced gameplay? Certainly. Will it still be mad entertaining? Definitely. I'm excited to see if maybe a couple teams get mixy, but right now it's all about surviving. And I think the desk called it perfectly, Tiff. It is resource management. You know we need like 5 PDSs going to the final circle at least. You cannot burn those early. You've got to have cash. You've got to have resources.
The chances of us seeing some insanely cheesy things this map are possible. And I'm not even going to judge any of it. I don't care if you win with 1 or you win with 20. Whatever it is that gets you to that global LAN finals, no holds barred. Do what it takes. And if you want to duke it out at the top of City here, so be it.
Whatever it takes, nothing given, everything earned. All of our mottos today, certainly the case. Just last team alive. We'll try to shout out the first team to be cut down as Super Rob, maybe the first player eliminated from this lobby. It's going to be pretty difficult. We'll give you as much info as possible. Reminder, if you want to watch it yourself, one more time, on the YouTube Call of Duty stream, you'll see the map view at all times. You'll be able to see some of our players. But looks like Lawlet able to get the better of another to try to even this up to a 2v2. But again, you don't have to take these fights. You want to. You want to wipe some teams early. You want resources, but you don't have to. So some of these teams are going to be playing a bit more scared.
I was really curious if we'd see some teams kind of start trying to land on others and completely shake it up. Well, regardless, that means Team Tommy, they're going to have Bazaar free because B-Mark, you know, just chilling. But for the squads that are going here, and DSAV had some really solid moments over in our 5-game series, but regardless, it doesn't matter. And Shaded Step, OP Mark, Reed Boy, we saw them have success kind of in some of those earlier rounds of our group and bracket stages. Can they lock it in for the wildcard match?
Yeah, that's the fun part about wildcard. Shout out to whoever thought of this, by the way, because it is like the trio YOLO, right? It is the only thing that matters is winning. So you see several of these gunfights, but they don't matter unless you get fully eliminated. Nothing matters besides winning. So as much as we can talk stats, as much as we want to break everything down, as much as we want to talk about the points, it doesn't matter. Now, the first team eliminated at least to the Gulag is going to be that Reed Boy team. But if there's any team that can stabilize and go for a win, it's certainly that one. So you can't count anyone out until the final seconds. Probably the final second of this map.
All right, Penix, Super Rob, Lawlet have been chilling up here on the crane for the time being and is finally gonna go a little bit lower. We saw that Reed Boy squad get wiped and head to the Gulag, and it looks like we are 2 for 2 on losing so far. Might be down to the final one.
And again, I feel like you and I, just for the next like 15, 20 minutes, this is kind of what we talked about last year. We just gotta sit back and have a great time, you know? There's really no theory crafting we can do right now aside from zone. So I do want to show the map. It does look like we have a team fully eliminated, folks. Alert, alert. I see 35 out of 36. Who is it? Squad 27 out of here. Wait, they're fully eliminated. They lost their gulags. I think that's OP Mark's team. OP Mark is fully eliminated out of this lobby. Reed Boy gone. No chance of making global finals. They're the first team to fall. Wow, wasn't expecting that one.
If Frankie were here, she'd hand a spoon, and that's tough. That's tough.
That is tough indeed. But yeah, what I was saying, Tim, we're just gonna be yapping, having a grand old time, hanging out with chat, maybe. Chat, who do you got? All right, I'm going Ryda. Who do you have to win it all? Maybe IQ or Raze? Solidify? Strong team.
It's true, this team could very well do it, and they've got control of the train, and I'm trying to see kind of where that puts them for now. You know, pretty solid, right? I'm looking at that Z Colors roster. They're kind of still running it back with the suburbs. They're gonna have to go north. It does kind of bounce back towards the north, where we could see some people start to get a little confused, right? And the same thing happened to us in one of our 5-game series, right? Where people are like, do we commit to the cargo side? Do we commit to the soccer field side? Do we go Old Town? And I guess if I'm a player right now, I'd be farming recon contracts.
I think that's a great call. Recon contracts is a huge boon. You've got to know where the circle is. Chocolate gonna head to the Gulag. Not a full wipe off the map, but to the Gulag we go. Yeah, I think information gathering, resource management, they're always important for Warzone, but in the wildcard map, they are the most important things. Information, I mean, I think recon drones in your hand is a great way to gain information, especially as you get near to like mid-late game. Scout out which buildings have already been taken. But yeah, I think those recons can give you a big boon of knowing where the final circle will be, because as our map is continuing to get smaller and smaller, right now it's pretty central, looking like cargo-ish, which means we're probably not ending in city. It would be cool to see a bridge ending though. Who knows?
Don't wish that upon us. I mean, you know what? Yeah, let's get all the chaos. Let's go center up on that Sea-Town area on the south side of cargo. Especially this. Make sure this is included in our final. I want water. You think back to North America, right? This was the second wild card that we got last year. The first one was EMEA, right? We had in that village area on Al Mazrah, it was just the layer cake ending. And people were just full sending out into the open, and we're just like, what in the world is happening? Well, first off, Zulz gets ripped out of the LTV. GG go next. A Vexo over there, now, you know, claiming a little bit of piece of that. But this is the area of the map that I want to see included in that final zone.
That was a great
Hey, hang on, come back. Come back.
Oh no!
Yeah,
no!
Yeah.
Wait.
You realize
they just went to the Gulag. It's fine.
Sure.
They're not done yet. Look,
Go's just chalked, guys. His predictions are chalked. He is the caster curse here, okay?
We're fine. 35 out of 36 still means Picnic is still alive. If somebody wants to help me out from production, try to find that team. I don't know where they are. Thank you. Oh gosh.
There they are.
They're not in the Gulag. Picnic's just
hanging
floating.
on by a thread, bro. Hey, a thread.
Tiff, I believe, okay? I still believe in this team. They have a ton of chem. They've played together for years. I think this team can restabilize. The problem is Picnic needs some more cash to buy back a teammate. And frankly, with 35 teams still on the map, I don't know where you go from here. Yeah, this is my team to win it all. And so far, not so good.
You know what? This is nice, right? Go for the hidden caches. It's a good way to find yourself some quality equipment right off the rip. And if you lock in a self-res, sure, it'll fend off a push for like 0.07 seconds. Because if someone wants to fool you, they are. Now, the squad on the opposing side of him, that's Staple J, Green Doze, Freddy roster. You know how many second places they got throughout our first series? Wouldn't it be wild if the one map they clutch up is the wild card?
I know. I was thinking the same thing. I mean, Staple J did it on land. I mean, get him back to land, see what he can do. Uh-oh.
Destroy's already there.
No! I was so wrong.
Do you want to go again? Do you want to go again and take a different prediction? Like, I'll give you that.
I feel like it's early enough. Nobody's watching, right? I could just retweet a new winner, and I think I still have a chance, right? Golly, that hurts my soul. Okay, off the dome, we're going IQ and Erase on top with Solidify. They made a sub, they dropped Dez, and that team was looking strong early game of this tournament. That's my new pick, but yeah, well, definitely not going back to back. Quite opposite sides of the coin this time around. Whoops.
If they are the next squad to get wiped, I think they're going to have a real bounty and a bone to pick with you, but it's totally fine.
Yeah, well, I believe in the boys. I almost picked Rob and IQ, by the way. Almost chose that duo. Another duo has been playing together since like early Verdansk. And Solidifies really strong too, and I chose the picnic side, and I have made a mistake. That's on me.
It's fine. Mistakes were made. But for this mock, Icy Scopes, Milko Jones, trying to hit a rotation. And when you rotate into Tommy, Teeny, man, that roster, not a roster that you want to kind of go up against this early on. They immediately recognize the resistance that they're getting. And we're just going to filter on across this bridge, which you guys play a lot of zombies. This is a real top tier zone here. Tier number 3. I don't know who wants to be the mega abomination over here, but it might be Green Doze and Staple J.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Tiff. I don't understand half your references, but I know.
Sir, do you not play Call of Duty?
No. When you talk about anime, okay, this is what happens.
That was not anime, but yeah.
Oh, sorry, I missed the call. Then I was just saying I was gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. I know a lot of folks at home understand a lot of those references, so I was gonna give you credit there and just say that I was missing.
I do love it though.
Okay, great. I thought maybe you said gulag or something, and I heard some other word I've never heard in my life, so my bad.
It's fine. Sometimes I speak a different language. It's just not French, you know? It's not French.
Somebody in chat said, nah, don't curse them. All right, my bad, man. Like,
see, that's what I'm saying. The caster curse go hard. But this roster, okay, so let's be real here. It's the very real possibility that one of our teams is not going to, maybe they'll have been new to LAN. Maybe this is the first time gracing the stage. But there's a lot of people that we are so used to seeing in the upper echelon of competitive Call of Duty, not going to be on that global LAN finals. They're going to be at home, turning on the watch parties, and we're going to see all the FOMO tweets on the timeline, and I am so not ready for it.
I know. Well, job's not done. Still an opportunity to make, but only one. Quick look at our map, by the way. You can take a look at it on YouTube as well. It is still fairly central. We should see a new zone here shortly. In about 20 seconds, we'll start moving, and I'm thinking cargo. That's where I'm thinking here.
I like it.
I'm thinking cargo is going to be in zone, which is still a lot of cover. It's not city, don't get me wrong, but it's still a good zone, and there's several teams already there. I'm seeing like roughly around 10 of our squads have predicted cargo or gotten recons. But look how much of this next zone, Tiff, as we see it top left, is out in the open. It's those kind of like hilly mountain ranges right outside north of cargo as we watch
Outpost.
Devo in trouble. Yeah, there's a lot of wide open space there. If you can kind of play the berms, you're okay, but not a lot of buildings.
Yeah, while we got this on your screen right here, it looks like we're going to disengage for a bit. You call it right. If you take control of Outpost right now, there is a good chance that you can clutch things up. And Intex, Mutex believe they've got the buildings just to the north. They're already there. They're trying to make a play for it. Raided's team kind of overextended towards the Seaport District, and Dame Different, your map winners in one of the series from the earlier, they're working on this regain. We saw Zols get ripped out of that LTV early, and when Dame Different was on that interview, he was like, yo, Zols has the gunny. So that immediate buyback is going to be Zols. Does have the cash to get famous Kima back. But for now, we have to really worry about our safety, about getting to that buy station without being punished for it.
Yeah, I agree. But to the gulag we go, because frankly, these are the most important gulags of your life. We'll take a look back at some of those fights here shortly when we get a chance. But here's an overhead view of all the teams here in cargo. And there's a lot of them. Everybody holding down a different building, a different position on the map. Try to figure out where this next zone will go. Some of them might know already, but I spot my second pick. I'll just call it my first. Nobody paid attention to the first part of the broadcast anyways. IQ Array Solidifier in a really good spot in zone. Kind of near the edge-ish, up inside of north of Cargo. So watch out for that. But to the Gulag we go, because these are important, and Magoo makes that one look easy.
You love to see it. Still only 2 squads have fallen. Tommy still up and at him, picking up eliminations. That Fnatic roster getting into the mix. I also just saw Nico Infinite's name out towards the right-hand side of things, but for Hixers and Infamous down to a duo. Has the cash to be able to get drifts back, but we seem to have a kind of tough thing here. Someone just flies in, rips their high ground, and Wheels, well, he's got to get out of the Gulag.
Back to the Gulag. Again, these are super important, especially if you can have all 3 alive. How about a shotgun? Why not? See me in the Gulag every once in a while. Why not use it? Nope. Goes for the AR and gets slammed. Milko on top of Wheels there. Unfortunate, but another Gulag. His teammate there as well. And wait, this is make or break, Tiff. I think this is make or break. No, Scripta is alive, so they do have a teammate into the Gulag as well. Needs to win against Joe Gang. Does get it. Still alive. Woo. Okay.
Man, these Gulags, they're so scary. This bringing me back to like the very first ever solo YOLO, because it feels like that, but Finesse on the opposing side. Here's Scripta's side. If they can go 2 for 2 on the Gulags, they'd be quite nice, but not able to seal the deal just yet. We're pulling out all the works here.
Oh my gosh, it's gonna be all in the back of Sween. Does have nearly $12,000 though, so quick double buyback. Does get it off in time, but Shero was ready for that one. Only gets 1 off in time. Will's gonna have to restabilize. Now, our zone is getting a lot smaller. We are on the hill north of Cargo. This land, we see all the pine trees and this like radio tower. This is what we're talking about. This is the in circle, and the only team really isolated in the circle out on the hill already, that's Team 25 in the green. That's Stimper, Purity, and Crafty. You can see them there kind of blending in with the surrounding terrain on our map view. Other than that, most everybody else is coming through Cargo. I'm seeing like 20 teams in Cargo all battling and jockeying for position, where only 3 have the spot inside a zone. Look at that, Team 22, 15-2. Those are the teams to watch already in zone in Cargo, holding this position. Everyone wants those buildings right now.
All right, let's group on up, get on to in and start gatekeeping. Honestly, I still love Intex, Mutex, Believe. I love their positioning. They've been holding that compound of outposts, and now they do have to finally move. If they can win this big fight on that northern side, they will be one of the only squads rotating in from the north, where the majority of our squads are going to be collapsing on this southern side of Cargo.
Yeah, this is utter chaos, and frankly, I think you're right. Northside is definitely the place to be right now, and it's Mutex's team up there. Team 12 Fnatic still in this, and I don't know necessarily the best spot in the new zone, but right now, I love where Fnatic is at. I love where Mutex is at. Those are the teams to watch out for and see what they're able to do on the map with a fairly free and clear rotation. And Fnatic is now dead center of zone, and Mutex's team is carving through the north side of this zone, while this chaos is happening in front of us on the south side.
This is so scary. And Greendo's Staple J, I think they're missing out on Freddy unless he's in a different building. But we're finally top 30 squads. We've lost out on 6, and Circle 5 is about to start closing. That Clutch Belk roster went under fire from Team Mutex, loses another. Swish'em gets fooled by Twitty, and now Mop and Icy Scopes, the duo, just trying to hang out here, bide their time. But I think we're gonna go down to like 10 rosters, maybe 12 here in the next 40 seconds.
Oh yeah, it's utter chaos right now on the south side of the zone, but here's a look on the eastern side of the zone, and look who it is. Fnatic dead center by themselves for the most part. A couple teams trying to kind of advance into their position, and they're being warded off at least for now. The problem with that position by Fnatic getting there early is you will get pinched if you're not careful, so they've got to watch all of the angles they can get shot from and do it in kind. But here's the action. Here is the density of all of the rest of the teams all slammed together in a tiny little sandwich, and they are falling left, right, and center, doing everything they can to get an advantage, but they can't find it. There's just too many.
Tommy's wiped, done and out, went out of the hands of Prospect for Z Colors, Attract, and Rias. You've got to hold on. We're in the gas, and Green goes stable, Jay. Playing spoiler, can Rias clutch it on up?
Wow. Attract gone, Riaz gone. That's a full team wipe for that team. Sharo gone. If you're a fan of that Devo squad, they played great, but not great enough. Here is Fnatic, center of zone, battling. Everyone wants their position. They're right dead center of the zone, prepared for anything portable by in kind. Kills don't matter, but they're finding plenty. This is what they needed the rest of the tournament. Where has this been? They get position and they're finding kills, but all that matters is winning, and they get the zone pull. They're the only team in zone. Look who's creeping up. It's Mutex making a move. Omega down. Fnatic in trouble. Mutex swinging in from the north side. It's going to be Mutex on the north, Fnatic on the south, now moving center.
Look, if you're going to hang in from the north and clear everything out. Now, you think about this really quick. Just a couple of days ago in a tournament, this squad won no maps except the very last one. Maybe they're just got that game number 6 energy. Doesn't matter what it is. And if that's the case, and this is the one they convert on when there's 8 squads remaining, they just need to be better than 7 more squads. And it may not have been pretty, but it could get you there.
Fnatic is in this top 10. Look at who's left. They have a vehicle. They have all 3 alive. They wiped out one of their main competitions with that Mutex squad. I thought the Mutex team might win it there because of their positioning, and they knew it, so they immediately swung on that team with C4s and smokes, and they won the encounter. They've got a great spot. The problem is all eyes are on them. Lollet pushed the equation. Mortar, C4s, and everything in between. Tinox trying to make a play. Unfortunately, a couple C4s tears him down. Noob's going huge in the final moments here where he's the only one on his feet. He's got 2 in front of him, 1 low. He's got to win the 1v2, and he backs back up to the PDS. An extremely smart play to stay alive. He and Almond, now the old tried and true duo, some of the top Warzone players of all time. They're not on global finals yet. They're in trouble. It's Lowett making a huge play. Fnatic is out of here. They're gone. We've got a console player in the final fight all by himself.
Holy, down to the final 3. Lollet a solo. You got Colony 2K, Watch Waldo, and Nickel on the other side. Going under fire, trying to take a little bit of pressure here. But look at that wrap. They're the ones that are going for that early rotate, and it might just save them, especially when you have that 3v3v1. But Quay, Taj, Ant on your screen, they're the ones that are going to have to put that pressure onto that Colony 2K roster.
Tiff, the final moments are a 3v3v1. Lollet on console all by himself. Could he potentially pull this out? I don't think so, but he could play spoiler to one of these 2 teams of 3s. And right now, this looks like a free win for the Nick Cool team. They've got zone positioning. They've got to win the 3v3. It's a true 3v3. This is Call of Duty. Make a play right now. Watch Waldo on the wrap. We lose Nick Cool. It's a 2v2. Takes out one, takes out the second. And the victory. Watch Waldo. Nick Cool. They're headed to land. Well done, gentlemen. Welcome to the grand finals. Colony 2K on top.
Imagine clutching up one of the craziest zones for a wild card, an all or nothing type of map. Colony 2K, Watch Waldo, and Nickel just clutching it on up. You love to see it.
I'll say this about Super Evan. He was wrong about every single selection except for the wild card. Well done, gentlemen. Colony 2K, Watch Waldo, Nick Cool. A crazy story bringing in the IGL Nick Cool. It worked, then it didn't work. All things were falling apart, but in the final moments, I can only imagine with Nick Cool as the IGL, they perfectly set up the final fight of the final map, of the final opportunity to make land. Tiff, break this down for me. It was a perfect setup in the final moments.
And they took that early rotation, right? And I was really curious if you would see Taj and Quay kind of hit that rotate over to Watch Waldo. And you can already see Taj is putting out feelers. They're starting to take that Chow over towards them right after leaving Lawlet alone. Then something comes through. We look over and we're like, okay, we see one player over there. Let's kind of rotate around, clean that up just so we can focus on the task at hand. That final 3v3. The mortar strike, all those streaks kind of breaking up the center of this open ground. And yeah, you really want to use the natural topography of Urzikstan for your angles because these trees, they're so super thin. But the way they just kind of spread out on that right-hand side, make that push, it's actually going to be that Colony 2K roster. They pick up the first knock onto the opposing squad, and then they just kind of swarm around them before Quay's team can kind of even get their feet moving. So let's go ahead and run back that victory moment.
I stuck one. Broken. On the right. Broken. One more. Let's go! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! Holy shit! Let's go! Holy shit! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! Holy shit! Get me fucking in there! Get me fucking in there! Let's go! Holy shit! Let's fucking go! Holy shit!
Unbelievable. The reaction we expected when everything was on the line. The tension was palpable. The team did everything they needed to do. And frankly, those at home that don't like to see rats, well, Colony had 10 kills in the final moments. A ridiculous feat, but it all came down to winning it. The skill was on display, Tiff, and I gotta say, this trio, they earned it. I'm so excited for them. We'll be seeing them in the global finals as our last North American team to make it to LAN. Analyst Taylor Reflections Noble, break it all down for us. That was a banger.
Oh, my heart was pounding, right? You go back and watching Fnatic fighting for their life. Everybody focused on them, right? Hiding behind the LMTV. And then you have, of course, the military guys that I pumped up at the start of show, almost making it second place. Quay, Taj, Ant, nearly there. But then the big dogs who take it, right? Nickel, Watch Waldo, Colony, 2K, a team that we were watching very, closely throughout the 5 maps we saw today. Only for game 6 for them to take it, the one and done. And Dream doing so with 15 eliminations, a very high number, honestly, compared to what we have seen from previous wildcard matches.
Yeah, that was absolute chaos in those final moments. And I mean, kind of looking at some of those teams, just where the zone was pulling, how open it was, right? You had the north side Mutex's squad and the south side Fnatic squad. And man, that was just insane. But the positioning and just being able to stay alive in those in-game moments, you gotta give a shout out to. And for Nick Cool too, who last year, right, was at World Series of Warzone and now making it again, that reaction, definitely to be expected and well earned.
We take a look at our highlights, and Dandro, Nickel, like Dream just said, right, making it to global finals last year, but not the best performance, looking to do better this time. This trio that takes it, what were you expecting from them, right, throughout the qualifiers, and were you expecting them to realistically make it to globals?
I mean, I was expecting them to make it to globals because when we looked at the regional finals, or actually the before that, the upper side of that bracket, they were in 3rd, okay? But in regional finals, they struggled to come online. They end 34th. I know Nick Cool. I've been casting over him for a long time, and I know that he is absolutely ecstatic about making it again. I talked to him early this year, and he said, I'm not happy with how last year went. His team came in dead last on LAN, right? You love to make it to LAN. It's never cool to be dead last. So to see them be able to come in here, it is the last final moment for a team to make it on in. They get there. This team could do some work on LAN. That's all I'm going to say. I think that he's feeling a lot more confident about this team, especially getting to that global final.
I was looking at that play there. Sheem nearly getting he did get his teammate backed up, but then all of a sudden, man, they're getting hunted down. I think that was kind of the main storyline. Dream, I do want to talk about, though, this final zone could not have been in the most open. I have never seen a more open zone where it mattered most. Everybody forced to just smoke out, hide behind any amount of coverage. C4s were going out left and right. I mean, it was chaos.
Yeah, and Lawlet, you got to give a shout out to him too. I mean, just being able to play on console and at this high level intensity and being able to take out Noobs and Almond right there in the end zone moments. But for Quay and Co, that was so close. The fact that they almost made it, the military regiment boys in those in-game moments. But this was a perfect push though from Waldo, just being aggressive, right? As Lawlet was, if you will, playing spoil alert and distraction. What a beautiful win.
Well, here it is. This is your 5th and final North American team making it to the global stage to play for $300,000 in first place, $1 million guaranteed. And they did so in spectacular fashion. Think about the journey, right? To go from map 6, you know, we're talking the wild card map, to potentially global champions. It's a long road, of course. There's a lot of great competitors out there, but at least it's one small step to maybe a giant leap into what it is to be a champion. Congratulations to them, but let's sober the mood up just a little bit, right? It's all celebrations now, but for some, it's heartbreak. Dandro, so many great names, powerhouse players did not make it through.
I hate to talk about it, but I think, you know, it'd be unfortunate for us not to, right? This will be the first sort of very large Warzone event. We see no member of TBE, no Tommy, no Almond, no Noobs at a major Warzone event. It breaks my heart, honestly, as somebody who's been around for so long, to not see any of those there. Skullface, the solo YOLO winner last year, came in a second. Like, it's I can't believe that some of these names that on paper we thought were super teams at the start of this year, now moving into the creme de la creme of Warzone competitive, will not be competing.
Skullface is a big one too, you know, big personal fan of his performance. Like you said, winner of Solo YOLO. We covered him at top of his show. Fnatic, a wonderful performance when it came to Esports World Cup. They don't make it this time around. There were some unfortunate things that did happen today throughout their run. But, you know, my heart does go out to them. They're great competitors, and I know they're going to be back in the future. Obviously, Rated, too, another tremendous name who doesn't make it. Dream, which is a big shock, given the fact not only because of his namesake, but also after that major game number 4, right? We're talking 36 points, jumped up to 4th, but game 5 just couldn't get it done. Another big name roster that doesn't make it through.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to look at Mayapo too on that squad, right? Even playing with Skullface in 2022 with Hisoka, right? Those were your World Series of Warzone champions. So just to kind of see some of these players not even make it through it, like Dandro said, it's devastating. Even for Skullface, right? Always in that top 2 spot. It's crazy, but that just kind of goes to show the level of competition here in World Series of Warzone, and every year how it just gets more and more competitive, and kind of, you know, we're seeing these new players, an influx of new players, even coming from multiplayer. T was even just being one of those players that was just winning earlier this year on multi, winning at LANs for multi, and then coming over to Warzone. It just continues to grow every single year.
And the competition's getting better and better. We've talked about that, right? On the World Series of Warzone stage, which is what, getting on year 4 around there? I think we've been a part of it for 3 years, at least for us. You've been a part of it, Dream, since the very beginning, but it's like we've seen the competition heat up. It's gone from influencers playing, you know, and invites, to now you have to earn your spot on the global stage. And well, sometimes that's a very difficult thing to do. It seems like you have a long time to make it to the global finals, especially when you started in-game opens right from the very start of the journey. But the more you go along, you don't make it at each stage. Well, we still got the next one until finally you reach the last chance qualifier, the LCQ today. And well, then you only have 5 teams to move forward, and your chances are slim, and will become slimmer the least you perform each and every map. So heartbreaking for sure for some, but elation for others. You know, we talk about T making it through. You could see the tears coming out, right? She was so proud to be there now on the global stage. She even said it herself, you know, breaking out in tears when she realized she made it, Dandro. And for others, you know, Baba Huff, right? Future Has Game, Almighty, TJ, the energy was great from them. They end up winning today. One of our star performers, a team, Dandro, that we didn't know too much about then, but now know a lot about now. We're going to continue to learn about them on the global stage.
Yeah, and I feel like that's kind of the exciting part of this, right? We have 4 teams that are joining us at the global final that are looking to make their mark, right? I feel like kind of when we came into today, I was seeing the timeline filled with all kinds of predictions, and I'll be honest with you, I agreed with them. Yep. But for these 4 teams, this is just absolute insanity. And I think it kind of goes to a point that you touched on a little bit. We have evolved here in competitive Warzone. We are past the super team rosters, right? Where you have 3 really skilled individual players, you slap them together on a trio, and you say, all right, great, we're about to win this tournament, right? I think we are far past that, and this year has really showcased that. It's the teams with chemistry. It's the teams with players who believe in each other. It's the teams who are willing to VOD review, to scrim every day, to get better, that are starting to have success. And I think our 4 teams that made it out of the LCQ here today really embody every single part of that. I think here between now and whenever, kind of our global final is, these are the teams that are going to hit the ground running when it comes to their prep and being able to make sure that they have what it takes to fight truly the best of the world of Call of Duty Warzone.
And it's amazing that some of these rosters, Dream, were put together just a week ago, right? Talking to T, like, oh yeah, this roster was made just a week ago, or even some of our underdog rosters who didn't have really team chemistry before. They come together and say, well, let's give it one final shot during the LCQ. And they end up qualifying, right, Dream? So it makes it even that much more exciting, as now they have, like a month or 2 months to prepare for the global stage. How much better can they get? I mean, the potential is limitless.
Oh yeah, for sure. And sometimes you'll have these teams that kind of enter that honeymoon phase, right? Where you're just like, all right, things are working out. But when you have that right off the gate and then you come in and qualify for something as big as this, and that is amazing. And by the way, the road to get here wasn't confusing at all, you guys, with all the groups. But no, it's just for that, now you have a couple months to prepare. It only can grow stronger and get better.
Well, let's talk to one of our final game winner, making it through the wild card, Colony 2K. Let's bring him in and hear what he has to say. Colony, what's up, man? You made it through in one of the most volatile end zones, wide open, everybody fighting and really eyeing you to take you down, but you ended up holding your ground and winning. What does it feel like to win that final map and secure your spot at the global finals?
Man, it feels good. We really wanted to go out there, give it our all, play as a team, wanted to execute, give it 100% of 100%.
100% of 100%, man. You did exactly that. So let's talk about at least the first 5 maps of the day. What was the mental like? How were you guys feeling? What improvements need to be made? Because obviously you're going to the global stage now. You got a couple of months to prepare. What's going to happen once you hit that main stage in a couple months?
Man, when we hit that main stage, we just got to execute, work as a team, give it 100% of 100%.
All right.
Well, I love that. Congratulations on making it. Just kind of like noticing a little bit of a drop off from that upper bracket. You guys were 3rd, right? 59 eliminations, but kind of the kill tally kind of slowed down a little bit. What would you say that you guys are going to change, or like what kind of happened in that like drop off? What are you guys going to change to improve?
I feel like we just weren't executing. We didn't play as a team very well back then. We just didn't give it 100% in that regional final. So going forward, we just got to make sure to give it 100% of the 100%.
Love that.
All right. I'm going to try and ask you a question that you can't answer the exact same way again. Talk to me about bringing Nick Cool onto this team, because, I know that this was a team that was formed literally, I think it was an hour before Open started. You guys trio up. You bring in Nick Cool as an IGL, I believe, off the recommendation of a friend. And it seems like kind of from day one, you guys have been cooking. You guys were doing great in scrims, and even in some of these steps of World Series of Warzone, it's been great. So obviously, was he really instrumental in being able to kind of win that wild card map and really kind of send you guys to that global finals?
Yeah, I mean, at the end right there, he was giving 100%. He made some really great calls for us. Like you said, we literally brought him in literally like an hour before the open quals started, which was kind of insane. But the first games we played together, we really clicked. We had good chemistry, and it's been going good ever since.
I love that. Well, Colony, appreciate you competing, man. Watching you play was a spectacular inning, despite you taking down my military boys in the final 2, but you did what you had to do to make it to the global stage. What do you want to tell your fans out there before you get out of here?
Man, I'll see you guys at the LAN, boys. Appreciate everyone for watching. Fist bumps all around.
Hey, we'll see you there. Give it 100% of 100%, Colony. I look forward to watching you compete out there on the global stage.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Good stuff from Colony. That's a big win. They move forward, and man, I couldn't be more pumped up for those boys, to take that final minute. It was a good day. It really was. And again, a good day for some, a heartbreaking result for others, but that's just the way it goes to reach the upper echelon of Call of Duty Warzone competitive. Dandro, always great to work alongside you, man. What are your final words before we get out of here?
Man, fantastic day of Warzone. I love all of the upsets. I love sort of, like we've been saying all day long, it's the changing of the guard. We got new blood in here who's really showcasing they have what it takes. You did the first hard part, which was get to the global finals, but I'll be really curious to see which of these teams, including our teams that kind of made it from our regional finals, that are able to perform on LAN. I'm just so excited to see that lobby, dude.
I am as well, man, and I can't get there soon enough. We bring in Tiff and Goj and Dream. I hand it to you. Your final words as we get out of here. I mean, it was a great day. We saw 5 wonderful teams qualify. T is one of them, right? Representing the women out there. It couldn't get any better.
Yeah, couldn't have gotten any better, you guys. I was nervous from the start of the show, but with these teams that are locked in, you gotta love to see the underdogs, if you will, shine. But some players, right, that have been playing for quite some time that really have been wanting this opportunity. So for global finals, I'm really excited. I can't even believe we're already here, to be honest. I feel like this last month has just flown by, but it really has been the peak of competitive Warzone. I only feel like, you guys, this is only going to continue to grow every single year, and my gosh, it's just been amazing. Always been a part of it with you all.
Hey, it's always great to be with you, Dream, and hear that insight, right? The Dream Team, unfortunately, didn't make it through this time, but when we go to LAN, looking forward to hearing what the Dream Team's going to be then, because I'm sure I have an idea who it is going to be. Goj, at the beginning of the show, I didn't say you look good. I told Tiff she looked great, but Goj, you do look great, okay? Your hair is always on point. Everybody always talks about the hair, man. I wish I had it. Hey, always great to work with you, brother. What do you want to say before you get out of here?
Frankly, I don't have a lot of words. I just feel blessed to be able to call the action with Tiff. It has been a wild ride, and I truly believe this is the year of the underdogs. Sure, there is a giant team on top, of course, that SSD team. But if this is the year of the underdogs, that could repeat itself going into the global finals. But we got to get through EMEA first. Tomorrow is going to be, I could only expect a lot of the same, a lot of surprises tomorrow.
Without question, EMEA is going to be exhilarating, and we get to watch Jukies and FIFA try to make it through. Will they be able to? Well, we'll find out tomorrow. Tiff, always great to work with you, hear your insight and the energy. What do you want to say before we get out of here?
I mean, likewise, right? I was thinking about this while you guys were kind of wrapping up the show and doing the interview, and I was like, I've been very blessed to cast a large majority of the tournaments in Warzone since Verdansk. And if you had asked me at the start of this show if I thought this North American last chance qualifier would have went this way, I would not have known what to say, because this is just so wild to see all of these big names just not going to be competing back on the global stage. And I kind of want them to not take this as a loss, which they are going to do so, but take it as like a setback, right? It's 1 step backward, 2 steps forward, and just let that be your motivation to come out swinging next year, because this should only be the fuel to your fire in that competitive Warzone journey. And I look forward to seeing that comeback for y'all. And to everyone that may be gracing that stage for the very first time, congratulations, you earned it, and I can't wait to support you there.
Well, shout out to, again, the 5 teams who made it through the LCQ and secured their spot at the global finals. We'll be seeing you a little bit later. And for all of you in chat, we'll be seeing you tomorrow. We've got EMEA coming through, same starting time, 12:45 Eastern. Make sure you hit the subscribe button if you haven't already, because we keep the action going. For myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble, Dream Crazy, Danjo, Spider, Tiff, Gosha, production crew, and you in chat, thank you for being here. Be back tomorrow for the EMEA last chance qualifiers. 5 teams looking to go to global finals. Who would it be? Well, we will find all that out and more tomorrow. Don't miss out.
I'm ready for war.